Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans.
Sorry, I was on mute. I just now recognized that. It's your boy, man. It's me. OLEE. We with you this Saturday morning, man, at Titans Debate League. Shout out to all my Titans and everybody that's fighting to be enlightened. Remember to watch for the snakes that's striking and the dogs that's biting. They out to get you. They out to get you. Today, you know what I'm on. The same thing that I've been on for the last couple of days, man. Why did the United States government create the Space Force? I need to know this and what you think about it. So we're going to get into it, man. Sorry about that little technical difficulties, but we back on track. We're going to get this commercial going, and then we're going to get into it.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable...
My bad, I accidentally started that. Again, you know who it is and what it is. And we back at you, man.
Yeah. All this knowledge on the flow. I've been golden from the go. Let these pseudo scholars know. Baby, welcome to the show. Yeah, show you how to flex with a strong point. Wait. Show you where the facts and the stats and the proofs point. I've been grinding leases in the late night. Wait, standing on the stage with the main light. Enlighten. Philosophers, scientists, historians united. Warriors of logic who want the smoke, get excited. Bring your primary sources, don't get ignited. Slide on my prompts, look it up, read a book. Never going back to the dumb, take a look. Woke, not broke, we run the show, sport the glow. Titans in the league, watch the intellect grow. Coliseum of Arguments locked at the door. Welcome to the show, floor full of lore. I'm the GOAT, with the flow, there's knowledge on the flow. I've been goated from the go. Let these pseudo scholars flow. Baby, welcome to the show. Seems only time when I'm speaking, reason, peeking. Like the truth that they all have been seeking, my logic weaken. To them that's important, show up, don't be late to the debate. Never see myself falling. Picture me falling off back to ignorant and stalling. Got the citations loaded in order, crossing every intellectual border. Hey, I could've never seen a day. All this knowledge on the flow. I've been goated from the go. Let these pseudo scholars
Damn, my bad. Forgot I was on mute. Again, like I said, you know what I'm doing is Oli. And I'm doing some investigative journalism. I came to the conscious community and people already had their lanes locked up. It's already lanes and people talking about different things and asking questions and getting those questions answered. So I'm gonna let them stick to that. You know what my philosophy is. It's quantum onlyism. You see the books? We're gonna be pushing that. But right now, we wanna know, why did the United States government create the Space Force? That's a big question for me. And a lot of people might not know the significance. But that's what I started doing this for. So I'll let y'all see. This is what my first episode was about.
In the late 1940s, public attention fixated on the Roswell incident and reports of flying saucers. Projects like Sign and Blue Book became the visible face of the government's aerospace investigations, dominating newspaper headlines and cultural imagination. An unidentified object in the sky is not proof of extraterrestrial visitation, but the lack of a public explanation did not mean the sky was empty. This era was defined by intense, highly classified aerospace testing. While the public explored the possibility of alien visitors, the U.S. government began the construction of a military infrastructure in orbit. It was a massive undertaking, shielded entirely from public view. General Bernard Schriever served as the architect of this early capability. Under his direction, the Air Force advanced its ballistic missile programs, creating the technological foundation for military space operations. In 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik. The strategic implications were immediate. An object in orbit could pass over sovereign territory at will, proving that space was a domain with profound military utility. The American response in 1958 was to split its space efforts in two. NASA was created to manage civilian science and public exploration, becoming the visible face of the space race. The military space program took a different path. It retreated into the shadows, developing reconnaissance, communication, and early warning systems through strictly classified channels. This institutional divide created a cultural blind spot. Americans grew up viewing space as a frontier for astronauts and telescopes, unaware of the strategic military high ground being fortified directly above them. Throughout the Cold War, the militarization of Earth orbit expanded. The Pentagon launched networks of satellites to provide secure communications and detect the heat signatures of rising missiles. The Global Positioning System began as a military invention. It was designed to coordinate movements on the battlefield, but its utility quickly extended into every corner of modern life. Beyond providing coordinates for digital maps, GPS serves as the timing signal for global infrastructure. These satellites synchronize financial markets, telecommunications networks, and power grids. Without this precise timing, the modern economy stops. By 1982, the scale of this architecture required its own management structure, Air Force Space Command. The military had built a system it could no longer function without, yet the service remained a subset of the Air Force. The United States had successfully constructed an invisible nervous system in orbit. It was a technological achievement that neither the Joint Force nor the global economy could survive without. The 1991 Gulf War demonstrated the true power of this system. It was the first conflict in history where orbital operations dictated the outcome of the battle on the ground. The integration of satellite intelligence and GPS-guided precision targeting resulted in a lopsided victory. Iraqi forces were dismantled with speed and accuracy that terrestrial weapons alone could not have achieved. Following the victory in Iraq, the Pentagon accelerated its reliance on these systems. Space-based sensing and communication were baked into the combat plans of every ship, aircraft, and ground unit in the inventory. This reliance created the vulnerability paradox. The technological edge that made the American military dominant on Earth simultaneously created a strategic dependency in orbit. In 2001, a congressional commission warned that American military space operations were dangerously fragmented. Space was being managed as a support function rather than as a primary mission. While the Pentagon navigated its own bureaucracy, other nations were adapting. China and Russia concluded that space was the decisive warfighting domain and began treating it as such. Adversaries began developing counterspace weapons, including cyber operations, signal jamming, and orbital spacecraft designed to maneuver near American satellites. The logic was straightforward. Instead of matching the U.S. military tank for tank, a rival could simply attack the fragile, distant sensors that controlled them. The military realized its multi-billion-dollar orbital infrastructure was undefended. The network that held the joint force together was now a target for competitors learning how to blind it. In 2007, China launched a direct ascent missile from the ground, striking and destroying one of their own defunct weather satellites. The impact proved that orbit was no longer a sanctuary. It also demonstrated the consequences of kinetic warfare in space. The resulting debris field created a permanent threat to every commercial and military system in that orbital regime. By 2017, the legislative response was already in motion. Congressional proposals for a Space Corps indicated that the bureaucratic limit had been reached well before any formal presidential directive. In December 2019, the United States Space Force was created. This move consolidated the military's fragmented space elements into a singular, independent service. The Space Force exists as an institutional response to a specific strategic reality. Its mission is to protect the fragile, invisible infrastructure that maintains the modern global economy and the defense of the nation.
The defense of the nation, huh? That's big. They found the need to start protecting us even out in space. Why? Why did they find that need? So this is where we get to part 2. Because when I went through episode 1, and you can go back and watch that and find that on Titans Debate League, we see the time that this movement started. It was around Donald Trump's first presidency. Same time COVID was going on. The same time COVID was going on, this whole thing was going on. So we can't forget that. But then I start thinking, because I saw a lot of different moves that had to do with different nations. Israel, most specifically. And I started thinking about the Abrahamic religions and prophecy and some of the things that I used to hear when I was coming up about people in power and who we were looking to come as the Messiah or as a Savior or as the Antichrist. And so today's episode, what is the Space Force? We've been asking what that is. Why did America decide that we needed one? And what are they actually protecting? Who are they preparing to fight if they're preparing to fight somebody? What kind of technology are the governments of the world developing? How much money are we spending? Who are the private companies getting those contracts? And ultimately, what does it mean that space is now officially being treated as a military warfighting domain and territory? Because that's where this starts getting interesting for me. For most of human history, when people looked at the sky, they saw something mysterious. Depending on the culture and the time period, they saw the heavens. They saw gods and angels, signs. Some people saw constellations, prophecy, whatever. Today, we got satellites up there, military surveillance, missile warning systems, GPS, communications. We got intelligence systems, potential counter space weapons. We got ISS space stations. We got governments talking openly about space superiority and protecting America's interest in orbit. So humanity has gone from looking at the heavens to putting military infrastructure into the heavens. That's a hell of a transition. No pun intended. Now, in episode 2, we're already dealing with the evolution of the Space Force and what America is actually building. But before we move forward, I want to take a detour. And I need everybody to understand exactly what kind of detour this is. This is for you. I'm not making a claim. I'm not saying the United States Space Force was created because of biblical prophecy. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying Donald Trump created the Space Force because of Israel. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying extraterrestrials are involved in the Space Force. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying Donald Trump is the Messiah, and I'm damn sure not telling you Donald Trump is the Antichrist. What I'm saying, though, is people are making these connections, and some of these connections didn't come out of nowhere. Trump has an unusual relationship with Israel. We know this. Trump recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital. His administration moved the American embassy to Jerusalem. He recognized Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights. His administration brokered the Abrahamic Accords, and that's real big today. That's what a lot of this is talking about. Religious leaders have compared him to Cyrus the Great. All my religious people, especially my Hebrew Israelites, I know y'all know about Cyrus the Great. Jewish temple activists literally put Trump's face inside coins beside Cyrus on these ceremonial coins in Israel. Other people look at Trump, they look at Israel and the Middle East peace agreements and political power and religious devotion surrounding him, and they say, hold on, y'all looking at the wrong prophecy. This sounds like the Antichrist, not Cyrus. Now wait a minute. How can this man be Cyrus over here and the Antichrist over there? Same Trump, same Jerusalem, same Israel, same peace agreements, same geopolitical events. Two completely different conclusions. And that's the investigation. And it gets even stranger because once you start following these interpretations, eventually you run into the third temple. The third temple is big. You run into the red heifer. You run into Daniel. Then you run into the covenant. Then Christian Zionism. Then Israel and Iran. We run into Persia. Then we get the Gog and Magog. Then Revelations. Then artificial intelligence. Then we have to get to modern warfare. And then you end up right back where you started, space. Because there's an ancient phrase that everybody has heard. War in heaven. Why did the United States government create the Space Force? Is prophecy actually a blueprint? So when you read it, you make these things happen? And that's how you continue running the world? I don't know. We actually have a military service called the United States Space Force, guys. Does that mean that Revelations was talking about the Space Force? No, I ain't gonna go that far. I won't say that. That's what we're not gonna do. The question is better, though. To question these things are better. What happens when ancient prophecy, modern geopolitics, and technologies that ancient people couldn't possibly describe in modern terminology start occupying the same conversation? And how do we determine whether we're seeing genuine correspondence, coincidence, pattern recognition, Do we see people interpreting modern events through ancient texts or something else entirely different? This is where the investigation goes. That's what we're going to play with today, man. I'm going to give you the information. I'm going to show you what people are claiming. I'm going to show you the arguments against it. And then I hope y'all come up and let me see if I can't get the link in the chat, because I see some people ask for it. You know I got it. And I'm going to see what's going on in the chat right now. I know it's still kind of early. People might not even be woke. For those who are in the chat, shout out to you, because I know you're a Titan that's fighting to be enlightened. Omar in the building. Shout out Omar. You know he always giving his support to Oli and what we doing. Shalom, brother. I dropped the link if you want to come up. Man, we're fit to get into this. Matter of fact, let me get into one of these commercials, because you know we have to pay the bills, and that's what's real.
Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the cave of knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic, every Tuesday. We're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate. A powerhouse arena where your voice matters. A premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge your perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
So before we get to my slide deck, man, I want y'all to watch something to give y'all a little perspective about what we're going to be talking about today. It's real simple.
Donald Trump recognized. In his first term, Donald Trump recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital, relocated the American embassy, and backed Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. He cemented a physical and political connection to the Western Wall and the broader region that went beyond previous administrations. To understand the massive theological reaction to these policy decisions, we have to separate secular history from religious belief. We do this by filtering the information into 5 distinct categories: fact, text, interpreted, correlated, and speculative. The critical mechanism here is the correlated lane. This is where observers take an observable political fact and connect it to a religious text, assigning theological meaning to secular events. This raises a specific question. Why have these diplomatic and political actions caused millions of religious observers to assign a modern American president a direct biblical role? A president's geopolitical actions function as a prophetic Rorschach test. The way voters interpret these geopolitical events reveals their own deep-seated beliefs about the end of the world, rather than proving a literal divine mandate. The expectation of a Jewish restoration to the Middle East has deep roots in Christian theology, tracing...
Is this the Jews? No, that's Puritans, ain't it? That's the Puritans. I wonder if we got any Puritans in the community, man. We got Catholics. No, we got Muslims. We got Christians. This for all y'all, we got Hebrews, Israelites. Shoot, even if you're Egyptian, man, come up, man. Let's talk about this. Why did they create the Space Force, man?
Back to 17th century English Puritan millennialism. At the core of this belief system is the gathering of Israel, This doctrine states that the re-establishment of Jewish sovereignty in the Levant and the physical restoration of Jerusalem are mandatory prerequisites for the second coming of Jesus Christ. Over centuries, this perspective grew from a minority sectarian interpretation into a highly organized geopolitical voting bloc. Today, millions of voters actively seek literal biblical fulfillment from the leaders they elect. The first interpretive path relies on the biblical history of the Persian king Cyrus, whose edicts allowed Israelites to return from Babylonian exile. According to the book of Isaiah, chapter 45, God...
You never told me that. None of y'all, I never hear y'all talking about Cyrus, the Gentile, who actually... I never hear about Omar. Please come up and talk to me, man.
God utilized Cyrus, a Gentile foreign ruler, as an anointed instrument to facilitate the rebuilding of the Second Temple in Jerusalem. Modern evangelical leaders bring this exact biblical text into the Oval Office. They draw a direct parallel, arguing that God is using a modern, controversial political outsider for the specific purpose of defending and restoring Israel. Biblical scholars frequently challenge this comparison. They point out that Isaiah explicitly names the historical Cyrus, and applying the text to modern politicians strips the original prophecy of its specific historical context. For those holding the Cyrus view, a political leader's personal flaws do not matter. The leader is viewed strictly as a utilitarian instrument, chosen to achieve a divine political objective. If we take the exact same geopolitical data and apply a different prophetic lens, the narrative reverses completely. The book of Daniel, chapter 9, describes a highly specific covenant with many. In many futurist interpretations, this points to a deceptive peace treaty orchestrated by an end-times antagonist. This image displays the Abraham Accords. Futurist systems map normalization.
The Abraham Accords, huh? So you can't get away from this. If you practice the Abrahamic religion, shouldn't you be wondering about all the things that's going on with Israel? Shouldn't you be recognizing the patterns that we see? And are we living in the time of prophecy? I just want to know whether I believe it or not. I want to hear your opinion on Donald Trump and the Abrahamic Accords.
Agreements like this onto Daniel's predicted treaty. However, the document reveals massive gaps. It lacks the 7-year timeline, involves different nations, and makes zero mention of a rebuilt temple. To prove a modern treaty is the biblical covenant, interpreters must state their identifying criteria before the agreement is signed. If every new diplomatic deal can temporarily be labeled the covenant, the interpretation is unfalsifiable. Popular prophecy systems build their antagonists taking the little horn from Daniel, the man of lawlessness from Thessalonians, and the beast from Revelation, stitching them into a single individual. This creates a striking paradox. The exact same diplomatic peacemaking that proves a leader is a chosen savior to one theological camp proves he is the prophesied deceiver to another. Both the Cyrus and Antichrist narratives eventually collide at a single, highly contested geographic location, the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. Private religious organizations and activists are actively preparing the architecture, vessels, and priestly garments necessary for a third temple. The Book of Numbers, chapter 19, details a strict requirement for this process. The ashes of a flawless red heifer are needed to achieve the ritual purity necessary to resume temple service. These preparations are conducted by private religious activists. They do not represent the official, secular policies of the Israeli government. Because both prophetic paths require physical events to happen at this specific location, the geography of Jerusalem dictates the ticking clock for these opposing theological timelines. To understand how prophecy thrives, consider the rule of the arrow. Ecosystems compress historical events into linear correlations. Every arrow represents an argument, a massive theological leap requiring independent proof. If a single correlation lacks evidence, the connection breaks, and the entire prophetic structure collapses. Modern prophecy belief thrives in digital spaces by intentionally filtering out disconfirming details. The ecosystem rewards high-emotion correlations over strict historical accuracy. This dynamic creates a severe philosophical tension, a feedback loop between modern geopolitical policy and ancient biblical prophecy. When military flashpoints emerge, observers immediately map modern tactical data onto ancient texts, like Ezekiel 38's War of Gog and Magog. Integrating cutting-edge surveillance technology, missile defense networks, and entirely new military branches into these ancient frameworks amplifies the psychological weight of everyday policy decisions. If millions of powerful voters demand political actions that align with their specific prophetic timelines, it leaves us with an unresolved question. Are we passively watching prophecy unfold, or are we engineering our own apocalypse?
Are we? Are we watching prophecy unfold? Is that why Donald Trump created the Space Force? We still got a long way to go. There's a lot to talk about in this, man. I want to hear some of y'all views, though. Let me remove this. If you're in the chat, or wherever you at, what you think, especially about the Abrahamic Accords, man? Let me get this slide deck up here. And we're going to go ahead and get into it, man. Wait, that's the wrong slide deck. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, man. Oh, Don. Trump. Israel and prophecy. One man. Opposite prophecies. I talk to a lot of people when I ain't on the app. A lot of religious personnel. A few street scholars, but it's all the same when it comes to trying to interpret some of the things that we get in the Bible. Excuse me. On one side, we got Cyrus the Deliverer. On the other side, we got Antichrist, the Deceiver. And right there in the middle, we got Donald Trump. So that's where I want to begin. Because before we even get into whether either interpretation makes sense, I want to know something more fundamental. How did we even get here? How did an American president become somebody that religious communities are trying to locate inside of ancient biblical prophecy? Because that's not normal presidential politics. Nobody's sitting around asking whether Chester A. Arthur was a beast of revelations. Something happened with Trump that made these interpretations explode. What was it? I know one of the biggest reasons is Israel. And here's what's fascinating. The people that make the Cyrus argument and the people making the Antichrist argument aren't necessarily working with completely different events. Sometimes they're looking at the same events and assigning completely different meanings to them. That's the part I want y'all paying attention to. My slide deck will identify 5 different categories we're going to use throughout the investigation. We're going to use historical fact. We're going to use ancient texts. Of course, we got to use interpretation, modern correlation, and then we'll look at speculation because we want to make sure we got fact from fiction. And so we have to make sure we know which ones are speculation. And those categories matter because I don't want somebody hearing me say Isaiah calls Cyrus God's anointed, and then 2 minutes later hearing people compare Trump to Cyrus, and then they walk away saying things like, I only said Isaiah predicted Donald Trump. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Those are 2 different statements. The ancient text says something about Cyrus. A modern interpreter says that Cyrus establishes some kind of pattern that applies to Trump. These are modern interpreters, not mine. These are just modern interpretations. Then somebody else comes along and say, no, we're misusing Isaiah. Cyrus was Cyrus. The prophecy wasn't about Trump. That's a dispute over interpretations. And we have different interpretations of biblical texts that we see all the time. The panel is full of Hebrew Israelites and their interpretations, Christians, Muslims, and the Abrahamic religion alike. But not just them, because other people want to see their correlation. The Bible talks about Egypt, so you see Egyptologists, people of Kemet and Cush, Phoenician beliefs. You know, we have all kinds coming on Titans Debate League. Shout out Titans Debate League for the information. Shout out all the other communities. I want to give a shout out to y'all too, because I know y'all be asking these questions. I know it's somebody within them communities. Shout out Paradigm Shift. Titans gonna be over there doing some things, so y'all make sure to tune in, show your support over there. Like, share, and subscribe. And if you're here, like, share, and subscribe so your friends can get some of this good information. I see Dios Mios is in the building. Tahuti Afar, oh, he been in here. My bad, Tahuti, I didn't see you. He said the Death Star. Yeah, they could be out there creating the Death Star. But like I said, you know me, I ain't making no certain assumptions. We know we're looking at the prophecies today. So, looking at this slide, we got the first side. Trump is Cyrus. Why Cyrus? Because Cyrus the Great occupies a really unusual position in the Hebrew Bible. He's not an Israelite. He's not a Jewish king. He's a Persian ruler. Yet Isaiah 45 calls Cyrus God's anointed. The Hebrew word is Mashiach. That's the word we translate as Messiah, meaning anointed. Now don't jump ahead. That doesn't mean Cyrus is Jesus. That's a whole nother argument where they argue that this is pointing to Trump. It doesn't mean every person called anointed is the Messiah. The term has a broader biblical usage. But here's what modern supporters noticed. Modern Trump supporters. They noticed that God supposedly uses a Gentile political ruler who doesn't belong to Israel to accomplish something beneficial for Israel. Now, if the Israelites are over here in America, the real Israelites, is Trump y'all guy? Is Trump modern Israel's Cyrus? And y'all don't even know it? Y'all about to blow it? Or is he going to do something without y'all even knowing? Because he do got power. He could be working for y'all and y'all don't even know it. But something is going on. Let's keep it real now. What was Cyrus associated with? Cyrus was associated with Jewish restoration. Cyrus was associated with Jerusalem. And he was one of the main things. He was associated with building of the temple, the rebuilding of the temple. Now, if we jump forward about 2,500 years, Donald Trump comes into office. He isn't exactly the picture most of us would have drawn if you asked to design an evangelical Christian statesman. Let's keep it real. Yet he's strongly embraced by large portions of the American evangelical movement. And what becomes one of the arguments? Cyrus. The reasoning becomes, maybe you're looking at Trump's character when you should be looking at Trump's function. That's the argument, not my conclusion. Their argument, the evangelicals' interpretation. God didn't need Cyrus to be Jewish. Therefore, according to this interpretation, God wouldn't necessarily need Trump to satisfy everybody's idea of Christian virtue in order to use him politically. Not even the Hebrews. This is God's work. Right? Now, that's actually more sophisticated than simply saying Trump is chosen because I like Trump. Who said I like Trump? There's a theological structure behind the argument. But having the structure doesn't make the argument true. So eventually, we got to test it. Because Trump does something huge in December 2017. Trump recognizes Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. Why did he do that? Did that have something to do with creating the Space Force? Because if he recognized Jerusalem as the capital, then that means he wants to protect Jerusalem and Israel. And in May 2018, the United States opened an embassy right there in the Jewish capital, in Jerusalem. Y'all remember that? I know y'all remember that. It was big. But a lot of people just skipped over it because they might have still been worried about the COVID or should they take the shot or not. Shout out my man A1. He been doing a series on that too. If you missed that, make sure you go back and watch those videos about the safety of what he called it, the hot sauce 19 shot. Dios mío say, I wasn't ready for this prophecy this early in the day. I know it. A lot of people ain't ready for it. A lot of people don't even look at it. Dios míos. But the higher ups, the people in the real Jewish communities, the real Bible thumpers and believers who are actually looking and seeing if any of the Bible correlates with modern day events and things happening. Because if it's prophecy, it's supposed to happen. That's why I say I think prophecy is a blueprint. And if you can make the things happen that the prophecy say happen, you are supposed to be the one. But that's neither here nor there because I may or may not believe in the Bible. We'll leave that for your own speculations because you can do that, whether you believe in the Bible or not. Now imagine you already an evangelical Christian who believes the modern restoration of Israel is connected to biblical prophecy. That's not going to look like a routine diplomatic discussion. You're going to interpret it through the worldview you already have. And now the Cyrus comparison gets stronger inside of that worldview. It should get stronger inside of the Hebrew Israelite worldview. But that's only my opinion. I don't know if they look too much as Trump as the modern day Cyrus. But I'm going to show you what a lot of the people in the world are looking at when they talk about the association because Cyrus was associated with political action, including Jewish and the restoration of the temple and Jerusalem. Trump just made one of the most consequential American decisions involving Jerusalem in modern history. And then something happens that's almost too perfect for television. A temple-oriented Israeli organization produces a ceremonial coin. And who's on it? Cyrus on it. And Donald Trump is on it together. What? Now that don't prove prophecy. No, that don't prove prophecy. But it proves something else that's important to our investigation. People really were making the Cyrus connection. This isn't something we invented for the show. My slide deck is going to take us directly into the later. The Trump Cyrus coin and the temple connection after an entire slide devoted to them. But here's where I want to mess with the reasoning a little bit. Cyrus wasn't merely associated with Jerusalem. He's associated with the temple. So if you're calling Trump Cyrus, what exactly are you predicting? What exactly are the people over there in Israel predicting? Because that's where the analogy needs to become prediction. Because we know that temple's supposed to be built. That temple is supposed to be built. Is Trump setting things up to facilitate a third temple? Does somebody after Trump do it? I don't know. You know, Jared Kushner got a whole lot to do with it. That's Trump's son-in-law. I might have to do a show on Jared Kushner. Was Jerusalem recognized enough when Trump recognized Jerusalem as the Israelite capital? Because if that's what it means, a lot of politicians could qualify. That's the actual criteria. So I want you to put that coin in your pocket because we're going to come back to that coin. Now, we get to the other side. Because if you flip it to another group, Trump looks at, they look at his relationship with Israel. They look at his popularity. They look at his religious leaders calling him chosen. They look at the Middle Eastern peace agreements and the Abrahamic Accords. They look at his political power, and these people say, you people calling him Cyrus might be getting played. Because they start looking toward the Antichrist. What? Now notice what just happened. The Trump supporters say he brought peace. That's evidence he's being used by God. But the Antichrist interpreter says he brought peace. That's exactly why I'm suspicious. Same peace, opposite prophecy. One person looks at Trump's relationship with Israel and sees blessing. Another looks at the relationship and sees a potential end time setup. One looks at extraordinary loyalty toward Trump and sees political support for a chosen leader. Yay, this is him. But another person might look at it and see that extraordinary loyalty and start thinking about the book of Revelations. One look at the Abrahamic Accords and says, historic peace achievement. This is the peace achievement that Isaiah prophesied. But another look at it and asks, covenant with many? Now, somebody has a methodological problem. It might be both of them. Because what we're going to see is we're going to put these competing interpretations right beside each other. And that's why I'm not going to start by asking, is Trump Cyrus or is Trump the Antichrist? My first question is, what would distinguish the two? What evidence could happen that would support one type interpretation while counting the other interpretation totally non and void, null and void? Because if everything Trump does can be proven as a correlation with Cyrus, and everything Trump does is also associated with the Antichrist in that prediction, we're not really predicting anything. We're just interpreting. And there's nothing inherently wrong with interpretation, but let's call it what it is. Just that. Interpretation. And then there's another problem. Before somebody says Trump is the Antichrist because Revelation says so, hold up. The actual word Antichrist appears in the Johannine letters. Then we've got Daniel with various rulers and symbolic figures. Then we got Paul. He gives us the man of lawlessness in Thessalonians, 2 Thessalonians, I believe, yeah. And then we got Revelations that gives us the beast. So modern Christian prophecy systems frequently combine these figures in what people commonly call the Antichrist. Maybe they're right to connect them, are they? That's their argument. This whole presentation itself is going to force us to investigate whether these ancient textual figures were originally intended to represent one future individual, or whether later theological systems synthesized these prophecies together so prophecy can be fulfilled. But I'm talking about, this ain't a rabbit hole, this is like a black hole. But before I can ask if Trump fits the Antichrist, I gotta ask first, what exactly is the Antichrist according to the text? Not according to movies, not according to TikTok, not according to somebody's prophecy chart that they made in 1987. According to the texts. Bible. Yeah, man, according to the text. According to the Bible. Now, here's what I want from y'all. If you're in the chat, I don't know who all there. Dios Mios, I see you say, Trump could be some kind of immortal shapeshifter or something. I don't know. We could talk about that later, but right now we talking about, is he the man of prophecy? So before I move to the next slide, I want everybody to make their first prediction. Don't wait until I give you all the evidence. Based on what you know right now, which interpretation sounds more plausible? I want you to put 1 if you think Trump could be a modern day Cyrus. And I want you to put 2 if you think he's somehow connected to the Antichrist. Put 3 if you don't think either. Both are stretching ancient scripture. Or do you think something happened in here that neither interpretation completely explains? So don't just type 1 or 2. After you type 1 or 2, tell me why. I also put the oh, there go Omar. It's popped in on me. Omar, how you doing today, brother?
Yo, what's going on, Ollie?
Oh man, just going through here, man, looking at
What's
some of
going
the
on?
things I've been seeing and trying to speak on it.
Yeah, man. My bad for coming in kind of late, man. I got off work late last night, and then what makes this whole thing ironic? Me and my wife, we was kind of having a little discussion on a couple of things, and I'll elaborate here in a second. But man, bro, uh, I, I got to work today, so I'll probably give it about an hour, maybe about an hour 30 minute at the max, and then I got to lay back down because I got to hit this little 12-hour shift.
Yeah,
But
man. It sound like you need it too, for real. I thank you for joining me with the little energy you do got, cause you know you got a view, and I definitely know you got some conversation for me.
yeah, so last night, well, normally if I got to work the next day, I normally don't have no company over, but one of my partners had pulled up on me, just had bought a new whip and everything, and you know what I'm saying, we sipped on a little drink or whatever, you know what I'm saying, and we had a good time, and then uh Cap Cap did Captain Tazariak, he did a little debate thing up on this little white lady channel, man. It was like 12, 13, 14 motherfuckers going up against Cap. You know what I'm saying? He unalived them all, man. It was something good to watch. And then, like I said, my partner pulled up on me. The wifey made some baked chicken. We was over here eating, had a little drink, and then like right before I turned it off, I was playing little videos, little rap, little videos I got in my little queue, and I saw A1 was on, but then this is like a little bit after my partner had left, and like right when I had hopped on, A1 just had ended that live. I think yeah, he was on there by himself for a little second, and right when I had jumped on, he had ended it. But he said something to me, so I had got up this morning because I'm a foodie, man. I, I like my little snack, so I had got up or whatever, and then like I be getting whenever y'all go live, I get the alerts or whatever, if I can get to it, if I'm not at work. I heard my thing ringing off, ding, 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 ding. So I went, so I went downstairs, warmed me up a little piece of that baked chicken, and I said, "Oh snap!" I said. Then I turned on my TV in my room. I said, "Oh, is that Oli on?" My bad if I'm talking low. My wife's sleeping, and then I got my son in there. He got his little friend spending over the night. So, I gotta kind of talk low. I don't want to wake nobody up. But yeah, so then I got the alert. I was like, damn, Oleon. And then I looked at this subject, and what made it ironic is low key, I was just having a conversation with my wife right before we went to sleep last night about this. And then I don't know, did you see the new briefing that came out actually last night? It was the Friday 6 o'clock like news. Did you see them release the new UFO, the brand new UFO files, like the clear joints? Yo, Oli, you on mute. You gotta take yourself off mute, Oli.
My bad, my bad. No, I ain't heard about him. Let me
There you
see.
go.
I'm just
Yeah,
look.
man. So I watch I watch all kind of news because I like to get a well-rounded view. So of course I watch, my local news of what's going on here where I'm at. And then I watch global news, worldwide news, and then I watch a few other news broadcasts that they don't necessarily have a bias or a foot in either or side. They just report. They give a fair report, just like how you said, how you kind of how our last dialogue kind of went. You know what I'm saying, which was a good one. Man, yo, they released these new files yesterday, like afternoon. Um, hey man, it's
Okay, I think I got it right here. Let me see.
yeah. They just released it like yesterday. It was
Look at
yesterday.
some of this.
And these are government files, government footage um that that it hasn't been seen, and they just I kind of want to say like not like a gag order, but you know how they I'm trying, yeah, declassify. So they just declassify. There you go.
I
They
want
just
to.
released
I
some.
want to play
So
it, but it
yeah,
says CBS. I don't know if it. So let me read it a little bit. Washington, the Pentagon on
yeah, there
Friday
you go.
released a.
My bad, Oli. Go ahead, brother. Sorry
No,
about
no,
that.
you good, you
I,
good.
I got a
I know
little
it's exciting. I got excited too.
yeah,
the
yeah. Read it,
Pentagon on
Oli.
The Pentagon on Friday released a new batch of documents and images related to UFOs, also known as Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena, or UAP, including a military pilot's recollection of a huge, strange triangle that blocked out the stars over Afghanistan in 2002. The 41 new files posted on the Pentagon's UFO website include a mix of documents, images, and videos. The records come from the Pentagon, the FBI, CIA, State Department, and Executive Office of the President, with the oldest being from 1950 and the most recent being from this year. The disclosure is the fifth release under an executive order President Trump signed in January, directing the military and other agencies to produce more documents related to UFOs. What's
Pause
in the
right there,
new?
Oli. Oli. Do me a favor. Pause right there. Keep
Gotcha.
keep keep your spot. Scroll back up some. Scroll back up because I'm on my phone and I'm on my TV.
Okay.
So yeah, scroll back up a little bit more. Stop right there. Look at this keyword. The 41 new files.
New. I'm gonna click on
New
that.
files.
I'm gonna click on that new one
So
right after we feel.
yeah, so basically these are some files that got basically sent yesterday. They got
Hmm.
declassified, and this is something new. Um, Oli, don't show it. Don't show it because I want to ask you when I get off work later on. Uh, I want to do a show because we normally kind of be going at it with the information, but I want to do a bill with you. Like I want to bill with you to where we kind of both exposing this information. So
Gotcha.
later on, so don't click on it.
Bet.
Don't click on it. And
Bet.
then what we'll do later on is just say post it on a Pentagon's UFO website. So later on, we can go to the Pentagon website
Website.
and we can kind of jump into it and diagnose it. But go ahead and continue read. My bad to cut you off
Bet.
like that.
No, no.
I just don't want
That's
you to
a good idea.
show it because yeah,
We're gonna talk
I
about it
wanted to
tonight.
do yeah,
Gotcha.
I wanted to do a bill with you. But go ahead, brother. Sorry about that.
Gotcha. Gotcha. It says what's in the latest files, and this is what we're gonna cover tonight. Thanks to our interest in why did the United States government create the Space Force? This might give us some answers too. The bulk of Friday's release includes the type of grainy videos that have been the hallmark of past disclosures, showing flying objects captured by military sensors and cameras. 6 of the videos show different versions of the same incident: an encounter over the Gulf of Oman by Special Operations Forces on an AC-130J gunship in September 2021. The clips are cell phone videos of screens on the gunship showing objects picked up by its infrared and other sensors. All right, I need to
Yeah,
hit.
yeah. So
Take. Okay, go
here,
ahead.
yeah. Here's the thing, Holy. Um, so there is one guy, and because I already know your extensive knowledge as far as certain scientists and everything is. is probably more better than mine. So I don't know if you remember a guy named Stephen Hawkins. He was confined to a wheelchair,
Hmm.
right?
Right.
So Stephen Hawkins wrote in his journal, and he did a paper, and he broke everything down. So you already know last, because as far as what I believe, I bel I believe in aliens, but hold on, I can't say aliens. I would say more of a, not even an extraterrestrial. So basically, my and I just want to get this out, but I don't want to elaborate that because I'll bring this up on the show too.
Gotcha.
But but just to quickly give my point of view is, I believe in what people so call UFOs and UAPs and aliens, but I look at it from a biblical standpoint.
Right.
As far as these is like angels and stuff like that that's supposed to come back and redeem us, but that's a whole different story.
Right.
But
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 that's
if
where it
if
brings
if
us.
yeah, yeah. But if you look at Stephen Hawking's journal and that research paper he wrote, Stephen Hawkins gave a final conclusion. He said, out of that scenario, because if you look at it, our closest habitable planet is so many light years away. Why would a a a extraterrestrial or an alien being not from this planet travel light years away to come here? So Stephen Hawkins' final opinion was, if that was to happen, an unknown being slash what we would call alien
Hmm.
travel light years away to come here, it would only be for one reason, and it ain't to make friends. But go ahead and build off of that, Oli, if you want to. I don't want to, talk that much though. If you want to elaborate a little bit more.
No, yeah, yeah. Of course. That's what I went into this for. Because we just gotta face the fact that it's a possibility that one day we could be facing this for real, right? We know that we have stories from the past that speak of beings and things from a different place other than Earth. I ain't gonna say where they say it because some people say different dimensions. Some people, but we get the story of the Anunnaki, which is a closer rendition to angels and the things that you were talking about. And like these questions have been asked for a long time, and that's why I say to put them on the back burner and act like this might not be the reason that all of these things are going on within our government silently, but then they releasing information. So if something happens to come out the sky, it ain't like we wasn't ready for it, even though we might not know exactly what it is. Like you say, we may not know what they coming for. Me, I'm on the other spectrum of you. I feel like if the human race found the capability to go other places to look for life, then we wouldn't just be going to float around and not interact with them, not try to trade communications or information with what we got. But that's for the human race. Like you say, if these people are coming back or they know something that we don't know, or if they're actually the things that were being spoke of in biblical texts or other religious texts, then like you said, they might have a mission when they come back, already set mission. And so that's what I'm investigating. That's why I'm investigating this topic, to see some of the thoughts and ideas that people have about this. Are we seeing biblical prophecy being how they said, I don't want to say
So so
performed.
so 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 real
Fulfilled.
quick.
That's it. Fulfilled.
So real quick, Oli, I want to touch on something you said that so I don't believe this, but because like I said, this area of conversation is my speed, but I do want to I do want to entertain another aspect of it. So I noticed something that you just said. You said when they come back. So a quick question, and then I'll continue to what I'm going to say. So my quick
Gotcha.
question to you, Oli, is when you said when they come back, who is the they that's coming back?
I wouldn't be able to identify them, but when I say they coming back, I'm talking about biblical prophecy. Now, I'm talking about Mesopotamian prophecies that talk about the Anunnaki returning. I'm talking about Zechariah Sitchin's book, The Ninth Planet. I'm talking about just different texts and manuscripts that I've read that speak of beings that's supposed to be returning. And so to identify them, I would have to think, like I say, if I think about ancient texts or something, it's the angels returning, because in Revelations it say Jesus is supposed to be returning with his army of angels. And so that's mostly what I correlated with biblical prophecy,
Okay.
if that
So
answers your question.
there's and when I'm getting ready to say this ain't my belief, I'm just kind of I'm entertaining a different aspect of things.
Got you.
So there's there was a guy named Bob Lazar. So Bob Lazar was recruited to work at not Area 51. I want to say it was maybe
52. I thought it was at 50.
Groom Lake in Nevada. Groom. It may have been Groom Lake, but anyway. So Bob Lazar got recruited because he was a his specialty, like he was creating like jet engines and stuff like that,
Yeah, he was an engineer.
handmade. Yeah, he was an engineer, and he was good at building what they call it,
Propulsion. Hmm.
propulsion systems, something that pushes something forward. Majority jet engines, he did it like on like skateboards and cars and all kind of other stuff. So he was recruited to specifically reverse engineer so-called uh, alien spacecraft. So his story is when he went in there and when he was recruited, uh, when he first seen this this so-called UFO, we just break it down just to be quick. Spaceship. He said that uh, it it looked like it was 3D printed because it had no not edges, it had no creases. So if you look how now something is 3D printed, you know how it doesn't have any like creases in it. It's like all full around. And then a key thing that he said that the controls in the seats looked like as if a little kid it was meant like the controls in the seats weren't meant for an adult like me and you. He said it looked like almost like a little kid. It was meant for like a little kid, like the seats and everything. And and um and then that's when they jump into, I don't know if you heard of this element called element 154. So yeah, element 154, was the newest element that was research studied, and also added to the periodic table. I believe it was the newest element. And the particular thing about this element 154 is the stability of, I guess, like the atoms and whatever particles holds this element 154. It deals with propulsion. So they say it can give damn near like a couple of drops of this element would be like 100 nuclear reactors, because like as far as like a navy ship, navy ships in certain like submarines, like real big military vessels are powered by uh, uh, like a nuclear reaction, those type of things. So one element 154 would be like 100 of those packed inside something, and it would be considered like a clean energy. So you know how dirty energy, like gas, like gasoline, you drive your car, it puts out emission. Um, other forms of energy. So this would be a clean energy and a recyclable energy. So just kind of jump into that, just to give a knowledge on that. That's a good thing. We can probably build like, in a couple of weeks, and we could touch on this Bob Lazar thing. I think that'd be interesting for the people.
Bet, bet.
Um, but going into, I heard you say something because I was listening. I was laying out my work clothes. That's what I was doing. So like I said, right when I get up, I can just not jump in the shower right when I get up. You know what I'm saying? Because I wanted to talk to you. I can just go back to sleep, get up, throw on my work clothes, and jet out. But I heard you bring up the Trump thing with the Antichrist. So as far as biblical prophecy, I don't know if you know this, but um, the Antichrist isn't one person. Don't you know there's been many Antichrists? Antichrist just means a person that actually is against Christ and against, the certain laws, statutes, and commandments. So throughout antiquity, pushing into this modern day, there's been tons of Antichrist. So the Antichrist, just to kind of, and I can give a little breakdown later. The Antichrist doesn't particularly deal with one person. It deals with multiple different people of power that's against Christ and that pushes a certain agenda. But I don't. My bad for being long winded. I'll go ahead and
No,
read out
no,
for you, Oli.
no, you good. That's what I like you up here for, because, as I stated earlier, and that's part of my investigation. Some people say that Trump is the Antichrist, but it's people who have a different understanding of what the Antichrist is and will be. And so, we'd like to hear that. That's why I'm glad you volunteered to come back later to build with me. I was going to say you was talking about Bob Lazar. I got that video. Um, a little quick video we can watch about him. Let me see if I can get to it. How do I get to it? How do I play that? Oh, there it is. Play this for us.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if Bob Lazar was at Groom Lake or if he was at Hangar. I forgot the name of it, Hangar 50. So Bob Lazar wasn't at Las Cruces in New Mexico, which was the Roswell, New Mexico, which is what you call it, 54. It's not that one. He was actually at a different hangar as far as him. And what I like about Bob Lazar is he's very detailed in his sketchings. And then he said that nobody had an ID badge. The way they used to scan in, it was I forgot the name of the machine that they made back in the 80s, but they so instead of like fake facial recognition, it was a thing that you put your hand on and it measured because each person has a they hand. This ain't even a fingerprint. This is bone density. So it was a machine that scanned your bone density on how they would scan in, and then how they used to take a unmarked charter plane. But go ahead and play the thing. My bad. I know I'm probably talking too much, but
Nah,
I enjoy these kind of subjects too.
definitely. We're supposed to get into this video because this gonna kind of
All right,
touch on
cool.
what you was
Cool.
talking
Yeah, I'm
about.
gonna go ahead and mute out for you.
Gotcha.
Bob Lazar is the biggest name in the whole freaking UFO world. All because in 1989, he went on television claiming to be a physicist working near Area 51 to reverse engineer flying saucers from outer space. His story is so popular that, get a load of this, the most watched episode of the world's largest UFO-friendly podcast is Bob Lazar. He beat out Donald Trump, who I'm sure is not at all jealous. He's usually very gracious about coming in second. And this Joe Rogan episode, by the way, is what inspired the whole Storm Area 51 meme a few years ago.
I remember watching that episode.
Yeah, so if you
So I
want to
remember
pause
that.
it,
Well, not
yeah, if
just
you want to pause it right quick, if you look at that shirt that Bob Lazar has on, it said bromium and it has another element. When you combine those two elements, it makes it damn, I just said it. It's element you see that bromium and barium
Aria.
makes that damn, I just said it like 5 minutes ago. It makes it damn, what did I say? Element
One.
154 or yeah, I just said it like
I think that's what
5 minutes
you said.
ago.
Element 154.
Yeah. So that combines to make element 154, which Bob Lazar stated is that is the element or the power source of these so-called UFOs. But I seen I seen this specific thing that you plan. This dude, the dude who made this, basically, he made this to debunk Bob Lazar. But me, yeah, this video that you playing was a dude that was making fun of Bob Lazar, and this video that you playing was made to debunk calling Bob Lazar fraud and all this other stuff. But my thing is, um, even though this guy made this video to so-called debunk Bob Lazar,
Inspired the whole Storm Area 51
there you
meme a
go.
few years ago.
No.
Go ahead.
Play it. Oh, no. I'm talking too much. I'll elaborate.
No, that's all right because I really don't want to watch a debunking yet. If we're gonna watch a debunking,
Yeah, this dude is debunking Bob Lazar.
we fist to watch. We fist to watch the
Play. Is
Just find Joe
it?
Rogan. I'm just to find this.
Yeah,
Joe Rogan.
Fine. They have like a 3 to 4 minute short on. This is some of it right here. Yeah, I'll go ahead and mute out. Yeah, play some of
See if
this.
I can't find one of the short ones. If I can't find the shortest one I can find, let me see. I'm gonna play that one. And that actually is Bob Lazar talking. And this is his interview. We should watch that.
No, scroll down, and I'm gonna tell you what video to put in your queue so we can kind of pick it apart a little bit. Scroll down, and just to put this one in your queue. No, scroll down, down, so that you can put this one in your queue, and then we can watch a little bit of it and break it down. It's his full interview with Joe Rogan. No, not the interview with Joe Rogan. Yeah, it's the Bob Lazar's story. This is on YouTube. Yeah, go up. No,
Hold
there
on,
go
I
right there.
accidentally.
There go right there. Put
Is
this
that
in
the right
your
one?
queue. Yeah. Just add it to your queue. And then
This is the right one. This
they
the right one? No, this ain't the right one. Hold on.
this is the right one. It's from YouTube.
But this is a movie. This says a movie.
No, that's a documentary from Bob Lazar, one of his first interviews that he did before Joe Rogan. But
So this is
if
YouTube.
yeah, my bad. Element
Movies.
115. That's what I meant. So bromium and that other element makes element
All right.
115. And
Movies.
go because Bob Lazar has a few shorts that he did with Joe Rogan. They're like 2 or 3
That's
minutes. Yeah, so that way we don't gotta go click on that one. Click on that one.
this one. The
No,
9-minute one.
the first one. Go all the way up. No, go all the way up. It said 20. No, not that one. It said 22 minutes, but we can just listen in a little bit. It's the first one. My bad, Oli, too, because I'm looking at it on my TV, talking through my phone, so I know there's a slight delay. Yeah, that one,
Yeah,
22,
I know
30.
It is now. It is now. Yeah.
When did it become on the periodic table?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
2004, Darmstadt, Germany, I think, is where they first fabricated atoms. Yes, they could.
So Moscovia, after you put the two elements together, that's what it becomes. And Germany is the one that. So that's some information new.
Yeah, but so if you notice, they said Muscovia, Germany. Where is Muscovia, Germany located next to? You remember CERN?
Mm-hmm.
CERN?
CERN.
Muscovia, Germany isn't that far from the CERN location,
Switzerland.
which is in Switzerland. And remember, they're using this terminology. Remember, a particle accelerator. So this ship had up. See the thing. So we tried to recreate the particle accelerator to hold the particle long enough to where we can, because when you science, you observe, you observation, it's like a trial and error experimentation, and you document things. So when you deal with element 115, they was trying to figure out on how, because it's considered sustainable and almost unlimited energy. So the thing about it is, when we found element 115, they tried, because they try to recreate things to see and hold the particle or element to see how long they can stabilize it. So even the most forefront researching in this area, which CERN did, this alien ship had a particle accelerator, but it was it was small. So they tried to recreate it, but they couldn't. And the only way they can recreate it is running when you deal with CERN, the underground particle particle accelerator machine. This machine is, I want to say, maybe about 250 to maybe 300 miles of circular underground tunnels to where they have to build it so big, and then it takes so much energy to recreate. The amount of energy can power a modern day big city for 10 to 20 years. But where they fell short at recreating this particle to try to stabilize it is once they recreated it, but guess what? They used so much energy, so much power just to get damn near almost like a net. They recreated this particle and stabilized it for damn near a nanosecond. So they spent all these years in research just to stabilize something for a nanosecond, and then the particle collapsed on itself because they couldn't stabilize it for long enough. But go ahead, Oli. Go ahead, Oli. My bad.
Gotcha.
Stop it, Oli. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I think they just fucking my bad. I think it just got flagged. I'm looking. It says stream unavailable. Stream suspended for policy violation. I'm looking at it on my TV, bro. They just, I think somebody or something, it flagged the fucking video. I'm looking at it. It says stream unavailable, stream suspended for policy violation. I think it was somebody put a copyright strike
on that video. Damn, that was a clip too.
Why? I'm looking at it. It says stream suspended for policy
he said
violations.
The Coliseum argument say without adding context every minute or two. So we let it play.
No. Fair use. Hold on.
Yeah, but fair. Fuck. Yeah, but the fair use. That's right though. I see what the fair use say. We got to pause it every now and then and talk. I wasn't pausing it long enough.
But I thought you paused it and I spoke.
I did.
And you paused it again and I spoke.
I thought I did too. Maybe that wasn't enough because the Coliseum arguments say every 1 or 2 minutes, and I think we just that when it struck, it must have been over the 2 minutes that we was allowed. Are we?
Yo, okay. A1. You can't blame this one on me now, dog.
Nah, that's me. I thought, and that's a Joe Rogan clip. I mean,
no,
it wasn't even Joe Rogan.
We paused it. You know what? It's like you said. I think, because you was pausing it and I was speaking. You paused it some more.
Yeah, we paused it a couple of times. That last little time though, it played for about 3 minutes.
That's what I think it was, man.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. I thought since it was on somebody else's clip, we could play that. It wasn't Joe Rogan.
So late.
Let me see.
Later on,
did it just stop the video, or are we out? Are we still on?
No. So we still live. It just stopped the video because I'm looking at my TV.
Okay, gotcha.
So
my bad, guys.
It's still.
I knew we should. I mean, I was just so interested in what they were saying. I know the fair copyright use, and I got to get used to doing that. I thought it was somebody else's streaming, not the actual Joe Rogan show.
You know what you should. You know what y'all should do. This is to A1 and Oli. What y'all should do is y'all should make a thing that scroll across the bottom and just have it scroll past like every minute when we play something and just say fair use, and then put like this is not the views of boom 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 fair use for copyright infringement or however you do, and keep it scrolling across the bottom of the screen.
We just got to stop it every 2 minutes. When we do it, we just got to make sure we stopping it enough times.
Yeah, because I remember the last time when I played the video and y'all got a strike.
Yeah, that one. And that one was from a movie thing. This one, that's why I say this. That was kind of funny because this wasn't actually Joe Rogan's podcast, but it was.
But from when y'all told me that, I looked it up, and from when I looked it up from the YouTube guidelines, I thought it said that the video that you're playing, it can't overpower the conversation or
Yeah, and that's
whatever
what.
else is going on.
Yeah, and I think
I've
we
been
probably
talking.
let.
I've been the one running my mouth the whole time.
Yeah,
So
that last little bit though, it played for. I ain't gonna lie, it played for like 2-3 minutes. That last little part.
it
So
was probably a little bit over that, man. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
but that's all right.
We just got to be more careful. Our bad, A1, man. Our bad. Our bad. Sometime about subjects like this, they be a
Yeah,
little
man.
pity
That's.
patty about it. You know what I'm saying?
And we'll get back to Bob Lazar, man. Or you say Apple Music or Spotify. Pull up my Spotify account and play it or something. I don't know. But yeah, man. That ain't gonna stop us from moving forward with the information, man. Bob Lazar and that. It's an interesting topic because we are talking about. Let me remove this real quick. Make sure if anybody just stepped in, because I see we got a few more people watching now than I
Oh
did
yeah.
before we started.
I saw the one brother, Smash Idol, come up. So shalom to that brother.
Smash up.
And I'm
Where you at?
pissed off, man, because yeah, I got to work on the goddamn Sabbath too, man.
Oh no, you good? You good, man? That's what we was talking about, man. The Space Force and oh, there got a flying craft. Bob Lazar said he was working on. Might have been made by the little. But yeah, man. Thanks for that info. You know what I'm saying? Pointing us to Bob Lazar. We didn't get a lot out. We did it wrong. The Fair Use Act. Got to be a little bit more active on the video. But long as we still in here with the information, we'll continue to where that branched off from. We branched off to that because we was talking about the Space Force and the Guardians of the High Ground. In today's episode, we was talking about the prophetic appeal of Trump and some of the moves that he was making, man. When he was in office the first time, that a lot of people overlooked, and how some people correlate that with, you see him right there in his head at the wall, the Wailing Wall, which is actually a Roman fort. But that's something else to talk about. And so today we're talking about fact and text and interpreted correlated and respective views. And the correlated views are what we talk about the most, theological meaning and the secular event of him actually going to Jerusalem, claiming Jerusalem or giving Jerusalem as the capital for Israel, and actually moving one of our embassies to Jerusalem at that time. And a lot of people missed that. People became kind of in a strange way, trying to correlate these things, wondering if it's prophecy being fulfilled. And so that's where we at. I was on my slideshow before we my bad. Before we got back to it, Omar smashed out. Say I'm skipping. I'm choppy. We still choppy? It's always something, man. Omar back in. Yo. Say I'm choppy. I'm still choppy.
Oh, that's why I dropped off. I thought it was me that was being choppy. I thought it was me. That's why I dropped off and hit the link again.
But let me see who he was talking to. Was you talking to
I think
who choppy? We still choppy in here? What up, chat? We still choppy in this thing?
You
It's
you
been a
you
lot of.
sound good now. Yeah, you sound good now.
Oh, even on your TV?
Yep.
I
Yep.
forgot you be watching on your TV. Okay,
Yeah.
bet. So we know. But yeah, man, I had got to my second slide because the second slide asked the question, why Trump, the prophecy magnet? Because before we start calling Trump Cyrus or the Antichrist, the Messiah, the chosen deceiver, if we call him the deliverer, whatever somebody want to call him, there's a question we got to answer first, man. That question is, why Trump? Why Donald Trump? Because Trump isn't the first American president to support Israel. He's not the first president to deal with Jerusalem. And he's not the first president to negotiate peace in the Middle East. So why Trump? He's not the first president that was supported by Christians. So what happened that made this particular president such a magnet for people to claim that he's prophecy? So this slide right here gives us somewhere solid that we can start looking. We ain't going to look at prophecy or speculation. We're going to look at history. We lay out a timeline beginning with Trump's recognition of Jerusalem in December 2017, followed by the embassy opening in May 2018. And that's when he had recognition of Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights in March 2019 and the Abrahamic Accords in September 2020. So 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, we see Trump making major moves over in the Middle East and Israel and mainly in Jerusalem, which is a key starting point. So we're going to slow down from there because every one of those events carries its own history. And I want to make sure we understand what was going on. So first we're going to talk about Jerusalem. And on December 6, 2017, President Donald Trump announced that the United States would officially recognize Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. Now, somebody might hear that and say, okay, America recognized somebody's capital. What's prophetic about that? Nothing. By itself, nothing. That's a political decision. But Jerusalem ain't just another city capital. Jerusalem sits at the intersection of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. You got the Western Wall. You got the Church of the Holy Scepter. You got the Temple Mount. You got Haram al-Sharif. You got the Dome of the Rock. You got Al-Aqsa Mosque. You got ancient Jewish temple history. You've got the Christian eschatology. You've got Islamic religion significance. You've got Israeli sovereignty claims. You've got Palestinian national claims. So when an American president makes a major political decision involving Jerusalem, he's stepping into thousands of years of religious and political history. Thousands. And here's something else that I think a lot of people forget. Trump didn't invent the ideal of moving the embassy. The Jerusalem Embassy Act of 1995 had already called for Jerusalem to be recognized as Israel's capital and for the American embassy to be moved to Israel. President Clinton, President George W. Bush, and President Barack Obama repeatedly used presidential waivers that delayed implementation of actually moving the embassy to Israel. But Trump comes along and says basically, we're going to do it. We're going to recognize Jerusalem as Israel's capital. So this is what kind of changes Trump's story, because the argument is that Trump invented American recognition of Jerusalem. He didn't. America's been recognizing Jerusalem in different states, forms, and fashions. The interesting part about this is Trump actually implemented a policy that previous administrations had postponed. And if you're somebody already looking for a decisive Gentile political ruler who takes action concerning Jerusalem, you can see exactly why your Cyrus antenna goes off for the evangelicals who point to Trump as the modern day Cyrus. It doesn't mean that they're right, but when you look at it, you kind of got to understand the reasoning and why they have questions. And then we get to May 2018. This is when the embassy actually opens. 5 months later, on May 14th, 2018, the United States Embassy officially opens in Jerusalem. And check the data. Check the date. May 14th. That's symbolically important because Israel declared independence on May 14th, 1948. Oh, man. Somebody, I heard people say it, and they say it a lot. History only repeats itself. So on May 14th, 1948 was when Israel first declared its independence. And then May 14th, 2018, the United States opens its embassy. So that's exactly 70 years. That's the 70th anniversary by the Gregorian calendar of Israel actually declaring themselves as an independent nation. Now imagine how this looks to somebody already operating inside of a prophecy framework in their mind. Modern Israel, Jerusalem, 70 years, American president, evangelical support, embassy opens. You got all the ingredients human beings love when we're searching for patterns. They're all right there. But this is exactly where we've got to discipline ourselves and our interpretations and what's actually going on, because symbolism isn't causation. A significant date can be deliberately selected for political symbolism without being prophetic fulfillment. It's the truth. But political symbolism can also become religious symbolism depending on who's interpreting the text. That's the discussion. That's the distinction. And that's kind of the things. Omar, I know you being a Hebrew Israelite, can you kind of touch on that when we talk about the symbolism of those things? And I don't, like I said, this is more of an evangelical view. Do y'all even, are y'all even interested in Trump and the prophecies or those things? Because I know if certain things have to happen for the Hebrew Israelites to come to power, then finding a modern day Cyrus might not be a bad idea when you think of the mechanism that might be used for the Hebrew Israelites to gain said power structure. So do you have any comments on that before we move forward?
Yeah, of course. So to touch on the first thing that you was kind of saying is we have to deal with this word called, or this phrase, antichrist. So like I said before, when you deal with the biblical context, antichrist was never referred to one person. So going back to the antiquity of the biblical text, the so-called Pharaoh, Egypt, would be considered a antichrist. The so-called king, Nebuchadnezzar, from the Babylonian captivity, would be considered an antichrist. The king during the Assyrian captivity would be considered an antichrist. So the antichrist isn't specifically a one person. The antichrist can be like a juggernaut of a person of huge influence, a huge political figure that could be considered antichrist. So throughout the biblical context, push it into antiquity, into now, there has been hundreds of antichrists. And all that just means is anybody that stands against Christ, as far as being, like I said, a juggernaut or a big figure. It can even be a person of a small influential status too. So we got to be careful when we're dealing with this word antichrist.
Got you.
You know what I'm saying? So another thing I wanted to touch on real quick is also when you're dealing with the agreement of 1947, I think 47 was the Balfour Declaration.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if people know. Don't you know so-called Israel? That wasn't even a first choice. You know what their first choice was?
Who? Iran?
Nope. It was a country that played in the World Cup. They played the World Cup.
When that year? This year?
Yeah.
Who was that? Argentina and
Argentina was one of the first sites that they was gonna go and build so-called New Israel at. I think somewhere in Africa was the second. They rejected it, and that's when they came into Palestine and built that area. And if you notice, when they first signed the Balfour Declaration, that declaration was supposed to be somewhat, not necessarily a treaty, but it was an agreement to where they wasn't supposed to push into Palestinian strongholds or land, which they broke every treaty. That's what they fighting over now. So what the reason why they're fighting now is because the Palestinian people welcome them with open arms. The Palestinian people actually threw and when they signed the Balfour Declaration in the first wave of, I want to be careful with my words because I don't want these, the so-called small hats flew in, the first rush of them and the first load of them that, flew in, came in, however they came in, the Palestinian people actually rejoiced and welcomed them in with open arms. The Palestinian people actually threw a party for them. When they was flying in, getting off those planes from Europe, the Palestinian people was rejoicing. They was happy. They signed the treaty and they were supposed to be neighboring friends. And then what they started doing is slowly take over one piece of small land from Palestine, acclimate it into Israel, well, so-called Israel. Take another piece. And as you taking pieces of land, guess who gets booted out? The Palestinian people that's been there for, been there for generations. So this whole so-called war they got going on now and the retaliation of Palestinian people is just because when you come in and you sign an agreement and you break a treaty agreement, and everything that you sign and that these people welcome you in with open arms, everything that you said that you wasn't gonna do, you did the complete opposite. You you forcefully, which I mean, I'll go into another thing about the Palestinian people. I mean, it's not even their land anyway.
Well, hold that,
It's
hold that,
art.
yeah, hold that, because we're gonna get into that, and in
Yeah.
fact, we're gonna get into the Antichrist. But what we're talking about right now is Cyrus, King Cyrus, and the before we continue, what up, A1 in the building?
Chilling, chilling. How you feeling? You sound a little choppy.
Still,
Yeah, it's clear though. It's just like every few words, it's like clicking a little bit. Like I can tell
oh,
what you're saying.
is it when is it when I'm muting out, or is it?
Just keep going. It's keep
Oh,
going.
all right, just tell me when you hear it, and then I see what's going on at the
Yeah.
time that happened, cause I don't.
Okay. It
But
sounded a little bit better, but
bet but Omar, we was talking about Cyrus, King Cyrus, because a lot of evangelicals and Christians look at Trump as the modern day Cyrus, King Cyrus, the Gentile that actually helps Israel. What you think about that correlation? That's what we're talking about right now, not particularly the Antichrist.
Yeah. So when it comes to King Cyrus or Cyrus, uh, Trump is not no reborn version version of King Cyrus. He's not no new version of it. All Trump is playing. Trump is playing his part as what we would call the modern day Antichrist, but it has no correlation to um, King Cyrus at all.
Well,
It
see,
definitely doesn't.
and that's why I say it's two sides, because just like you just said, for you, all of these things that we seeing could point to the Antichrist of prophecy. But it's some people who actually see all of those things happening, and they see the exact prophecy of Isaiah. They see the same thing that happened with Cyrus, the Gentile, is the same thing that's happening with Trump, the Gentile. And you don't agree with that. You agree with the other end. That's basically what you're saying, and probably most Hebrew Israelites do. But the evangelical Christians over here, they'll fight y'all tooth and nail for that, man. Who? And this comes to the whole question that I become when I have these type of questions. How can two different groups come up with two different views? I'm talking about polar opposites. One say he's the help that we're looking for, and one says he's the hurt that we're looking for. And they can actually find it in biblical prophecy for both sides. Who's right? Whose interpretation is wrong? And how do y'all argue that? I know that's something, like I said, this ain't my argument. This is just an investigative journalism. Because this is what I see. When I talk to evangelicals and Christians, they don't look at Trump like bad. Me, myself, when I was young, growing up as a Christian, I read a group of books called Left Behind series. And they give you the type of explanation about the Antichrist, and he comes from the Middle East, or he's supposed to come from a certain place. Donald Trump doesn't come from that actual place, and so this is why a lot of people say he can't be that Antichrist that people talk of if we really using the Bible as the measuring stick for what he's supposed to be. And so, as I stated, the Hebrew Israelites today are looking for, I just call it a comeback. And it ain't like they just gonna be sitting, and I'm just saying this just because this is who I know. It ain't like Tazariak gonna wake up one day and be like, oh, we in power, and be able to go and start moving. Like, they gonna have to start interacting with the people in power to be able to establish the foothold that they claim they're gonna get. Unless there's some type of natural catastrophe where these people are stopped from continuing what they're doing, some type of worldwide, or because when we talk about, remember I told you about the supernatural heaven, and you like, no, that's not what we see. When you guys talk about that, how do you see it coming up? Are you gonna have any help from anybody? Is Trump that help? And why would you want him to be the Antichrist when some people look at it and see that he can be his help, and y'all don't even use that help? Is there a certain reason because of that? Is it because he's a Gentile? But you know what I'm saying when I say Gentile.
So first, I want to say shalom and peace to my brother A1, man. I hope you're having a good morning, brother. Thanks for staying consistent and having given us a platform to get on to speak on. My bad that I got to talk low. Like I said, they family up in here asleep. But yeah, so I got to talk low. Sorry about that, people. So Trump is definitely one of the Antichrist. And see, this is the thing. People that's not in the truth look at it as a cataclysmic event and something that nobody wants to see. They look at it as something bad. But let me tell you this. When this kingdom fall, I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to be sad. I'm a celebrate. I'm a celebrate. So when I'm seeing all these prophecies actually come to light, seeing all the prophecies in the Bible actually become true, I'm actually a person I'm hoping for that. I pray for that day because when all the prophecies connect and the prophecies come true, that's the day when the lost sheep of the house of Israel is going to be redeemed. Our Lord and Savior and our mediator, Hamashiach, Yahushua, is going to come back and redeem us. And that's when we'll be set in the land. And we'll have the other nations build our wall up. So this is something that I embrace, and I'm praying for it to happen. And when it do happen, I'm not going to be sad or cry about it. I'm going to rejoice and I'm going to be happy, because that's when we'll be redeemed. And the one scripture that says, when the righteous are in authority, when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. So this lets you know there's no rejoicing now. So that lets you know the unrighteous is in authority now. So, it's a push and pull thing. Something is going to have to give. You know what I'm saying? Now, when it comes to the certain prophecies, like you were saying, Oli, you got to look at the scriptures that talk about coming into a new nation, and a new nation will set it off. And it says that their sign would be as swift as a bird/eagle would fly across lands. Who would that be speaking about? Does not the American culture have the eagle represent them? Does not our military have the fastest and the most sophisticated jets that can go from one land to another? And then also when they speak about the lake of fire, which I believe is thermonuclear warfare. So when when nukes go off and stuff like that, I'm gonna rejoice and I'm gonna be happy. And the thing is, I have nothing to fear because I have the Most High behind me. So I believe that my people, the scattered sheep of Israel, will have a protection over them. So this is something I don't fear. This is something that I'm praying for to happen. And when it does happen, I'll be one of the ones rejoicing while you have other people crying and you have other people being unhappy. And, it just got to go down like that, And if you notice throughout antiquity, throughout history, every nation falls. Egypt, Kemet fell. Babylon fell. Assyrian fell. The Ming dynasty in China, which was one of the long-lasting dynasties, they fell. Caesar fell. The Romans, their rule, they fell. The Italians fell. So we're not gonna sit around and act like America is not gonna fall. Where we're living at here, right here in America, this is gonna fall. It's gonna fall, and it's gonna fall hard. But the thing about it is, when it falls, I'm gonna rejoice, because that lets me know that my salvation is right around the corner, and we getting close. And how we know we getting close is we looking at all these prophecies being fulfilled. But I don't want to overtalk it. If you want to kind of pick up, Oli.
Yeah. I want to pick up. I just got just a little bit of pushback. So I don't think God wants the Israelites to rule over chaos. Especially when you think about the things that God is capable of. We talk about prophecies that need to be fulfilled before the things of prophecy come true. Mainly, like you said, Israel coming into whatever their blessing is. Now, in the past, when they were in trouble and they needed the second temple to be rebuilt and they needed things done, they used a Gentile king, King Cyrus. See, like the prophecies that they had, when the prophecies came about, there was like no destruction of people. It's like there was power moves being made. Why would it be so? Like, because the Hebrew Israelites, I don't know if y'all got to get back to Jerusalem, if y'all gonna make a new Jerusalem, and so that's what America is. But you understand that you have to get through the power structure that's already here. Now you start talking about nuclear weapons and those type of things. But what if the United States is shooting those weapons for you? What if the people in control really do believe that the Hebrew Israelites are over here and they have to get their power back? And for them to, like we call them Assyrians and stuff, and that ain't what they is. They're a nation of people who are over the Hebrew Israelites, because the Hebrew Israelites were cursed and God put them there. So let's just say they understand these prophecies too. And they're like, yeah, but in the end, they don't want the wrath of God. So the way to stop the wrath is you don't exceed the limits of what God told you to do. Sorry about that, I hit my mic. You don't exceed the limits of the punishment God proposed upon Israel. So these people are in power. Let's just say Donald Trump, and I'm not saying he is, because you want him to be the Antichrist, but these evangelical Christians, they have a different view of it, and they have a view that Trump is helping the Israelites. How y'all gonna get y'all power? This is what I keep asking, like, and I ain't asking this like I really want to know. Do y'all think war will give you power, and then when you get power, you want power over chaos? In the foothold that the Hebrew Israelites are in right now, the only power that they got is the power of God. Like, the Hebrew Israelites in America can't go to war with nobody or do nothing. You have to wait on some type of natural event to happen that incapacitates another entire nation, or there are structures in place that you guys have to come through to gain your power back. And this is where I believe that if the Hebrew Israelites really believe in what they talking about, somebody is sitting around and thinking about, because when you read the Bible, everything that happens because of man. So you popping in and out.
Hey, Oli, Oli, give me a second. I don't wait my son. He got a game. Hold on.
Got you. I
Yeah,
keep
he
talking.
got a basketball game. Hold on, one moment.
Yeah. Am I still popping, Jay?
Yeah, you still popping.
King Jay?
Yeah, it's like you might need a pop filter for that bitch for real.
Oh yeah.
Maybe you should just not be so close to it. Try that.
Yeah.
Try to move it forward a little bit, or back up. One of the two.
Turn it down a little bit. Let me cut it down.
Oh, that's probably what it is.
Maybe if I cut it down a little bit. Tell me when you can still hear me, but I ain't.
Yeah, you good. You good. Leave it right there.
Bet.
Let's stop.
So,
All right, I'm back. I'm back, y'all. My bad. All right, so
hold on, Omar. Let me finish. Let me reinstate what I was talking about for the people who didn't hear it, because for me this point is important. I don't know if it is for anybody else, but I want to get it answered when I think about the Hebrew Israelite perspective. Like you said, you'll be happy when you see them nuclear bombs going off, but you won't be happy if they going off in America. So you can only mean that you can't wait till the American bombs go drop elsewhere when you're talking about nuclear things. To destroy the rest of the world and still have America would still not give the Hebrew Israelites any type of power. Now, if you're talking about nuclear bombs dropping on America, then that would mean that the Hebrew Israelites now want to leave America and go somewhere else. They would have to go back to Jerusalem or over the seas and still fight governments the same way they fighting the American government. Where is if you ain't going to be getting no help from a human who's in power, where do you guys believe this is going to be coming from? Why did Donald Trump create the Space Force? Was it to help you guys? Because if we're talking about wars in heaven and stuff, and we know the Hebrew Israelites is still a main part, even though you don't have no power, you have to survive. Your survival right now, each and every Hebrew Israelite in America, your survival depends on the American government. You say God. I defer. What is the mechanism? I need to talk to, I'm telling you, because I ain't asking these questions like I'm asking them trying to be like a got you moment. Like I'm asking these questions because I want these questions answered when we talk about this, because if we looking for war, the Hebrew Israelites then have always been my enemy. They've been going against God from the beginning. Now they want the world to the whole world to blow up just to have a foothold. And if you say that the white people gonna be slaves and stuff, well, how is they gonna be slaves if you're killing them all? Like, it's so contradictory to me. And I know somebody got the answers and can tell them to me because they study the religion more. And I maybe have the wrong interpretation of things that I'm hearing and stuff. And so that's why this is just investigative questions. And I know they feel like I'm trying to stump you, but I'm not. Do you think that you can get power over governments without any power in the government? I guess that would be the question that would make most sense.
Right. So I do have an answer. So let's address the first question. You said, can we get power over the governments without having power over the governments? This is what you got to realize, Oli.
My bad. Before you answer, Jay Snake, you right. I called you King Jay, and I apologize to the fullest. Go ahead, Omar.
Yeah, shout out to Jay. Shout out to Jay the Snake. You know, this solid brother. You know, he cool. As well as the other brothers and everybody that's in the chat that support and actually watching. Make sure y'all thumb up the video too. So the thing is, you said in order. Say that again. My bad. You said something about how we gonna overthrow the power when we have no power.
I don't think you necessarily gotta overthrow it. I think if you're gonna get power of a government, that government is gonna have to agree with what you guys are proposing. That's the only way to keep a power structure and be able to rule over something. So that's why I'm saying, is Donald Trump that man that's going you was talking about some of the people who gonna say, yeah, we did this wrong, we gonna go back. You want Trump to be evil, but I'm telling you right now, in the place he at, he's actually that person that can most give y'all the progress that you're looking for. Why don't you agree with that?
I highly agree with that. He's being used as a tool by the Most High to get us to where, to get the scattered sheep of the lost house of Israel. He's being used as a tool to fulfill the prophecy to get us where we need to be. So I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that. And for the record, Smashing Idol, I don't want the whole world to blow up, bro. I definitely don't, because as far as biblical scripture, our heaven is going to be on earth. So why would I want the earth to blow up when once we come into power? See, the thing is, a lot of Christians in that standpoint, they say, oh, we gonna go up to heaven. Ain't no go up to heaven. This earth is gonna be our kingdom. So why would I want the earth to blow up if this is supposed to be our kingdom? So that's kind of a false claim. I saw you Smash laughing. I see you, brother. Shalom, brother. I see you laughing. Man, I see you laughing. But Trump is definitely being used as an instrument. He's being used as a tool to fulfill prophecy. So I have no disagreement about that. You know what I'm saying? So, however the Most High wants this story to play out, just like how when the Israelites were in bondage in Egypt, the Most High used Pharaoh as a tool, as an instrument. And there's been plenty other examples of leaders being used as a tool as far when it comes to the biblical narrative. So I have no problem with that, Oli. You know what I'm saying?
Great. I didn't think you would. That's why I was just trying to reason with you. But like I said,
that's right. I'm messing with Jay. Go ahead, my bad. Oli, my bad.
Say that's right. But no, yeah, and that's what I say. That's why the evangelicals and their push to recognize Trump as the modern day Cyrus didn't seem as such a bad prophecy magnet to me. Like, especially when I deal with the Hebrew Israelites in the way that I do, which is basically just listening and seeing what they telling me about things that's supposed to be happening for them. And for me, I don't just, like I said, I don't think about supernatural occurrences. I actually think like it's got to be a mechanism. Like, people have to be doing something for these people to come into the power that the prophecies say that they'll come into. But then I get to hearing things like you were saying about the world or the nukes dropping and stuff, and then I'm just like, dang, then you gonna rule over chaos. Like, ain't nobody gonna be in no place that you can even do nothing unless the place that you're at is okay, but that's fine. But then you just ruling over a little place of nothing, which might be great, because if you go through time and then the world revives itself as we know it will, maybe you'll start moving from there and spread out from that place. But dang, that's a long time of having a chance to go against God again.
But guess what, Oli? You know who you leaving out, because you said Cyrus, which was a puppet king. You know who you leaving out?
Who's that?
He was the ultimate puppet king over Israel. Herod. You're leaving him out. So
Give us a little history real quick. Give us a little history of Herod. What he did. Did he do something for it, or did he do something against it? Give us a little quick background, please.
So King Herod was an Edomite that got placed in as the king of Israel. I believe it was during the fall of the first temple. If I'm not mistaken, if one of the Israelite brothers want to say if I'm right or if I'm wrong, I believe so. Herod was a puppet king that was put in place, I believe, by the Greeks during the fall of the first temple, and he was an Edomite. He was an Edomite. So you see all throughout the biblical narrative that there was kings, including Cyrus, that was put over as a king of Israel that wasn't that. So there's a scripture that says they are of Israel is not all Israel. I'm gonna look it up right now, Smash Idol, but I might be wrong. I thought Herod was placed in as the puppet king over Jerusalem. I think it was the fall of the first temple. If you want to correct me, Smash Idol.
And I did drop the link in the chat if anybody else would like to come up. I believe here it was before Jesus. I'm pretty sure.
No, of course. No, King Herod. Well, yeah, he was way before Jesus. He was way before Hamashiach. Yahweh Shah. He was way before.
Yeah, Smash seems to think he lived after the time of Jesus, and it might have been another Herod that lived after Jesus, but I think the one that Omar is referring to is the one that lived before Jesus.
Yeah, because you have to remember the Greeks / Italians had Israel in multiple different captivities over I would say maybe somewhere between the 500 to maybe 800 year period of time to where Israel actually overthrew them in the beginning, kicked them out. They re-strategized, came back in, kicked Israel ass, took over again. Israel gathered up their people, kicked them out. So we're talking about a duration, a period of time to where they came in, overthrew Israel. Israel got their numbers back up, overthrew them, kicked them out, and they got their numbers back up, came in, overthrew us too. So let's break this down. Okay, so this is Herod. Herod the Great was a Roman appointed client, king of Judah from 37. Okay, here we go. Okay, I got it up. So Herod the Great, that's who I'm talking about. So I think it was two different Herods, but this is Herod the Great, was a Roman appointed client king of Judah from 37 to 4 BCE. So this is before Christ. Renowned from vast building projects such as the expansion of the second temple. So my bad. The expansion. So they sacked the first temple, and then they did the expansion of the second temple, the port city of Caesarea Maritima. So remember the story about Cornelius. Cornelius was from Caesarea, and the fortress palace of Herodium, of the Idumean. The Idumean is out the Caucasus Mountains, who's an Edomite, and the Natabean descent. He rose to power through Roman support, securing his throne after defeating the Hasmonean Antigarius II. While he improved infrastructure and trade, his rule was marked by heavy taxation, political purges, including execution, his wife Miriam, and several sons, court intrigue, and tensions with Jewish authorities, which would be the Pharisees. In Christian tradition, he is infamous for the massacre of the innocents. Upon his death, Rome divided his kingdoms among his sons. And then I believe his sons were through some of the lineage of the General Vespasian and his son, which was another sack back in 70 AD, which was by General Vespasian and his son. Yeah, we got sources over here. But yeah, go ahead, Oli.
Yeah, it's just what I was thinking, man. So with that being said, though, we was talking about the help of the Gentile kings and the help of, like you mentioned, there's a lot of kings who were
no. So hey, Oli, I'll be real quick. So J Snake 6'5", you said Herod could be after Jesus. So the Herod
he said couldn't be after Jesus. He said couldn't be after Jesus.
Oh no, that's so you just validated my point, J the Snake, because remember I said Herod the Great was a Roman appointed king of Judea from 37 to 4 BCE. That's before Christ. So I don't know if you heard that. I said from 37 to 4 BCE, which is before Christ. So Herod couldn't be after Christ. So that is correct, Jada Snake. So what I'm saying is Herod was before Christ, if that makes sense. But I'm sorry to cut you off, Oli.
No, you good. Because I want to say he was the king that sent the wise men to look for Jesus. Right? If I ain't mistaken.
Nah.
Who was the king that sent the wise men to look for Jesus? On Jesus' birth.
Hold on. I don't believe it was a specific king, because the wise man read some of the ancient scripts that said the Hamashiach was supposed to come. So their job was to go greet the Hamashiach, and what they did,
right. And
what they did is
Herod
followed the star.
Herod sent them though, because he was gonna sneak back behind and backstab him and kill Jesus before he could do anything that he was supposed to do. If I'm not mistaken, now I ain't got my Bible. I can look, but I'm pretty sure it was Herod, and that's why I said he was before Jesus. But I'm pretty sure he was trying to take Jesus out, and that's why Mary and Joseph was getting up out of that. That's what the wise men was why they was looking for him.
It was Herod. It was Herod or Herod. It was him. It was him. But what Herod didn't know is the wise men read the script, and they knew that the prophecy was coming. So this was the wise men did. The wise men outsmarted Herod because Herod had control of the region. So if if the wise men would have disobeyed Herod, they couldn't walk across the province, the province to find Hamashiach in Nazareth. Nazareth was a ghetto at that time. That Nazareth would be a modern day ghetto. It was a very poor community. You know, they wouldn't live in good. It's a very poor community. Now, in order for these wise men, or what some would say magi, for them to cross certain regions, because the wise men came from they didn't travel together. They all had a separate journey headed toward Christ, given by decree and order from Herod. So if they would have if they would have let their intentions be known, Herod would have had them murked before they even got there. So what the wise men did is say, see, meet Herod. Herod tell him, oh, I need you to go do this and betray the so-called Christ Hamashiach. So they use that to their advantage to be able to have that decree, that letter or stamp of approval to travel unbothered on their way there. You know what I'm saying? So you are right, Oli, but long story short, it was Herod though.
That's
You're
right.
But I'm trying to see if this was Herod the first or the second.
That's why I say I think it might have been another Herod in the Old Testament. I could be wrong though, but I know I say for a fact because, like I said, when I was in church, I was the Sunday school goat. I'm talking about the Sunday school bully. I knew all the answers, and this was one of the stories. And that's why they called him the wise man, because Herod didn't actually tell him what he was going to do. He sent them forward in good blessings. Go find the Messiah for me. But they knew that. That's why I want to say that's one of the reasons they call him the wise man. They don't say it like that in this one, but that's why, because they knew it. And so they showered Mary and Joseph with gifts. They gave them frankincense and myrrh and gold, like stuff they could sell while they was traveling to get away. So that's basically why I remember that story the most, because of those different aspects of what was going on. Then when they saw Herod was mad, they went on a detour to cover their tracks. Yeah. So and that's all, like I say, for interpretation in itself. But what we was talking about was different kings and things who were helping or hurting the cause. Because one thing that I always have to or one thing that I really need to get a real grip on is exactly the Hebrew Israelites' view on Jesus, the Jesus of the Bible. I want to say the Hebrew Israelites here follow that.
I got it pulled up right here, Oli, but you can go ahead and finish, and then I want to bring this up. But I don't want to cut you off.
Because you probably fixed to give me, that's just my question. I kind of don't know the exact view of the Hebrew Israelites when it comes to Jesus. If you got something you want to share, just share.
Yeah, well, I'm on my phone and I'm looking at my TV, and then I'm on my laptop. So this is what this says. So according to Matthew 2:7-8, after the wise men arrived in Jerusalem and told Herod about the star and their intention to worship the newborn king, Herod was disturbed. He secretly called them and learned the exact time the star had appeared. Then he sent them to Bethlehem with instructions to search diligently for the child and bring him back so he could also worship him. But here's the motive. Herod's true motive was not to worship, but to eliminate a potential threat to his throne. The wise men, guided by God, found Hamashiach, offered him gifts, and were then warned in a dream not to return to Herod. So they left for their own country by another route. So this is how it outplayed. So while the wise men themselves were not sent by anyone in the sense of being dispatched on a mission, Herod was the one who sent them to Bethlehem under the guise of wanting to worship Hamashiach, but while secretly plotting to kill Hamashiach.
I was on mute. Yeah, I thought that's what I thought, man. I kind of remember my Sunday school classes pretty good when it comes to that. Well, a lot of stuff, but
You popping again.
that's kind of what about now? Scoot back. Do I need to scoot back? Can y'all hear me good when I'm back here? Am I still popping?
No, you ain't popping no more. You sound good.
You right. I probably need one of them pop screens, man. Tried to put my mic on like I was rich. I ain't got a damn pop screen. But that's
You
what
still popping. You might as well just come close.
That's what the that's what the Hebrew Israelites
So long story, why Trump, the prophecy magnet? Trump, so to answer that question, why Trump? Question, the prophecy magnet. Trump is being used as a mechanism to fulfill biblical prophecy. And that's just the easy answer to it.
by
Oli.
who? That's the question though, Omar. By
By
who?
the Most High. I just said. I just said. So the question, why Trump? Question, the prophecy magnet, and I just said, Trump is being used as a mechanism by the Most High to fulfill biblical prophecy.
So and when you say that, do you agree with the Cyrus end or the Antichrist end? Because like I said, and it could be a disguise. It seems like to me if Trump doing anything, it's going to be helping the Hebrew Israelites strictly for the case that he protects what we know as the Hebrew Israelites in the American land. Like that's our
Well,
the protection.
this is what you got to understand, Oli. Throughout history and antiquity, the Most High uses certain people to fulfill prophecy. So going back to Herod, Herod was used as a mechanism to fulfill prophecy. Going back to Cyrus, Cyrus was used as a mechanism to fulfill biblical prophecy. Going back to Pharaoh, when the Israelites was in bondage in Misraim, which is Egypt, Pharaoh was used as a mechanism to fulfill prophecy. So now let's talk about Trump. Trump is being used as a mechanism to fulfill prophecy. So what you got to understand, all these mechanisms to fulfill prophecy are antichrist. So there is not one specific antichrist. There's multiple different antichrists throughout history and the biblical context that the Most High used as a mechanism to fulfill prophecy. And shout out to Kaz too. What up, though? What up, though, Kaz?
Shout out Big Kaz, step in the building. Shout out to everybody in the chat.
That's my brother
where
right
you
there.
at.
That's my brother, Kaz.
Remember to like, share, and subscribe if you haven't, because I know your friends want to see what's going on over here at the Coliseum Arguments Information Highway. And we talking
Hold
about
on, what did
Trump.
that say? Was that A1 who put that in there, or was that you,
What's
Oli?
that?
It said so. It said I think that might have been A1. Just A1 might. I don't know if he
Oh,
at
I
work
don't
or something.
agree. Oh, I see.
Yeah,
So
no,
God is using Trump according to
Yeah, that
Omar.
was me. That was me.
Oh, okay.
You got an echo, Oli.
Go. Okay, there we go. So let me answer. So God is using Trump. Exactly. A1. Like I said, these different rulers kings, pharaohs throughout time and antiquity, the Most High has always used them as an instrument to fulfill prophecy.
So, wait, you think that Trump is the Antichrist?
No, Trump is not the Antichrist. Trump is one of the multiple different Antichrists.
And there's supposed to be multiple?
This is the thing. When you look into Christianity is false. So Christianity has you thinking that there's going to be one Antichrist, and that's not true. According to Scripture, in the way the Israelite frame of mind thought dealing with Hebrew, there are multiple different Antichrists. And if you break down that meaning, all Antichrist just means is against. Anti, just against, not with. So if you look according to Scripture, Christianity would have you believe that, there's going to be one Antichrist, and that's not true according to Israelite culture, Israelite frame of mind, or Scripture. There are multiple different Antichrists. Pharaoh, who had the Israelites in bondage and slavery, was an Antichrist. King Herod, who was a puppet king over Judea, was an Antichrist. Like Oli said, Cyrus was an Antichrist. All these, so we have to get out this frame of Christian mind frame on what they consider, because guess what? The Christian mind frame is not the voice of the Israelite text or the Israelite people. We're talking about people that are indoctrinated. That's why they don't keep the Sabbath. They celebrate Christmas. They celebrate Easter, which is supposed to be Passover.
Well, can you tell me how does Trump meet John's definition of an Antichrist, though?
Well, let me pull it up. Here, baby. Here.
Thank you.
So, give me a quick second.
Be John 2. John 2.
Hold on, real quick. Hey, my bad.
Well, First John. That's just
okay. Yeah.
First John. I don't know why you dragged me into it. I wasn't even gonna say nothing.
Yeah, no. It was coming. I was about to question you anyway.
I didn't try to drag you in. I just saw that you put a question, and I just want to make sure that I'm not ducking.
Yeah. You're right. I guess I did. I put myself in it.
Yeah, you nigga, you asked the question.
I was in the chat talking shit.
Well, I didn't consider this talking shit. I just considered it as if Oli asking questions, so I have to answer his questions, and then I'm looking at the chat through my TV. So I'm kind of looking at if they have questions. That way, even though if I don't answer to a person liking, I just don't want people to say Omar ran away from the question. I just don't want that to happen. So I look at the chat and the brothers on the panel, and I just try to address every. So are you talking about 1 John 2 where it says my little children or something like that?
2, what you want? 2:18, 2:22.
Oh, so hold on. First, hold on. Let's go to 1 John 2, and you said 2:18.
Mm-hmm.
So, are you talking about where it says 1 John So 1 John 2:18. What little children is it is the last time, and as ye had heard the okay, I see what you're talking about. So let's address this. Let's see. All right, baby.
Yeah, this I mean, it goes to what you said because he talks about there being many antichrists. So it corroborates what you said, but I don't know because you were saying that Christianity is false and they don't agree with that, but they do though.
Hey, hold on a second. Hey, y'all, hey, his basketball game start. Hey, I told y'all to get. Are they ready? Hey, tell that nigga I want a triple. That nigga need to drop a triple double. My bad, man. I say he got a basketball game, but I ain't gonna be able to make it because I got to go to work in 2 hours. So I'm gonna stay on. But luckily, I work. My job is like 7 minutes away from where I live, so I ain't. That nigga got a game. I told that nigga, yo, nigga, I need a triple double. He the star of this basketball team too.
Good luck from Titans Debate League, man.
Tell him good luck.
Hey man, I'm gonna let him know. I'm gonna let him know. Okay, so my bad. Go ahead, A1.
I was saying 1 John 2:18.
Okay,
corroborate your point. I was saying to corroborate your point that there are many antichrists, but you were saying that Christians don't believe that, so I was confused. But after it says that, it starts to explain. Wait, what'd you say? After it says that, right after it starts explaining the characteristics, I guess, of an antichrist. So go ahead, though. And then that's why my question was like how does Trump meet John's definition of the antichrist? After you catch up on all that, then I showed you what the scripture was. So.
And then I'm like, Cosmon, I want to, because I could have sworn they was calling Cyrus the Messiah back in the Old Testament, but I.
Okay, so let's do this. So what we gonna do? I'll probably read from 18 maybe to 22 or 20. Okay, let's hop into it. So let's go 1 John. Okay, 2 and 18. So this is 18. Little children, it is the last time, and as ye have heard that Antichrist shall come, even now are there many antichrists, whereby we know that it is the last time. 19. They went out from us because A1, you asked a question. How does Trump fit certain characteristics? So now we're
go down to John. Yeah, keep reading to John 22.
Yeah, I am. So let's break down these certain characteristics. They went out from us, but they were not. See, they went out from us, but they were not us. So is Trump us? No. Let's push this information forward. For if they had been of us, they would no doubt have continued with us. So is Trump in agreement with us as a people? No, he's contrary. But they went out. Hold on, Oli. They went out that they might be made manifest that they were not all of us. So this is 20. But ye have unction from the Holy One, separate, holy, separate, the Holy One, the separate one. And ye know all things. 21. I have not written unto you. So this is talking about them. I have not written. So there's more. I have not written unto you because ye know not the truth. Does Trump know the truth? Hell no. He don't. But is he being used as a mechanism? Yes. Because ye know it. And that no lie is of the truth. Who is a liar but he that denieth that Jesus is the Christ? he is Antichrist that denieth the Father and the Son. So according to him, is Trump a liar? Yes. When he talk about Father and Son, I guarantee Trump believes that Jesus is the Most High God. Hold on. So hold on. Oh my God, I just walked myself into a cut. So
Yeah,
just a
you just got
sidebar.
cut. You
Hold
cut
on.
yourself.
No.
You got to go back to John 19.
No. Calm down. This is a cut for people who believe that Christ is the Most High God. This just says that denieth the Father and Son. So that's a separate cut. This is for a whole nother conversation. But who is a liar but he that denieth that Jesus is the Christ? He is Antichrist that denieth the Father and the Son. So I guarantee if you ask Trump, do you believe Christ is God? He will say yes, just like any other Christian. This scripture specifically says that denieth the Father and Son. Christ is not, listen, Christ Hamashiach, Yahushua is not the Most High. The Father and Son. We're talking about two separate, yeah. So the Trinity is bullshit. That's false. Jesus is God is false. And I guarantee if you ask Trump, do you believe Jesus is the Most High God? Just like any other Christian, yeah, Christ is the Most High God. That's an Antichrist.
That's one interpretation.
That's one interpretation because
man, this is the no. This ain't no. A1. I started at 18 and went down to 22.
Yeah, and then you made an assumption at 19. Go back. I wanted to tell you to start over, but I just let you finish.
Hold on. Do you want to drop down to 23? Because we stopped at 22.
I want you to start.
You want to drop down to 23? 23. Whosoever denieth the Son.
I didn't say.
Hold on, A1. Whosoever denieth the Son, the same have not the Father. He that acknowledged the Son hath the Father also. This is cold cut. This is cold.
You're not debating me. You're debating somebody who's not even here. I'm not worried about the Father and the Son.
No.
What Trump doing at this wall?
I know. So this basically, I'm not debating or I'm not going against what you said because you basically just said A1. This kind of says your point earlier when I said that there's not one Antichrist, there's many.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So focus.
No, I know. I'm not fighting against you, brother A1.
Okay, go back and start over from 18.
Okay.
And I'm gonna stop you where you messed up at.
Okay.
Because you were reading and then you was giving your interpretation, and one of your interpretations was wrong.
Okay. So this is what I'll do. I'll read with no interpretation. So 18, little children. It is the last time. And as ye have heard that Antichrist shall come, even now are there many Antichrists, whereby we know that this is the last time. That's 18. So what's the deal with 18?
It was 19. Go out for he went out.
Okay. 19. They went out from us, but
period.
They were
Stop
not
right there.
That's not a period. That's
okay,
not a
well,
period.
Go ahead. Go to the next.
No.
Read the next part.
No. That's not a period.
All right.
This is a continuation. They went out from us, comma, but they were not of us. Quotation. For
yeah, but look, that's where you stopped and gave interpretation. So can I stop you right there? Because you stopped right there the first time.
Yes.
Right there, you stopped and gave interpretation and said, "Is Trump from us?" That means he's talking about him. It's a lot of assumptions being made. Is the point I'm trying to make. He went out from us. That would imply that at one time he was one of us. Like he left. So like, when did he leave? Well, you know what? Nah, you can't even say because he kicked it with black folks all his life. and he always wanted to be around us because he never left us. Y'all just start hating on him for real out of nowhere one day when he decided to run for president. Then all of a sudden he was racist.
So this is where your interpretation falls short. Let's start over from 19 again. Listen closely, A1. They went out from us, comma, but they were not of us. So, but they were not of us. What do you think that means?
I don't think that fits. I think that could fit
No.
anybody.
Address that, A1. Address
I
that.
am I'm addressing it. That could fit anybody who you want to make it fit. And you just like you don't have any substantial evidence for it to be holding this belief. I mean, well, as if it's legit. You just got to present it as a belief. Like, you know, this could be, wouldn't it be crazy if you got to preface this claim with that? Wouldn't it be crazy if? Like, you can't prove that shit. Then you're trying to go to scripture to say, like, this is what makes tangible reality 100%. And this is how you know. This is crazy work.
I'm sorry,
Some of the
A1.
craziest work I've ever seen.
A1, I gotta cut you off. Who took me to the scripture?
Me.
So
I'm the one who showed you this. Because you're not answering my question, though. My question.
I just can't believe you just said you.
Yeah, I brought you to this scripture.
You talking about me going to scripture when I didn't propose this scripture. You proposed it.
Bro, and you're trying to tell me why you think you read it and then proceeded to tell me why this was Trump based off what you were reading.
God.
I brought you the scripture, but you're the one who's going to scripture to try to prop up what you think. That's the difference.
Oh my God, A1, did you just not see me say? Hold on. First of all, this is what we got to do. I hold on, because you, A1, I gotta keep it real. You're putting words in my mouth. I did not say this is Trump. I specifically said this is any person throughout the biblical narrative, history, and antiquity from then to now that they were multiple antichrists. So I didn't just say this is Trump. I said this is anybody that has to deal with anything contrary or a public or powerful figure that is in charge that is against Christ. So is Trump. Hold on. I'm almost done. So I did not say this is only Trump or this is Trump. I said that this is dealing with multiple people, which Trump would be inside this group of people. So you making it seem like I'm just isolating Trump alone. I'm not isolating Trump. I'm isolating a group of people, which Trump would be a part of that group of people. So get my words right. I don't want words being put in my mouth, brother. But go ahead.
You didn't say that the first time. Now you put new words into your own mouth, which is okay.
Brother,
let me finish. I was quiet. I was quiet. Let me finish.
That's slack.
You made me sit through all the bullshit and the lies and the disingenuousness. Now, if you feel like I'm being the same way, just wait your turn. But you didn't say all that the first time you read it. You were reading it, and then every time you inserted something, you said, does he do that? Is he from us? Does he know our ways? You were talking about Trump. You weren't talking about a group of people.
You took
stop. What? I'm not finished.
Oh, I thought you. My bad. I thought you said I can
cool.
go. My bad.
Fall back. I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna let you know. It hurt, don't it? Body shots, straight body shots. Mean ones. He wasn't reading it like that. Like he trying to claim you talking about it. Was it talking about a group of people? He was talking about Trump. And every time he stopped to insert some stuff, it was about Trump. We could rewind it back. Don't make me pull one of those moves. I don't want to pull a Kassad. But if I have to, I will, because you know you capping. But go ahead. Now you got it, Omar. I land my plane.
Well, don't land. I need you to do an emergency pull-up because I'm coming in from landing. So you got to diverge from landing. You need to pull up. Yo, see, the thing is, A1, you came in late. Me and Oli was actually building. Me and Oli was building. Oli can validate on my behalf. I specifically said that the Antichrist is not one person. The Antichrist over in time, antiquity, dealing with biblical, dealing with back then, all the way up to now, certain people of power, influential people, things of that nature, multiple different Antichrists. So
why is it so hard to get an answer out of you?
My God.
Because I asked you a question.
Oh my God, man. See,
all it is to avoid answering the question, though. I just asked you, how does Trump meet
I answered
John's
the question. Yo, bro.
You didn't.
Bro.
Do you want to hear it? Can I ask you again? It was a simple question. How does Trump meet John's definition of an antichrist was my question. Then you read that and tried to make the whole thing about Trump, then tried to say, oh no, I wasn't.
Oh my God.
That was why you was trying to say it was this is Trump. Bro, you were trying to use that as all this applies to Trump.
A1. This is what I want you to do. I want you. No, nigga. Answer that question again. This is what I'm finna do. Because the thing is, I love you, brother, but a lot of the times you put words in. I'm not gonna talk about other people. It's been times that you put words in my mouth and then you ask me a specific question. Hold on, I want the crowd just to listen because I know brother A1 is a good brother. That is my brother. I love my brother. Got a lot of respect for my brother. You know, I hold my brother dearly. I love my brother channel. I come support my brother channel. He's a good brother to me, but I want the people to be non-biased. Ask that question again, A1. What did you ask me?
How does Trump meet John's definition of an antichrist?
Stop right there. So people, don't be non-biased. You heard A1's question. What did Brother Omar do? I answered the question according to this biblical scripture. Then A1 said, you made it all about Trump. What was the original question again? Listen, y'all. He asked me a question. He said, how does Trump meet this biblical scripture?
And the point is, just 2 seconds ago, you were trying to.
Hey, nigga, you wrong,
you
man.
repeating it. No, I'm not. First of all,
you asked me a question.
You were just talking. Now let me respond. God, as soon as I'm talking, you're trying to talk over me too.
I got a lag.
2 seconds ago, you were just saying you wasn't making it about Trump. Now, all of a sudden, you realized you were making it about Trump and that you did it because my original question was about Trump, which is what I was trying to explain to you the whole damn time. While you was like, I'm not making it about Trump. I was making it about a group of people. You forgot, and now you just realized. So finally, you caught up in your comprehension and comprehending what's going on. That you've been confused this whole time. Now you realize it. Cool. Let's continue and push this information forward now that you're caught up. Hold my hand. I'm going to take it slow. My whole reason for either way, now that you're caught up, what you said to your answer, making it about Trump, can apply to anybody. And you can make that fit to anybody. That's my next response now that you're caught up. It took me forever to get us here.
Man, look. Yo, first of all, hold on. Where Oli at? Yo, Oli. Oli.
Yo, I'm here.
Nigga, I know you playing that goddamn 2K, niggas. Nigga, pause the 2K, nigga. I need you here for Brother Omar. Oli, have you been listening? And Oli, hold on, Oli. I need you to take a non-bias. I know A1 is your ace boon coon. I know that. But Oli, did you hear what A1 just said? First of all, A1 is the nigga who asked me the question. He asked me, according to this scripture, how does Trump fit it? I broke it down, and then you know what A1 response was? You making this all about Trump. Did we forget the original question when A1 asked me?
You don't understand the context. I didn't say you're making.
No, brother. You are lost, and you're messing up my question. Don't do it.
I have a question that I'm trying to ask, and you messing it up by taking it out of context. So let me take it back, bro. Let me rewind it. Let me rewind it.
No, let me rewind it.
Are you gonna keep talking after everything I say?
Man, because you being full of shit right now, man.
I'm not being full of shit. How you telling me I'm being full of shit with my own question and you're not understanding? Slow down, bro. Just slow down. How about you slow down?
Yeah, hold on. Let me
do that. Then we won't have to argue. Then maybe you can comprehend.
A1 asked me the goddamn. Oh my God! This
let me clear it for you. Explain it to me instead of when have you ever taken a seat back and said, can you re-explain it then since I'm not getting it? Have you ever done that?
Nigga, I get exactly what you saying, nigga. I'm not fucking retarded.
Obviously not. You just came back and reasserted the same thing. And I still can't get an answer to my question because you're so confused. Bro, you're so confused. I can't get an answer to my question.
Confused. No, you're putting words in my mouth. You're putting words in my mouth, and then
I'd rather not talk. Then you know what? Forget that I'm even here. I'll ask somebody else who can actually answer the question.
No.
Because you just you're chasing your own tail right now, and you don't realize it.
You, brother. So hold on. So did Omar ask Omar the question? No, nigga, you asked me the question.
How about you say A1? Where am I confused at? Say that. Say that. So that way I can answer you.
Yo, A1, bro.
How about you say that?
Oh my God, man.
Let me clear it up for you.
Now let me go back to my original question. I'm about to explain it again. Because I have a 3-series question and I can't get to the fucking end of because he wants to play confused as hell.
Man, nigga, I'm answering all these goddamn questions, man. Stop acting like that.
You don't realize how you're confused.
Ain't nobody dancing around, nigga. I'm answering the goddamn questions.
You're running around confused, and I'm gonna
show you where you're confused.
No, and I'm gonna show you where you're confused. My original question. Stop talking over me, bro, so that way I can explain why you're confused. How are you going to get it if you won't shut up? You obviously can't tell me where you're confused at. You're not attempting to get it. My original question was, how does Trump meet John's definition of an antichrist? Then I told you where John's definition was in the scripture. 1 John 2:18. As you started reading it, you applied everything that was coming out of the scripture to Trump, as if to insinuate this is how the definition applies. I heard you say something that didn't actually apply to him, and I said, oh, you're trying to make that apply to Trump. Your response was, no, I'm not. I'm not talking about Trump. I'm talking about a group of people. Even though you were talking about Trump. Then you realized, then you doubled back and said, oh, I was talking about Trump, and I was talking about Trump because you asked about Trump. You're the one who's confused, A1. Do you see how we're going in this retarded ass circle?
Well, nigga, you asked a fucking retarded ass question. Don't get mad at me because I answered it. I answered it. I don't know. No. I see this with Omar. You're tapped.
You still forgot where you were at.
I answered. Listen, look, A1. A1, let me tell you something.
You messed up. Here's where you messed up. When you said I wasn't talking about Trump, I was talking about a group of people.
Hold on, A1.
That was when you got confused.
A1, you just said when I got to the one point, how you got to the one point, you said that in the scripture when you asked me to read it, in my opinion of it, you said I got to one point to where you thought that it didn't apply to Trump. So let me ask you the question: who in the hell made you the goddamn authority of the scripture? Who in the hell gave you the authority to say that I'm wrong? Nigga, you ain't got no authority.
Does me saying I heard something?
Listen. No, nigga, listen. Nigga, you have no authority over the scripture to tell me I'm wrong about scripture. I tell you, you wrong about scripture. Who the hell are you?
I didn't say that. Why are you creating a straw man? Why are you creating a straw man?
All the hell are you to be the authority of scripture? You have no authority.
When have I tried to do that? Didn't I say I heard you say?
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
Now again, I said I heard something that I didn't think applied to Trump. That doesn't mean that I think I'm the authority on scripture. So I don't know why he's creating this straw man and trying to attack it. I never said I'm the authority on scripture, and that's not what it means. I said I heard him apply something that I didn't think applied to Trump. I wanted to point it out so we could talk about that. That was the whole point of my question. How does he fit this definition? Then he decides to crash out. Then because he why you continuing to cut me off?
Ask me the question.
And then you proceeded to crash out on me.
No, nigga, you crash out on me first. What? Okay, let's do this. Let's reset. Let's isolate to where you thought I went wrong. You get your point across, I'll mute out and let you talk. And then once I retort, you mute out and let me get my point across. I'll mute out for you. Let me know when I read the scripture, what part did I go wrong that you disagree? I'll mute out for you, brother.
I didn't
Before
agree.
we continue, man, I asked Nita Swain to come up because
you choppy you real choppy, real bad. I ain't never heard it like that.
You choppy in the mug right now, Oli. Like it's like yeah.
See what happened when you go back to your other mic, Oli, the mic that you had before that new mic. If you can click over and then just see if it chops the same way, then we'll know if it's your internet connection or the microphone. We could troubleshoot. But in response to Omar, I really want him to go first, but my whole point is that there are many antichrists. That's supported by the Bible. I agree with that. 1 John 2:18 explicitly says that there are many antichrists. We're in agreement on that. Then you jump to Trump is therefore one of them, and that doesn't automatically follow. And that's my whole point. And you were trying to assert that verse as if the definition that he had applied to Trump. I said something, then you tried to say you wasn't talking about Trump. Only to say, I'm gonna be like, how did you just get lost? We definitely are talking about Trump here. No, I ain't talking about Trump. I'm talking about a group of people. Like, what? Huh? I didn't slap you that hard. But
can y'all hear me?
Yeah, that sounds better. You're not choppy. Your other mic actually sounded better, but it was choppy. You got an echo too.
I got you. We'll find a way to fix it. Before y'all continue, man, I asked Nito Swain to come up here, so I want to give him some recognition real quick. What up, Nito Swain? How you doing today, man? Thanks for being in the chat. I see you've been here for a minute. Thank you for your interaction.
What's going on? How you doing?
Turn your speakers down, Ollie.
Hey,
Hello?
Nito Swan, this brother Omar Shalom, brother. I hope you're having a good morning, brother.
Oh yeah, of course, with the Shabbat. Yeah, I'm having the best one.
How you feeling today? Any questions, comments? Or
Yeah, I see you
thoughts
making some comments in the chat. I just wondering if you wanted to come up and give a quick
Hey, Oli, you choppy again.
insight on what you heard. I think Omar is misunderstanding A1's question. Omar, A1 basically asking you, like, what is it that Donald Trump doing that makes him meet the standard, those actual standards?
Hey,
Like,
Oli, you choppy again. Hey, yo, Oli, you choppy, brother.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, meet up.
Yeah,
just drop off and come back, Oli, and see what happened. That was crazy. You was borging out.
What I see going on in the world, a lot of major power figures have some sort of antichrist within their system. Some have it more than others, but some are also trying to fight it from becoming a stronghold in their system. So when you say there'll be one individual antichrist coming on the scene, like Brother Omar was saying, there's many antichrist systems, but they're all activated at the same time. So it's hard to pinpoint which one is above the other one and which one is below. But every system has one. And I was going to go back to, that's why I was saying in the chat, you can't debate the truth because every system also has a religious staple. Some agree with others, some don't. But one thing you can't debate the truth. And everyone throughout the whole world has some sort of truth foundation that they go by. But the thing of the matter is, the Antichrist is a system. It's always been a system. That's why there's been so many Antichrists. But the last day, that system is going to be the one that overtops everyone else's. And that system is going to be worldwide system all the way around that finally has control over all Antichrist systems. So that's just something to look at.
So, Swain. So I got one question for you, and I agree with a lot of things you just said. So my question to you, brother, based upon what you just said, at some point in time, does that system, multiple antichrists, and the one who's going to be the leader of that foundation, as far as these different nations, is it going to be some point in time that they're going to fall and that the righteous shall be in charge?
Oh yeah, the Bible speaks of it. The Bible speaks of the heathen and the Gentile cleaving to the branches of Israel. Cleaving to the branches of Israel.
Thank you, brother.
So they're gonna be want to know, oh my goodness, they were right the whole time. The whole time we were actually pushing up the false children of the branches, and we were the ones that were really truly supposed to be elevated and pushed to the top. We enslaved them. We treated them like garbage. And that realization is coming, it's coming to the forefront now. See everything that's going on? It's coming to the forefront. The whole world knows who the natural branches of Israel are, except for Israel. Us. Once we get back to the laws and the covenant of the Most High, oh man, we'll be unstoppable. Not in the sense of having strength, but we were the ones that were supposed to teach the world the ways of the Most High. We got to get back to the laws and the covenant. Even I'm speaking for myself too. You know, I'm not going to say I'm a babe on milk, but I'm a babe teething, wanting more, acquiring who Yeshua was. Why did he die for our sins? Why he came here? It was needed. Just like in these last days, the Gentile and the heathen cleaving to us is going to be needed. Everybody, like I said, everybody knows who the natural branches of Israel are, except for Israel. We've been through a lot, but we're waking up, and that's what they're afraid of. In the sense of the powers that be are afraid of. But the ones who cleave to us, oh, they already know. They know.
You know what, brother? I appreciate everything that you just said. This is what I gotta say. Sometimes it's this is no fault of A1, no fault of this is no fault of nobody. Your wording and the way you put it together, your choice of vocabulary is in the way you said it gives a lot more clarity. So I admit my faults on maybe sometime how I can maybe elaborate my point, and I've admitted plenty of times I'm not the most well-spoken brother. I'm not the brother with using good words as far as vocabulary. I do my best to get my point across. You know what I'm saying? There's a ton of other brothers that can voice their opinion way more eloquent than what I can, that are way more well-spoken than what I am. And I understand that. So I know sometimes to my brother Oli, to my brother A1, sometimes how I come across may be a little bit misunderstood. And that's a fault of mine to get better with my vernacular. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not mad at brother A1 for maybe misunderstanding what as far as I'm saying. I'm steady trying to work on that. So I'm definitely not mad at my brother A1. Me and Oli was actually having a good build talking about the space, the Space Force. We was actually agreeing on a lot of that before people came in. Me and Oli was really having a good build. And to answer my brother Cosman, my brother from right next door from Chicago. I'm from Chicago. My brother Cosman from Detroit. So to answer his question from next door, he said, and make it seem like we scared. So if you notice my words, Cosman, my words never said that I was scared. What I'm saying is I'm hoping for the time when the shit hits the fan, or when Hamashiach comes back, Yahushua, when he comes back, like I said, I'm I'm praying for that time to come, and I'm praying for it to come soon. So my words and my spirit doesn't come from a spirit or a sound of fear. My sound and my tone comes from being steadfast, being strong, believing in scripture. And like I said, when that time comes, Brother Omar, I am going to rejoice. So that's not a sound of fear. That's I'm coming from a point of me being confident. So this has nothing to do with fear, or I'm trying to insert fear on other people. I come on here to wake my people up, to give them the spirit of confidence. I don't come around here telling my brothers they need to be scared. I want to build confidence, within the scattered sheep of the lost tribe of Israel. So that's what I come to do. So I just wanted to address Cosmon. That's my good brother from next door, my Detroit brother. I think the dialogue has been good. A1 did make some good points, but I don't blame sometimes how A1 come at me. Like I said, I need to work on my vernacular, my vocabulary, and on how I get my point across. I know sometimes it can be misunderstood, so that's not no fault of A1. It's just the way sometimes, how I dialogue. Like I said, I'm not the most well-spoken brother. I don't, use all these big old. Yeah, I'm not borderline psychopath, man. Come on, man. I got a family. I take care. I work my ass off. I support my family. I'm a good husband to my wife. I'm a good father figure. I love my people. I pay my taxes. You know what I'm saying? I don't go around. I don't, just because I have my belief. Listen, but my job, I work under the white tee man. I don't go to my job cussing my boss out every time I see my boss. And he's a white tee man. My boss loves me. He loves me. He say, Omar, you so good, man. You always show up on time. I don't never have to reprimand you. I don't never got to talk to you. You do your job perfect, and we have good conversations. You a good person. So let's be clear. I don't walk around with anger on my shoulder. Because if I did, I would have been fired from my job a long time ago. I'm a upstanding citizen. When I drive, I don't speed. I don't run red lights. I don't go around knocking people upside the head. I don't rob people. I don't steal from people. I don't go around lying to people. When I walk into a store, when I want something, I pay for it. I don't steal. I'm an upstanding citizen. I follow the laws of this land. I'm a commodity to this land. I'm not no oxygen stealer. I don't walk around knocking people, robbing people. I don't go around selling dope. I don't do that. I'm a good family man. I love my wife. I take care of my wife. I break my back for my household. I protect my family. And to all my homeboys that come over here, when they hang out with me, they even tell me, Omar, you have always been a good brother to me. Whenever I need advice, and then they know. Let me tell you something. All my friends, they don't even believe in what I believe in. But you know what they say? When I need good advice, I go to Omar. Omar is non-biased, and I tell my friends from a real point. All my friends love me. I'm a good friend. I'm a good person. I'm a good husband. I'm a good father. I'm a good son to my mother. I love my mom. My mom's a senior. I make sure she's taken care of. So let's not get this sentiment that Omar. I am far from a psychopath. I'm sure y'all just saw that shooting that happened at the burger joint, the In-N-Out. I don't go around pointing firearms at people. I don't go around unaliving people. And hold on. And for people that have a different sentiment a moral compass, a different religion, a different frame of thought? Do I go around putting them people down? Absolutely not. All you got to do is just watch the thing that A1 had with Professor Ash. Even though he believes in Bible, his theology of it is absolutely way different from mine. But did not Brother Omar come up there, speak good words for the good brother Ash? My bad, Professor Ash. Did I not give the man the proper respect? Did I talk down to the brother? No. I uplift brothers. You know what I'm saying? All brothers. Now, when it's battle time and we going at it and we battling, yeah, it might get a little heated, or I might have a different, a different approach. But that's battling. But as far as like I said, but before y'all jumped on, me and Oli was just building off the Space Force. We was actually agreeing. He was bringing out information that I've never heard of. Thank you. We had a good deal. We was building. And what did I tell you, Oli? I said I did not come on to disagree. I said, Oli, I want to build with you to where we can build. Did I not say that, Oli?
Let me you said that.
I'm
shout out to chat. Dios,
I'm a good brother.
Dios Mios, he put that on there. Omar, I think he might have been trying to be funny. He didn't put no happy faces or nothing on it, laughing faces. So I understand why you have some pushback. But let's give him the
benefit of the doubt.
That he didn't mean that in a way, but you had the right to stand up for yourself. And
super choppy.
No, because this is the thing. I don't know if because I'm seeing a lot of people with wrenches that some people I know with the wrenches. Some of these brothers I've never seen that I know they got wrenches. So just because they hear me and A1 maybe going at it or us having harsh words, do not get it confused. I support A1. I support what he's doing. A1 is a good brother. He's a solid brother, and I consider that nigga as a blood brother to me. There is no difference to my blood brother from me and my brothers that share the same mother and father from a brother like Oli and a brother like A1. I consider these people as my brothers. If they needed me for anything, I do my best to come through. They know that. So just because we having a conversation and sometimes it get heated, I just want y'all to know I am not the enemy of my brother Oli, and I'm not the enemy of my brother A1. I love these niggas. For real. And this is me talking from the bottom of my heart, and they know it. So I don't want y'all to get it confused. Some people that maybe is just chiming in that I haven't seen, don't get it confused like Omar is at war with A1 or I don't like A1. I have some ill will. Yo, I love A1. I love what he's doing, and that's why since I first came on, I've been consistently coming here. This is the channel I come to way more than others. And the reason I do it because I love my brother. I love what my brother A1 is doing, and I support it. We can disagree, and we have heated words sometimes, but that brother look, all of that is water under the bridge. When the conversation's done, we build, and I love my brother, and I support what he's doing. And this is me talking from the bottom of my heart. That's a good brother. I love that brother A1, and I love my brother Oli too.
Yeah, I hear you, Omar. I rock with you too. But you don't know shit about the Bible, though. I'd rather be respected than loved, because the people who claim to love you, they do you the worst. So respect me. You don't gotta love me. Respect me. Love without respect is chaos.
True.
So
yeah, I agree.
At the end of the day, that's why I'm not accepting no apologies. I know we ain't at war, but I will bomb on your ass, boy.
Nigga, you already know, nigga. I'll bomb back. Goddamn it.
That's the problem. You bomb first, and then I have to bomb back, and then I'm giving you grace that I don't give other people. So it's not like I don't.
No, you do. You do.
I don't want to.
You do.
Make that a habit. Like that's not the show. We don't want that type of entertainment.
This is what I will say, A1. Your conversation is very intriguing, and you know what? I will admit, having conversations with you keep my sword sharp, and it keeps me on my toes, and it actually has me going back to look up certain things to make sure that whatever I'm talking about is correct. So not only are you a brother, you are a good adversary and opponent, contrary to what I believe in, but you do keep me sharp, and I always enjoy our dialogue. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I will say that too.
Yes. Vice versa, man. Like I say, every gym needs a good puncher, man. I'm happy to have you here.
Shit, my name is not Imam Bashir.
Where is Imam Bashir at, man? Can you pull him out for me?
That brother, man. I don't know what that brother. Yo, that brother was the Philadelphia meat packing company boy. That boy was he was the punching bag that Rocky beat up on.
I don't want to debate him. I just want to interview him, man. If you can find him, man, let him tell his story.
But no, so no, me and Oli, we was building off the space, the Space Force thing, and going into certain things, and I brought up certain aspects of the Bob Lazar thing. I don't know how long the other brothers been watching. Like I said, this is an area that this, like, certain areas is my speed, certain is not. This area that we was building on, that's why I came in, because this is definitely my speed. But as far as the Space Force, what Oli was kind of asking too, this is what's going down. The reason why they made Space Force, they didn't make it because of a guess. They didn't make it because of an anomaly. They didn't make it because of a maybe. They know that it's something out there. And the reason why they made it is to try to be prepared. Now, like I was telling Oli, let's address the area of so-called aliens or extraterrestrial, or if we want to be specific, something that's not directly from this planet. Now, when you go back to the guy that was in a wheelchair, Stephen Hawking, what did Stephen Hawking say? Why would a non-human, aka a so-called extraterrestrial, not from this planet, why would a different being travel light years across the galaxy? Let's weigh that. Would they travel light years across the galaxy to make friends, or would they travel light years across the galaxy because they need something? And based upon that need, will they have ill intentions? Will they be mean to get whatever they need? So that's what we was actually talking about before we took the right turn inside the rabbit hole. So I don't know if the other brothers want to, build off the original topic that we was talking about.
To me,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think they know what's coming. It's all in the script. It's all in the prophecy of the scriptures, and the Bible even speaks of it. That the powers on the earth will try to fight Yeshua when he come back. They're preparing a war with Yeshua when he come back, because they're not going to want to get judged. That's my opinion. I get it through scriptures. That's my opinion. Because demonic forces, they don't have a physical form. They use physical forms of us to do persuasion. But yeah, I think they're preparing a war to go against Yeshua when he come back.
And you know what, brother, I appreciate what you just said, because that's the same thing I told Oli in the beginning of our conversation. But this is what I wanted to do, because see, a lot of the times, like, I love talking about biblical things. I love talking about scripture, but sometimes I think it's healthy to play devil's advocate and to have an outside thought. So Oli can vouch for me. I said the same thing in our beginning of the conversation. I said the same thing as you, but I didn't want to attack it from a biblical standpoint. I wanted to attack it from a different standpoint. That way, I'm just not being, how can I say, I'm not being like an echo chamber to where all Brother Omar talk about is Bible and scripture. I have an outside brain too. So that's where I was coming from when me and Oli was discussing this issue, even though I 100% agree with you, Swain, but I was more attacking it from a non-biblical standpoint, just as me just being an average, regular human being. That way, it's every conversation is not just Bible. You know, I study and I look up other things too. Even though, like I said, my foundation is scripture, and I do a lot of studying on that. But sometimes, you know, I just like, you know, I listen to a documentary. I'll study some other things that's not based upon biblical. So that's where I was having this conversation, and me and Oli was attacking the Space Force, the guardians of the high ground. Why did the United States? So that's kind of where we was coming from, more of kind of like just not to be an echo chamber of just always talking about Bible. So that's where I was coming from, just stating, because like I said, I'm very familiar, Stephen Hawkins, Bob Lazar, you know, just some of these influential figures when it comes to, as far as, you know, subjects like this. So me putting aside and I know that's kind of hard to do sometimes, but just putting aside biblical things and just having not an independent mind, but just more of a more conversational as far as talking about this subject. They're preparing with the Space Force is because they know for a fact that it's something out there that's not from this planet that they want to prepare themselves for. But the thing is, like I said, any so-called alien or extraterrestrial, specifically not from this planet, because I heard what Brother Cosmon said the other day. So I'm addressing from not from this planet, that has technology to travel light years away and to sustain their life to get here. Let me tell you something. There's nothing that Space Force can do. There's nothing that we can do or Space Force can do to stop stop them if they came across with evil or bad intentions. If they're looking for something, or we have no technology that can travel light years away. We don't have it, let alone that can sustain life during light years travel. So the thing is, these people that are in power, they are absolutely scared to death about
most of human history.
About these
the
beings.
Sky was a canned response in 1958.
Yeah, and then one more point, because I know I've been talking now, but they probably like, shut the hell up, Omar. But another point, Oli already played it. I don't know if y'all noticed yesterday, Friday, Oli played it. Trump released unseen footage yesterday of things that have not been released. He declassified more footage and more things. Oli played it at the beginning of our conversation, but Trump just did that the other day. So they got all this other stuff going on, but I saw the article and the hour news coverage that they did that yesterday. But I'll go ahead and mute out because I know I've been running my mouth. I apologize, brothers.
Yeah. Am I choppy? Can you hear me? Check 1, 2.
You good.
Yeah, like Omar just said, we was talking about why was the Space Force created? And that question to me is important. And we get to talking about days of the past, and like he was talking about Steve Hawkins and his predictions and assumptions, suppositions to things to look forward to. Bob Lazar with some of the technological advancements that he claimed may have come from research into extraterrestrial life, crashed ships. Then we talk about today's technology and what we doing with technology. And we know it's always been wars to conquer different things, get the land. They start controlling airspace. And then there's space. Why did Donald Trump form this? But they didn't just form it out of blue. We know it's been around for years. I showed that in my previous episodes. There was just a different name. Roy Chess got it right. Earlier he was talking about the two branches. And that was my question, Roy Chess, yesterday, if you missed the episode. What became so important in space that made them want to start saying that we need to take over and give more importance to space? Because we know space was already important. It ain't like space wasn't already important. So why did Donald Trump? Because as my man's Omar said, we was trying to have a different conversation. Well, I never said we wasn't fixing to talk about the Bible and things like that, because why did Donald Trump create the Space Force? Was it because of biblical prophecies? And that's what I was pointing out. And that's what we're not going to step away from. Because we started seeing correlations in people of today who, in different religious sects, the evangelicals say that Trump is the return of Cyrus. And think about what Cyrus did for Israel and Jerusalem. The same thing that Trump seems to be doing. He going over there, visiting. He got Jerusalem identified as the capital city of Israel. It's real big. They've been trying to do it for years. He went and actually said the United States recognizes Israel. And we recognize Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. It's prophecies in this thing, man, because I'm not going to let you get away from it. Why? We talk about things coming, yeah, because Jesus is supposed to return on a cloud. If Jesus came the first time, he's supposed to come back. Why did Donald Trump and the United States government create the Space Force? Was it to fulfill prophecy? Because in my view, prophecy is just a blueprint of what should happen if you want to keep power. And if you win power, you make these things happen. Then you can say you fulfill prophecy. Some of y'all are going to disagree with that. Fine. You know me, I'm Oli, and this is the only logical explanation for the experience that we experiencing. You're not going to get away from it. You say Trump is the Antichrist. It's some people who say Trump is not the Antichrist. You lie. That's what they say. And I ain't even getting into this yet. There's some people that actually say Trump is really Jesus. When you talk about the Torah and the people who have it, I'm going to tell you why he was visiting Israel. Why did Donald Trump and the United States government create the Space Force, man? They got him they ain't got him on coins as the Antichrist. They got this man on coins with Cyrus. And we all know the history of Cyrus and what he did for Jerusalem, building the second temple. Why did Donald Trump, why does it seem that he's fitting these things? And other people are saying that he's the Antichrist. How can you do things such as the Abrahamic Accords and recognizing Jerusalem as the capital city? And let me remove this because I'm getting into it now, man. Removing and identifying Jerusalem as the capital city. They've been trying to do this. It's a third temple supposed to be rebuilt. This is why I was asking Omar them questions. I was leading up to the third temple, but I didn't get there because you know how I do it. I do it slow. Because I want every aspect to be looked at. When we talk about what's going on in the world, prophecy, modern day happenings, and are you a part of these things? Why should we be looking in one place for things that don't matter when this type of stuff is going on? This is what I'm saying. Why are the Hebrew Israelites running the streets instead of going to the White House and trying to talk to Cyrus to get they man, I'm telling you, do I need to become a Hebrew Israelite to show y'all how to step, to show you the place that you're supposed to be? How grace is supposed to take over the world? Why did Donald Trump create the Space Force? Is it to protect the Hebrew Israelites in America? Why you mad at him then? You calling this man the Antichrist when people can come rain things on you and they put protection in the sky to help you, and you say he's the Antichrist. It's people who disagree. And I'm not saying that I disagree with you, because that's another part of the story we're going to get to. But right now, we on Trump as Cyrus and the return of the Gentile who helps the Hebrew Israelites. Why do you want him to be the Antichrist? We're going to get into it, man. Because if things are going on and we're supposed to be a part of it, we can't just sit around trying to figure out who we are. We somebody. I know that much. Might not know exactly who. But we are part of this thing right here and the things that's happening. Let's just say I am a Hebrew Israelite. I would be happy that Donald Trump and the American government is putting protection on us from the people who ran us away from Jerusalem in the first place and might be coming to take us all the way out. Some people want to go back to Ethiopia, closer to the wars and the missiles being as soon as they turn their attention to Ethiopia, they can drop bombs on Ethiopia. I don't care how old their Bible is, they can drop brand new bombs on them. Go on, get closer. Get closer to the war as you can. God gonna protect you. Jesus coming back. But Jesus is going to be a person. Is Donald Trump him? Y'all talking that we're going to look at some more things that people been saying today, man. Y'all might got the wrong idea about the whole thing. And when things are supposed to happen, we know that it's going. They looking for a red bull right now. That's part of the prophecy. They need to spread the ashes so they can build the new temple, the third temple. Why is y'all playing with this? I'm talking about y'all absolutely playing. superheroes and Marvel comics. That's all I hear when I talk to certain people or look at their videos and stuff. When Donald Trump is up, why did Donald Trump create the Space Force, man? No.
Let me please retort. Let me please retort.
Who else there? Omar, you still there, man? My bad. I wasn't there.
It's Omar. I just wanted to retort right quick.
Well, hold on, Omar. I just got a couple more things, please.
Sure.
I'll
be back out.
Sure.
No, you good, Oli. My bad.
Make sure, because we was talking earlier, and me and you had the personal talk without the Bible about the beings that could come, why they would come, if they coming from so far, what they gonna do when they get here. Are these the beings of the past? We talked about the Anunnaki. Like, all of these things play a part of, when you get down to it, all the way back to the Bible. Is Donald Trump and them here? Is they helping? If I'm a Hebrew Israelite and I'm America, I need to be protected. If the prophecy gonna be fulfilled, I need to be protected. And it seems to me that the Space Force is protected. Yeah, go ahead, Omar. Go ahead, because I know you need to be going to sleep.
No. Remember, Oli, the only reason why I want to push the information, and I briefly speak and you briefly speak, remember, I got to work today. So
I know it. That's what I said.
Yeah. So I probably got another maybe 45, 50 minutes to speak. So I don't want to just stick on one thing. Yeah, I kind of want to push it because, like I said, I'm gonna have to leave like in another 45 or 50 minutes so I can get to work.
Yeah.
So
we ain't gonna push it too fast, but go ahead and say what you say. You know,
yeah.
You know how I am with Father Time and Mother Nature. They're gonna make it do what it do when it do.
So first of all, like I said, let's address the chat. So I love you, Jay, the Snake 6'5", but honestly, Jay, you don't know what the hell you talking about. So this nigga just said something about drinking liquor, which I already know what scripture he wanted to go to. He wanted to go to Ephesians 5:18 and Proverbs 23:20. Now, I got a scripture I know Jada Steak has never heard before. This is Deuteronomy 14:26. I'm gonna make you swallow your tongue, brother. So here's the thing, Jada Snake, much love, but you don't know what the hell you talking about when it comes to the Bible. Check this scripture out. Deuteronomy 14:26. And you shall bestow the money for whatsoever your soul lusts after, for oxen, or for sheep, or for wine. It's spooky time. Let's go back. Or for wine, or for strong drink, or for whatsoever your soul desireth, and you shall eat there before the Lord your God, and you shall rejoice, you and your household. So guess what, Jada Snake? We teach niggas up over here. I guarantee you never heard that scripture. This scripture is comparing when a man gets to heaven, or so-called heaven, when a man, listen, because to be saved, you have to endureth to the end. So this is talking about once a person endureth to the end, and we're in a so-called heaven. This is saying that a man will rejoice. He's going to drink regular wine, because it says for wine, or for strong drink. And you shall eat there. Hold on, real quick. This addressing and then I'm gonna get back to Space Force.
Hold on, I can't, because anytime this come up, this is support. Somebody just gave some money.
I gotta be quick, but Jay, hold on, Jay the Snake. Have you ever heard that verse before? Have you ever heard Deuteronomy 14:26, to where it just say it's okay for when you know to rejoice? For a man who wants to drink wine, it says wine or strong drink. And you shall eat therefore the Lord your God, and you shall rejoice, you and your household. So guess what, Jay? We teaching brothers over here. And Jay, I guarantee, Jay, be honest. Jay, be honest. Have you ever heard that scripture before? I already know what the answer is. It's no. Let's address Oli and Space Force right quick. Because like I said, I got about 45, 50 minutes. And guess what, Jay? I already know for a fact you never heard that scripture. And you just got cut, brother. So you're a student over here when it comes to Bible scripture. So sit down and learn and get you. And guess what? Take that scripture down. It's Deuteronomy 14:26. Add that to your archive, nigga. You just got cut. So that gets that out the way.
I want to shout out to now shout
you're
out
out the way.
Mios. Shout out to Dios Mios for the $2 donation. You know, we always love to support, man. And anybody else that's in there, if you can't help us monetarily, you know we love it when you like, share, and subscribe. Back to you, Omar.
Okay, so let's jump into this thing. So Oli, this is where your diagnosis of Space Force gets drained out. And the thing is, you're not addressing the major issues when it comes to Space Force. You so worried about Hera, my bad. You so worried about Cyrus and the Bible. You're not addressing these real points. So let me update you and let me educate you, Oli. Let's go back. Because what this subject has to do goes way beyond the Bible. See, what you're trying to do, you're trying to make a cross parallel between Space Force and the Bible. And that's where you made a crucial error. Let Brother Omar break this knowledge down to y'all. And I'm pretty sure Roy Chess is, because I know Roy Chess like these subjects. I'm educated in this. Let's see if Brother Roy Chess or any other brothers agree with Omar. Let's educate now. So, Space Force. Oli, you keep mentioning Donald Trump this, Donald Trump that. Donald Trump is only listen, Donald Trump is piggybacking off of freaking Starlink. Let me update you. Let's hold on. Let's read this first and then we're going to backdate. So let's read this. Yes. I guess what? None of y'all probably knew this. Roy Chess probably knew it, or the dude Dragon probably knew this too, because I know they're pretty good. Oli, I know for a fact that you didn't know this, so let me educate you. Starlink's parent company is SpaceX, that has a direct business and defense affiliation with who? Space Force. Hold on. What's the topic of this? Space Force. Hold on. Let's go back and read that again. Starlink parent company SpaceX has a direct business and defense affiliation with the U.S. Space Force through a dedicated military program called Starshield. I guarantee you didn't know that, Oli. Let me educate you.
Yeah, I knew that. No, stop.
Oh,
You can't educate me.
Go ahead.
Because what you don't know is that SpaceX had government contracts before they even had.
I knew that, nigga. I know that.
Be quiet. Be quiet.
We agree. We agree then.
Can you be quiet? Because you just tried to call into my intellect. I'm asking you these questions. First of all, I told you this is investigative journalism. I'm not trying to say that anybody is right or nothing. I'm showing correlation. So what you're trying to do is put yourself into a space where you feel trapped. When I'm only asking a question for everybody, because some people want to know these things. This is not a pushback to your worldview. We're trying to figure out if Donald Trump is actually doing things that correlate with the Bible. Now, when it comes to SpaceX,
I've already answered that.
Listen,
Oli,
when it comes to SpaceX,
I got 40 minutes now, Oli. Oli, I got 40 minutes.
That's fine. That's fine. You'll leave. You'll go to work. You'll come back. You'll be here talking about the Space Force. Because listen, when you call my intelligence into question, I have to let you know what I know, when I knew it, how long I
was being facetious, joking around, brother. Calm down, Oli. Just relax, brother.
I don't even need to say what I just
relax.
I do know that SpaceX.
I was being
today-
facetious and just joking around. I wasn't trying to insinuate, because guess what? I know for a fact that you know what you're talking about, because you have the topic up there. So just relax. Oh, I'm just adding fun commentary to it.
I got
So
you. See,
let's push forward.
Here's my slides that
Go
I
ahead,
ain't
brother.
even did yet. But here's my slides that I ain't even did yet, just to let you know I do know. You know what I'm saying? We know that the military service is gonna come, and they're gonna have to have public and private contracts to serve the Space Force when the Space Force needs something. One of those people who already got one of those contracts, you should know, is SpaceX. SpaceX
It's led by Elon, brother.
Yeah, we know it's led by
this
Elon
is my
Musk.
specialty.
Hold on, be quiet. Okay,
This
I understand.
is
It's
my specialty.
It's my specialty too. That's fine. And
Okay,
understand,
respect, respect, Oli.
the first technology that they sold to the U.S. government. Do you know which one this was?
The one that's on the screen.
No.
Hold on. Say
Starlink was one of the contracts that they did have with the American government. But do you remember them when they was engineering the rockets that take off and land?
Somewhat. I forgot the name of that program.
Yeah. That's the first big thing that we knew that the government was going to contract SpaceX out. This is one of the technologies that they had. So yeah, Omar, I do know about SpaceX and all of those things. And since you said you was just being facetious, I'm sorry that I even had to go through that, because I thought you was really saying I don't know what I'm talking about. But like you said,
brother,
I got you.
I would just add a little funny to you, brother. You should know how you should know.
You got me.
Remember, we built Oli. Remember, our original conversation is a build. Is a bill. I'm not giving this information to debunk what you're saying up here. I remember I came in and said I wanted to build with you. So let's push the information forward. So I don't know. So let's just go back. So, okay. So it says, Starlink parent company SpaceX has a direct business and defense affiliation with the U.S. Space Force through a dedicated military program called Starshield. So I know y'all have heard of SpaceX, Starlink, Space Force, and then Starshield. So I don't know. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Let me turn. That's my alarm. My bad, y'all. So Trump is actually piggybacking off of something that started in, I want to say 2019, May 23rd, 2019, which was the SpaceX launch. So SpaceX was supposedly be to all these people who can't get internet. Now you have a dedicated internet connect. Now, remember, Oli said all these companies and entities that have a defense, which means a protective. But guess what? Not only does SpaceX has something defensive, SpaceX has an offensive weapon system. So even though SpaceX gives internet, SpaceX has a dedicated system that's on those satellites that's built for a defensive weapon mechanism and an offensive mechanism. How many people knew that? Put a 1 in the chat. How many people didn't know that? Put a 2 in the chat. Let's push this information forward. So this is how this all correlates with one each other. Let's just go back. Okay, who started Starlink? I'm sure we all know this. It's Elon Musk. But this is what he did. He started it as a satellite internet provider under aerospace. But what Elon Musk didn't tell a lot of people, unless you actually went to the Starlink website, If you go to the Starlink website, I don't know if it's still on there or if they suppressed it. When I first went to that website in 2002, when Elon Musk kicked this off, when you read further into the Starlink program, Elon Musk made it seem like it was to bring a satellite outside of space to internet so everybody can be connected to the World Wide Web. That's bullshit. The majority of the components that was on Starlink was defensive weaponry and offensive weaponry. But unless you went to Starlink's website back then and actually read in detail, then you would know that. I don't know if it's still on there. I don't know if it's been suppressed. I haven't been on there recently, so I don't know. But I'm telling you, when I first went on the website a long time ago, and I actually read about what the program was work, and Oli was right. Elon Musk. What he also did is Elon Musk privately funded a lot of defensive, a lot of independent defensive company that specialize in defense and offensive weaponry. And then what he did, because he's a good mind when it comes to certain things. He looked at what these different defensive contractors had to offer, and he chose one. I forgot the name of the couple of the defensive contract companies, the names that he actually chose, that he gave billions of dollars to actually fund to actually build the weapon systems that are actually loaded up on the Starlink. So let's take another step backwards on this.
You know, you can look up the Starlink map, bro. There's a map of all the Starlink satellites. You can look them up and look what they're tracking and all that. There's 30,000 of them, bro. I got the source right here. It's satellitemap.space.
I have it in, yeah. So I have it in my archive. And here's the thing here. I live in Arizona.
I don't need you. Well, you don't need an archive. You can look it up. It doesn't have to be archived. You can look it up. You can look it up real time, bro. You can look at it real time, Omar.
Hold on. Who was it talking? Is this the one brother that was all the way at the bottom? Hold on. My
That's
bad,
Jay
y'all.
Snake, I believe. Hold on.
me.
Who was that talking? Was that Jay?
That's Jay Snake. That was just. Yeah, that was Jay
Oh,
Snake.
okay.
Welcome to the stage, Jay Snake. How you doing, brother?
What's good? Good afternoon, fellas. Good
Shalom.
afternoon.
Well, it's good morning to me. I'm all the way on the West Coast, so it's only 10 o'clock where I'm at. So Jay, so I do know about it because here's the thing here. I live in Arizona. So before I moved into my new house, I had an apartment that faced the southwest, southeastern, and the southwestern sky. So before a lot of people even knew about the satellite program with the so-called 30,000 satellites, listen, my view, I don't know where y'all live at, but like I said, I'm in Arizona. We have a pure sky out here. And my view of things, depending on where you live at, my view would be a lot better view than a lot of people's, especially if you somewhere up on the East Coast. That's one. Two, I've been following this system. So I remember before when I mistook it. I remember this is a long time ago. I was on my patio one time. I was looking up and I saw some things moving. I was like, what the hell? So that's what made me start to investigate. And then that's when I found out that Elon Musk was running the Starlink program with somewhere around 35,000 satellites. And still to this day, because I'm still in Arizona, I have a clear view. So those satellites, those satellites always, if you had my point, I'll go out there and record it one day, and I'll show the footage on A1 channel, personally. So I see those, how they call it. You will see it almost low key looked like a spaceship, because you will see all these clusters of satellites, and it'll look like a cluster of UFOs, but what those satellites do, they're constantly repositioning. And then it call it Starlink because all those satellites link towards one another, not only to give internet, but to also keep up a defensive wall to play defense with the mechanics of weaponry that it has on there, and also that can play offense too. So not only does these satellites play giving boom, but anybody can read. Starlink also has a weaponry system that does from a defensive strategy and can go on an offensive strategy. But if somebody else want to talk, if Jay, if you want to go ahead and elaborate a little bit more, brother, my bad.
Right. How would you with the naked eye see a cluster of satellites, bro? They don't why would the satellites need to cluster? They're spread out, bro. I don't think you understand how satellites work on the low.
Jay,
I don't think you have a good grasp of it.
Jay, I've literally seen them cluster, and then I've seen them spread out from a cluster, and then from that cluster being spread out, looking at a bunch of them from damn near every angle, and then I'll come out a couple of hours later, look back up on my patio, and they'll reposition and be at a different point from my vantage point, looking up in the sky. That's what I'm saying. So to understand where I'm coming from, you would have to be in Arizona. Arizona has one of the purest vantage points as far as looking up in the sky and having more of a clear view than any other place here in the United States. And that's all I'm saying, brother.
Yeah, here go a little video of it. Kind of remind you of.
Hold on, is brother Omar lying? Look at it. Look at it.
Look like Santa Claus and the reindeer flying.
Brother, let me tell y'all something. Listen, I'm always genuine and honest on what I know and what I talk about. I'll be honest. It's been plenty of times where I'll just be in the chat, or I just may be listening and I won't even go in the chat if it's areas that I don't know nothing about. I'm a person, I love different aspects. I love watching documentaries. I love information. So my thing is, I don't speak on things that I don't know about. You don't hear me on here talking about a bunch of different things that I don't know nothing about. I only talk about things, even if I have just general or basic knowledge, I'll engage in conversation. But there's a lot of things that I don't know about. This validates my point. This is what I've seen.
Yeah, I don't think nobody was refuting you bringing knowledge and your perspective, Omar, because that's what we value the most over here. So I know when you talk about something, I think everybody do know. If you say something, you know what you're talking about. That's the same thing you said to me. If I got the Space Force thing up there, you have to know that I know what I'm talking about. So, but I want to give you them flowers. And you do when you come up here, you know your information. You ain't never misled nobody. Now you might interpret something in a different way or some of that, but you know what I'm saying. You don't know. Yeah, you gonna basically know. And that's why I'm mad you only got a little bit of time left, because I still got to get back to the prophecies in Golden Heights. I ain't gonna let.
We'll definitely address that, but basically is what I was saying, Jay, is that a lot of these companies, when it comes to like interstellar stuff, the majority of their contracts that they fund are to independent companies which has a specialty in weapons. Weapons are meant to defend, and weapons are meant to offend too. Offense.
I mean,
so that's the only thing I was trying to get at, Jay.
Yeah, the DOD. That's what the
What do you
Department of
guys think of?
Defense.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think the purpose of the Space Force is?
That's what we're trying to get to.
I just said it. I just basically broke it down.
His perspective. Your perspective. Okay, let's go there. Well, we got a kind of a whole of what we talking about, man. And let's get everybody up here perspective of, you know what I'm saying, what they think the Space Force, just because I know it's plenty of ideas you can come up with, but you know what I'm saying, give us your main idea. Omar, you go ahead and start it off since Jay proposed the question to you first.
Good looking out, Oli. And that's an excellent question, Jay. So, you know, let's hop into this information and push it forward. So when we dealing, go ahead, brother. My bad. If
no, I was saying I can dig it. I can dig it.
No, he said he can dig it. He ready to listen. He ready to listen.
Okay.
Me too.
Hey, I want y'all to know that this is an open dialogue. So anytime you want me to stop and elaborate more or something, or if you have a different question, y'all are more than welcome to stop me, because I consider this is an open dialogue. You know, if you want to stop me to elaborate or whatever. So it's an open dialogue. So y'all ain't just got to be muted the whole time. This is an open dialogue, you know, to make it more interesting to the people watching. Okay, Jay, let's hop into this information right quick. So what is the purpose? What is the purpose for it? So for something to have purpose, it has to have a defined use. Something, a significant use for it to be a purpose of something. So when we look is what is the purpose? And this is my independent thought. You know, I don't want to push this on nothing. This is my independent thought. Space Force. Okay. So like I said, yesterday, they just released more UFO files that has never been seen. They just released those on Friday. So the purpose of it is because they always had the files, and certain government members with depending on your clearance, you would have known about these files. So who would know about these files? Contractors that does what? What are they specialties? They specialize in weapon mechanisms that can go on defense or offense, dealing with weapons. So why would they make it? Because they know that it's something out there that's greater than us. And the thing is, we don't want to be, I don't want to say they don't want to be caught with their tail in between their legs. So the thing is, they're trying to make something that can defend and go on an offense. Why else would they put something up there? Why else would the things that they're putting up there, they say it's one thing, but when you diagnose and you break it down and you actually start to research these things, they're used as weapons, once again, that can offensively strike and can hold a defense too. So they know it's something out there that's greater, more intelligent, with better technology than what we have. And once again, I must say once again, any so-called alien or extraterrestrial, something that's not from this world, from another planet, galaxy, solar system, however you want to call it, dimension, however you want to call it, anything that has the ability to travel from one dimension to another, or interstellar travel to go from one point to another light years away and to make it here. It don't matter what Space Force has on it. It don't matter what kind of offense or defense. If a superior alien race, just to keep it basic, can have that technology to get their asses up over here, ain't a goddamn thing that Space Force can do to defend or to go on the offense. They're going to be outweaponed, and I land there.
I agree. I totally agree with that. that last part you said. I think
Go
the
ahead,
Space
Dre.
Forces.
Yeah, go ahead. You can go
I
ahead and.
I think the Space Force is more of a terrestrial. Like they call it Space Force, but it's more like a protection against other space forces that are terrestrial. Like, in other words, like other countries probably got the same systems and plans in order, and then I mean, it's just a new field of war. You know what I'm saying? Like countries are going to be fighting wars in space. I think that's what the Space Force is more about, because if there are extraterrestrials like Omar said, and they got the capabilities of manipulating gravity, time, you know what I'm saying, energy, like nothing we could build would do it wouldn't affect them at all. They would laugh at the shit. So I don't think Space Force is for them. I think Space Force is more for us, like protecting against other space forces from other countries. That's just my opinion. I land my spaceship.
Yeah, and then I'll be quick. So this is food for thought right here. If a different thing beyond people, an alien, extraterrestrial, aka, and I'm being vague, just to keep it simple and basic. If they traveled light years away to get here, and you just use the basic your basic comprehension skills, would you travel light years away to get somewhere to become friends? I want y'all to think about that. Would you travel light years or different, or what some people call different dimensional travel? Would you spend all that time building a ship or whatever, or building something to get you to point A to point B, yet alone to master that technology, to get to your destination, to become friends? I want to hear y'all thoughts on that.
Yeah. Before we get there, let's get Nito Swain, and you can go ahead and start by answering his question, Nito, if you want to. Anyone still here? Probably is. I know I just had to make my afternoon run, so I'm gonna come back in here on my phone, and I'll be connected that way still. But if A1, you might have to take over technicalities for me in just a second. But go ahead, Nito. And if you're out there in the chat, my bad. If you're out there in the chat, remember, like, share, and subscribe. Get it out there. If you want to come up, say something, I did put the link in the chat. We'd like to hear your perspective.
Yeah, I believe SpaceX is for surveillance for here on Earth and for outer space. And also I believe it's to show dominance. To show dominance, And I really don't know why they would need that, but because there's nothing they're gonna be able to do, man. Nothing they were gonna be able to do, because if something was to come here, they're not coming here for somebody's birthday party, man. No. They're not coming here for nobody's birthday party, so I'm gonna leave it like that.
Well, do you want to say something about what Omar asked about? Do you think they'll be coming to be hostile, or do you think they'll be coming? Wait, I only really heard the last part of that question. Omar, can you propose it again?
He already answered it. He just said they not coming here for no birthday party.
Oh, okay.
So basically, he's saying they not coming here to celebrate. They're not coming here to make friends. They're not coming here to shake hands. they're coming with a nefarious intent, and it ain't gonna be good for us. That's basically what the brother's saying.
Yeah, because they already know what we about. They already know what we about. They've been watching us. They know exactly what we about.
No, I ain't gonna start asking no questions.
They're not worried. They're not worried about us. If they're coming here, they've been coming here. You know what I'm saying? It's not a new thing.
It's not the first time.
They've been coming here. If they was worried about us, bro, we wouldn't be here no more. You know what I'm saying? Clearly, they're not worried about us. We're worried about them. They're not worried about us. Like they would take it. They would kick in. It'd be like a nigga with a mask on. They kick in the door and take everything if they wanted to. They don't want to.
They would have been tore us up, man, if they wanted to. They would have been, what? All they doing right now is the same thing SpaceX is doing, surveillance.
Yeah, they said it's like when the people go
surveillance.
Huh?
Hold up, Omar. You slowing us up, man. It's like how when the white people go to the safari and shit, and they're peeping out the animals and they're hiding. Sometimes they disguise themselves as the animals. They don't fuck with them, you know what I'm saying? But they're watching them. You National Geographic, you know what I'm saying? They're National Geographic in us. You know what I'm saying? They're in the cut just watching us. They're peeping us. We're probably a TV show to them or an experiment, something.
Yeah, they're seeing how we move, how we check, how we treat each other. They watching every aspect of what we're doing. Because they're advanced enough to go through time warp or light years, man. We ain't a threat to them. They just chilling out, diving into oceans, diving into volcanoes. Light years, man. They mapping out every part of this. They mapping every part of this plane, man.
And yo, I apologize if I'm coming in. I'm getting like damn near like a 5 to 7 second little lag, man. I might have to reset my internet. But the brother made an excellent point, because when you think about traveling, coming with something nefarious, what would be the first what would be the first measures that they would have to take? Let's talk about reconnaissance. What is reconnaissance? You want to sit and observe. What would they sit and observe? They want to sit and observe our actions, how we interact, how we think, how we deal with one another, what we eat, how we think, how we live. So, coming here, like I said, light years, interstellar travel. In order for them to launch a successful campaign, they would have already have been here, gaining intelligence on us, so they can build a successful strategy. That way, once they launch a campaign, they're going to be successful. And that was a good question that EJ 3000K answered. He said, how long? Now that I don't know, brother. That I don't know. I would just think that their technology would supersede ours. They would have way more superior technology than what we have, not to let alone travel light years away, to be able to make it here and sustain life during that travel once they get to this destination, once they come here. Now, how long, as far as interstellar travel, that's something I don't know. The speed of sound, speed of light, other different speeds, warp speed, those is not my area. We would probably have to ask somebody that's like a mathematician or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Now that's not my specialty, but that was a good question though, EJ 3000K. But if the other brothers wanted to elaborate or comment off that though.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and tackle this for a minute, man. And is this? Yeah, no, that's me up here. Yeah, everybody got their chance. There's several reasons I can think of why the Space Force was created. And that's why I posed this question, because I wanted to see some of the things that other people thought about so I can give my thoughts and opinions without any bias, because, you know, we may not certainly believe the things that we propose when we say this is why they created it. This is just some of the reasons we can think of. We're not saying that this is the reason. I'm not, anyway. I don't think anybody else is. When I say this is why, I'm not saying this is why and that's the end of all things. I'm saying I could propose why the Space Force could be. And through the first 2 episodes of this, I talked about protection of nations and the satellites that's been put up. That's mostly what we talk about when we talk about things put above us. They're just now weaponizing space in a manner that we know. And that happened once China destroyed one of its own satellites. So this, I immediately opened another question to people who had satellites up there, because there's debris that was wondering if the debris would run into their satellites, cause more debris, and this would certainly cause for a commercial business in the future. But we start asking, like, why you want to shoot ballistics in the sky anyway? When if I really wanted to take over a nation in their space and they got technology in space, I could just jam that signal and take over their signal, and we can start running those satellites. And so I didn't necessarily believe that a physical war for those type of properties would ever take place. Now, could it happen? Could they just start shooting missiles from the ground to take out satellites from other nations? Definitely. But for me, when it comes to the human race, there's little things, even though there's division amongst the whole thing, there's little things that we can all get along with and understand. One of those things is something coming to Earth from anywhere else that ain't in Earth's immediate observation. And since we've been a spacefaring race, we've put technology out. Voyager 1, Voyager 2 have seemed to be the furthest, but it started with Russia putting Sputnik in the sky. And so the race for space, America was humiliated that Russia got Sputnik into space before we did, because once they got Sputnik into space, they started seeing how things could orbit, and we wanted to put things in orbit. We started using communications with airwaves, and we understood that satellites was another means of communication. Not to get too deep into that, like Omar was talking about the space, the Starlink and different things you see on the screen. Why did Donald Trump and the American government create the Space Force? Of course, we know that there was already Space Command at the Air Force. Roy Chess was kind of speaking on that. So it's not like we didn't know that space was important. It's just now we got the capabilities to get out there and we see different things. I think we get a better view of comets going through our solar system. We get a better view of planetary movement, other movement and objects in the sky. And So we get things further out. We can observe these things further. But then there's the prophecies of wars in the sky and Jesus coming back on a cloud, and you know what I'm saying? And who's going to be in control of that? This is where the questions start getting deep. I don't call these rabbit holes. These be black holes that we jump in. We stressed. Why did they create the Space Force? There's plenty of reasons. It might be all of these reasons, because as I'm showing in this episode today, people are correlating Donald Trump with some type of biblical figure. I haven't fully finished the Cyrus view and the people who believe that Trump is good and can be good out of the Bible as a Cyrus reinterpretation of the Gentile king who restores Israel and builds the third temple. Is that biblical? We don't know. Omar professed that he thinks Donald Trump may be more on the Antichrist side when it comes to the Antichrist system that he believes in, not just Trump, but a lot of other people. So I want to make that known, because we're not arguing those certain points right now. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying, giving y'all a few reasons why the Space Force might have been, you know what I'm saying? And that's one. We have stories about the Anunnaki who came to Earth to do something, mainly get gold and go back to their planet to save their atmosphere for some reason. But people start correlating this story with Mesopotamian mythology about God and angels, the Abrahamic mythologies of God and the interactions of different men with that. And so this caused the question, are those things happening still? And if these are prophecies, are these prophecies just going to happen? Like, we're going to recognize when they happen. So if we recognize when they happen, are the people who making them happen causing them to happen because they believe they're the people in the scripture who's supposed to do it? A lot of people don't understand that when you say prophecy, you're actually saying blueprint. If you can make this happen, you're supposed to make it happen. It's not going to happen naturally. It never has. There's always been a blueprint for people to take steps. So are the Anunnaki coming back when the 10th planet slingshots back and actually comes within our atmosphere? I don't know if a lot of y'all know the story of the Anunnaki and how they came and they back, and that planet isn't close enough. But when they come, did they drop anybody off? Are they going to be picking people up, protecting people? A lot of y'all say that they're going to be coming for harm and things like that. I just can't see it, because if they've been here once, it's only once. So they couldn't have gained any type of technology. Would they leave somebody floating around there who can't get here? I don't think so. You can't picture yourself in the beginning of life as we know it on Earth and honestly say that you would climb a hill from the village you at, see some other people on the other side of that hill, and not go down there and interact with them. There's no way you could tell me that. I would never agree with you and would actually find a way to debate that. You don't believe that you could come over a hill and not go interact. Why would I say that about somebody that traveled light years across space? They not coming just to blow something. For what? That's absurd, because they would have gone through life like we went, trials and errors and tribulations. They not just listening to pop up and have spaceships and shit. They got things that they love if they're a race that's been there. They got kids back at home. When they came here, they didn't bring everybody with them. What are y'all thinking? Why would they want to come here and not send information back to the place they came from? Y'all be having some of these absurd I'm not going to say that. Let me take that back, because this is not where we talking and not where we arguing. I'm just telling what I think it could be. No, I don't think they'd come for war, because I don't think we would leave here and be able to do it and immediately start trying to do anything to people. And if we seen people who are beneath us, we would interact and teach them a better way, even if it was by force, the way that we colonized here. Earth would go colonize there. Now, when I say colonization, y'all think about the wars and the atrocities. But since we've been through it on Earth, when we get to them, we'll tell them how we were able to have enough peace to get these rockets and stuff. Because if they still fighting, they don't even understand that you have to have peace before you can even get this technology to come this far. We didn't bring the whole Earth with us, so we're going to need resources on that planet, no doubt. Even if we find the way to have that nuclear propulsion that my man Bob Lazar was talking about, and we got the spaceship and we can get there and stuff. Why, like, we couldn't put you on no spaceship and send you somewhere trying to find knowledge. You're going to go up there and try to kill them people. I can't believe y'all, that shows the accountability of, not y'all, man. I shouldn't be talking like this. I just get so upset sometimes when I think about how's we going to get to be a better race, because we can't even see nothing good. It's always bad when we look. I just don't see it. There's not been interaction a lot like that, so I don't believe that anything that come here would try to harm us, knock us out, and come with some type of vigilance. Would they have weapons and things and technology that we don't have? Yeah, they would. Would they automatically want to use it on us? For what? We seen in the past the Watchers wanted to make sure they couldn't fuck. It's gonna be Earthlings. Some of you niggas gonna want to. I can't believe that y'all would think that they would come for something like that when the overall logic in existence is to persist. So y'all came from other places and y'all can come here. How can we get together and help each other from afar? You came here for exploration, and you see that we ain't destroyed each other this long, so evidently it ain't too bad because we ain't destroyed each other. We still finding ways to have peace talks and stuff. No, absolutely not. I'm just stop right there. I think the Space Force is there to have some type of notification if something does decide to come. Any type of weapons would automatically come from the surface of the Earth anyway, because it ain't like we got big weapons out there yet. Now, can we get weapons out there, and would those weapons immediately affect the Earth, nations doing something to other nations? Yes. Would they immediately be defense for something that's coming? Yes. Do we want communication, and do we want beef already, and we so young in the infancy of getting out there to space? Is that what they would be scared of? Because of the minds, the people here, some of them. And if this is the people that's on the place that I'm at, think about the people that's in higher levels. They scared than a motherfucker. They don't want to see nothing. They see something that's coming from somewhere, they're going to shoot it down before they have any. Because they know that's how they would be if they win. We don't need them people in power. No, we don't need y'all in power. Absolutely not.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Now you broke it down like that. I see what you're talking about. But if they did come here, I don't believe they would interact with us, because if they are of a higher state of mind, they would actually, like we all said, they were surveillance us before they would even make a move to communicate with us. And who said they haven't communicated with us and the outcome of that communication?
Well, we got stories about it in the past.
Yeah.
We got stories in the Bible about beings visiting and mating. They talk about Adam and Eve, which we know that couldn't have been the first two people. So it had to be some type of experimentation with these beings, looking at these two beings, trying to see what they couldn't get and gather all the information they can't. But you had some of them that went out and did the things that beings of physical nature do when it comes to reproduction and stuff, because that's what it's. And so I don't know. I just can't see it.
There was other people beside Adam and Eve, because the Bible even states it.
I mean, logically, it has to be. Yeah.
The Bible states it, because even when Cain slew Abel, he said, if I was to leave, they will kill me. Who's the they that he was talking about? Yeah, there was other out here, but see, Adam and Eve were in the garden, covered and protected by the outside world. That's the difference.
I was laughing at my man Ewok in the chat. I ain't seen you in a minute. Ewok, shout out Ewok. Ewok say the question is, what evidence has sparked this speculation at the present? There is no damn. The only thing that sparked this, Ewok, and it's crazy that you asked that, and I might look silly once you see what sparked it. Nothing but let me see. Dang, my thing done messed up. I can't see. But nothing else but Donald Trump in the Space Force. I can't find the layout. Hey, when you there? Nothing but the Space Force, Ewok. Just just having the Space Force and us having the Space Command within the Air Force. And me, myself, I know that there's definitely reason to understand that we would eventually evolve into a spacefaring thing. And since we do have technology in space, we're already spacefaring. So it's only logical to believe that that would be the next thing that we start doing. They trying to terraform other planets already. I wish they terraformed this planet before they went, but that's the only reason, you know what I'm saying? And then there's the speculation ain't for, this is a investigative journalism for me. And I've had these type of questions for a long time, and people don't, you know what I'm saying, talk about these type of questions. And so the only thing that sparked this speculation is simply that America has what they call the Space Force, and they call themselves Guardians and those type of different things and stuff. So I just wanted to talk about it, if that answers your question. Shout out again to Ewok. Who else on the chat? Shout out the whole tech. We understand. But yeah, man, that was my quick spiel on that topic. Just have to take off in a minute. I don't know if A1 here. A1, we didn't hear your perspective. I know you don't like to talk a lot. People, look like Jay Snake wanted to say something. Jay, you wanted to say something real quick? Unless A1 about to jump on. Oh, Jay Snake left. A1, you hear me? A1 ain't there. Let me see. I need to join the stage on my phone real quick.
Hey, Oli. Yeah, don't run from this conversation, but don't run from this conversation because I'm about to pull up to my job, and the thing is, I don't ever take off, but this conversation is so interesting. I might just have to tell these niggas, yo, they might have to put my PTO in, man. I got 180 hours. I got 180 hours because I don't ever use my shit. I got 180 hours stored up. So I just gotta put in. I gotta give this other dude my paperwork for my route though.
Mm-hmm.
So
I got you.
Yeah,
I got you.
Yeah. I ain't going nowhere. I'm just gonna be muted out. But it's because I remember you said you had to go do something. Is A1 in?
I'm gonna be on my phone though, so we'll still be able to talk and chat.
Okay.
A little bit until I get back to have full access to anything.
Okay.
I might just when I leave, if everybody want to get things done, I got a little something that I can play until A1 come, and he'll be able to cut it off and keep it going. Because like I said, I'll be on my phone.
Yeah, well, I didn't want the other brothers to leave because I still wanted to dialogue, with the other brothers, and I wanted to bring out some other information, even though I'm not going to be able to show it on my screen, but I'm gonna fall back. I'm not gonna leave the stage. I'm just gonna mute out.
Got you.
And then I'm gonna handle this business. I gotta get this other dude my paperwork for my route and shit. And I'm gonna head back to the crib and shit. I don't live that far from where I work at, so let me handle this. I must be on stage, but I'm gonna mute out. And then but I didn't want the other brothers to leave because I'm really enjoying the dialogue or whatever, and I wanted to continue the dialogue with the other brothers and you too. So I'm gonna go ahead and just mute out, and then I'll let y'all know.
Got you. Yeah, man, I want to continue the dialogue too. Like I said, thought my man was up. Yeah,
what
yeah.
if
What's
they?
going on?
What if they come with all this because they know that they can't hide some things no more from us. You know, they've been for decades. They've been hiding all kind of stuff, classified, and now Donald Trump is declassifying some files. What if they're like, man, we might as well tell them they're gonna see it eventually. What if
that's definitely a possibility. You know what I'm saying? We know that if our imagination serves us right and the mathematics and the logical proofs that there's other life within existence besides us, you know, it's a possibility. I work on possibilities. I don't too much make claims, but you know what I'm saying? As you just stated, what if? That's you know what I'm saying? That's a nice little question. Ewok says Trump has stated that he does not know if aliens are real, meaning he has not made a definitive claim about their existence to be proven true or false. Yeah, I don't think nobody was making no claims about Trump or nothing. This is just people making assumptions. What we was really talking about, Ewok, was the correlation in the evangelicals and the Hebrew and all of the Abrahamic mythology religions. They dang man, I hate I gotta go because I just remembered I got this slide show going and I could still be talking. But you know what I'm saying, there's some correlation and there's people that actually believe that Trump might be, well, matter of fact, let me go ahead and get this because I got to get something else together. So if you just tuned in, I got a nice little something you can watch real quick before I smash up. Y'all can stand the chatting.
19th century English Puritan millennialism. At the core of this belief system is the gathering of Israel. In his first term, Donald Trump recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital, relocated the American embassy, and backed Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. He cemented a physical and political connection to the Western Wall and the broader region that went beyond previous administrations. To understand the massive theological reaction to these policy decisions, we have to separate secular history from religious belief. We do this by filtering the information into 5 distinct categories: fact, text, interpreted, correlated, and speculative. The critical mechanism here is the correlated lane. This is where observers take an observable political fact and connect it to a religious text, assigning theological meaning to secular events. This raises a specific question. Why have these diplomatic and political actions caused millions of religious observers to assign a modern American president a direct biblical role? A president's geopolitical actions function as a prophetic Rorschach test. The way voters interpret these geopolitical events reveals their own deep-seated beliefs about the end of the world, rather than proving a literal divine mandate. The expectation of a Jewish restoration to the Middle East has deep roots in Christian theology, tracing back to 17th century English Puritan millennialism. At the core of this belief system is the gathering of Israel. This doctrine states that the re-establishment of Jewish sovereignty in the Levant and the physical restoration of Jerusalem are mandatory prerequisites for the second coming of Jesus Christ. Over centuries, this perspective grew from a minority sectarian interpretation into a highly organized geopolitical voting bloc. Today, millions of voters actively seek literal biblical fulfillment from the leaders they elect. The first interpretive path relies on the biblical history of the Persian king Cyrus, whose edicts allowed Israelites to return from Babylonian exile. According to the book of Isaiah, chapter 45, God utilized Cyrus, a Gentile foreign ruler, as an anointed instrument to facilitate the rebuilding of the Second Temple in Jerusalem. Modern evangelical leaders bring this exact biblical text into the Oval Office. They draw a direct parallel, arguing that God is using a modern, controversial political outsider for the specific purpose of defending and restoring Israel. Biblical scholars frequently challenge this comparison. They point out that Isaiah explicitly names the historical Cyrus, and applying the text to modern politicians strips the original prophecy of its specific historical context. For those holding the Cyrus view, a political leader's personal flaws do not matter. The leader is viewed strictly as a utilitarian instrument, chosen to achieve a divine political objective. If we take the exact same geopolitical data and apply a different prophetic lens, the narrative reverses completely. The book of Daniel, chapter 9, describes a highly specific covenant with many. In many futurist interpretations, this points to a deceptive peace treaty orchestrated by an end-times antagonist. This image displays the Abraham Accords. Futurist systems map normalization agreements like this onto Daniel's predicted treaty. However, the document reveals massive gaps. It lacks the 7-year timeline, involves different nations, and makes zero mention of a rebuilt temple. To prove a modern treaty is the biblical covenant, interpreters must state their identifying criteria before the agreement is signed. If every new diplomatic deal can temporarily be labeled the covenant, the interpretation is unfalsifiable. Popular prophecy systems build their antagonists taking the little horn from Daniel, the man of lawlessness from Thessalonians, and the beast from Revelation, stitching them into a single individual. This creates a striking paradox. The exact same diplomatic peacemaking that proves a leader is a chosen savior to one theological camp proves he is the prophesied deceiver to another. Both the Cyrus and Antichrist narratives eventually collide at a single, highly contested geographic location, the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. Private religious organizations and activists are actively preparing the architecture, vessels, and priestly garments necessary for a third temple. The Book of Numbers, chapter 19, details a strict requirement for this process. The ashes of a flawless red heifer are needed to achieve the ritual purity necessary to resume temple service. These preparations are conducted by private religious activists. They do not represent the official, secular policies of the Israeli government. Because both prophetic paths require physical events to happen at this specific location, the geography of Jerusalem dictates the ticking clock for these opposing theological timelines. To understand how prophecy thrives, consider the rule of the arrow. Ecosystems compress historical events into linear correlations. Every arrow represents an argument, a massive theological leap requiring independent proof. If a single correlation lacks evidence, the connection breaks, and the entire prophetic structure collapses. Modern prophecy belief thrives in digital spaces by intentionally filtering out disconfirming details. The ecosystem rewards high-emotion correlations over strict historical accuracy. This dynamic creates a severe philosophical tension, a feedback loop between modern geopolitical policy and ancient biblical prophecy. When military flashpoints emerge, observers immediately map modern tactical data onto ancient texts, like Ezekiel 38's War of Gog and Magog. Integrating cutting-edge surveillance technology, missile defense networks, and entirely new military branches into these ancient frameworks amplifies the psychological weight of everyday policy decisions. If millions of powerful voters demand political actions that align with their specific prophetic timelines, it leaves us with an unresolved question. Are we passively watching prophecy unfold, or are we engineering our own apocalypse?
And so that was that question to Ewok. Why did Donald Trump create? Why you think the American government created the Space Force? Is it because that's just the next step in exploration of what we know as existence, to be further out as we peer out? Is it because of the wars in heaven that they scared of, that's been proposed in the Abrahamic mythology? Or is it Zechariah Sitchin and the Anunnaki and the 10th planet coming back into distance where they can interact with us again? Why? Is it just simple human evolution technology? If you want to come up and give your views of why, some possibilities, because I know you could think more than one possibility why. Like I could think of why they I gave a few earlier why I think they might have created the Space Force. But as we know, it's not like Donald Trump just created the Space Force or none of that. They already had the Space Command at the Air Force, which was already doing different things when it comes to that. Nito Swain, you came back up. I see you had said something in the chat. Did you want to say something? A1, you there? A1 ain't there yet, is he?
Yeah, I was saying that. I don't know why it keep kicking me off. That's why I typed it. You can't a lot of people try to interpret the Bible by like a theologian standpoint or study or like a study, like they're studying for a class. But if you don't have the Holy Spirit or the Ruach, which is called the Ruach HaKodesh, you're not getting you're not going to get the full interpretation.
Right. And that's why I say, when I know I ain't an expert in something, I'm gonna do my investigative journalism and see what different people think about it who might have more, because here lately I've been discoursing with Omar, really just having discussions about the Hebrew Israelites. It seems that you might be more of a Hebrew Israelite when I heard you speaking, and I think you might have said things. So I ain't gonna say that you are or not. I'm sure you'll be able to tell us if you are. But
yeah, I grew up. My mom, man, tell you, my mom had us in church when I was about 6, 7 years old. My mom had us in church young. You know, we went to a Methodist church, but as I got older, the structure of church, all structures of church come from the Roman Catholics.
Okay.
So I got away from it and really started getting into true Hebrew, you know, the Hebrew way of going about researching the Bible. And, you know, as I delved deeper into it, I found that if you don't have the Holy Spirit, just going to church is just like going to a baseball game or a basketball game religiously. It's religion. It's not the actual belief, the belief system that the Bible states. It's just religious. It's just a thing you do. It's just like should I say holidays? You religiously go to your favorite baseball team, basketball team. So
yeah, man. Well, shoot, I ain't gonna even hold you, because this would be a nice time that I can because I can kind of A1. A1 still ain't there. He might have left. doing some work. So before, cause man, I might start this back later if ain't nobody else doing. I know it's the weekend. Y'all know A1 always got a trick up his sleeve. Fat ass watch. Perfect timing. So I don't know what he got in store. You know, he always rock the weekends. I was just trying to get the day started with some little bit of you know, just peekaboo information to get y'all thoughts, y'all ideas about what's going on around the world, because we have to move forward in some way. One of the ways to move forward actually is to know what's going on. We've looked for where we from. We know where we at. We can start from where we at and push forward to where we going. You know what I'm saying? With the knowledge that we have, because like I stated, I don't think the thinking that we've been having has been critical enough when it comes to what's going on in the world. And if people want answers, we have to start asking the new questions about what we're seeing, and are different things happening unbeknownst to us while we thinking it's some type of trap. Some people see it as some type of prophecy. Are they making the prophecies happen because we know about the wars that's to come and why they're supposed to come? We know about that third, and that's real big right there. They got to find that divine red heifer, and they've been looking for it. It ain't like some of us might not believe this.
Yeah, they had three of them. They had three of them.
See what I'm saying? Some of us might not believe in the Abrahamic, but it's people who do, and they in power. Like they the ones that shooting bombs and things over there at each other right now. And the Bible speaks of these things. The Bible has spoken of these things and things to come. So when you see that type of stuff and you say, okay, that part going down, what about this other part?
Yeah, they had about three of them, but they did a mock up sacrifice with one of them, but after a certain age, they can't use them no more. They got to be of a certain age. So I don't know if they're breeding the two that they have left, or they're looking for a new one. But yeah, they had to be of a certain age.
Well, this is my question, because you might know more about this than me then, since you said that. Who are the ones that has the authority to say, yeah, this is the heifer?
Well, they had to be of a certain age. They had to be a red heifer with no blemishes.
No, I'm talking about, okay, now who are the ones who's looking at this? These are the people that got the power. Who are the ones that say, yes, this is the heifer that we've been looking for?
Oh, the small hat, the priest of the small hats.
Can we be now? If that's supposed to happen, then we can specify. And I might have to go look in that. That might be my next investigative journalist. Who's actually saying? Because I suppose as soon as somebody say, yeah, that's the red bull, whoever, the red heifer. That's funny, red bull, red heifer. I just knew it. But whoever says it's the red heifer, whoever got that authority, when they say it's the red heifer, I presuppose they're going to do what they do, get the ashes, sprinkle the ashes like they're supposed to, and build a temple, right? Is that what we're supposed to suppose?
Yeah, but they had no authority, because only that authority was only with the northern kingdom of Israel.
Do you think
the Judaic priests, but the Judaic priests, they scattered and were destroyed way before the southern part of Jerusalem. So no one really has the right to do it. They're over there doing stuff that they had no business doing.
Okay. Now hear me out now. Suppose that when this priesthood was supposed to get destroyed, some of them got away. They spread this story through their bloodline like the story's supposed to. And their kids and things grow up knowing that they are actually the bloodline of this priesthood, and that they have a mission. This mission is to make these things happen. And so they come, and when they do the things that they do, they doing it with the air of, I'm doing this because my family is the people that they talking about, right? So when we say that it ain't none, but they know that they are these people, they've come some way, and let's just say,
Yeah, but according,
hold on, there's somewhere they can actually prove that they the priests and that they've been still doing these things, and we ain't knowing that they these priests because they look like regular civilians doing whatever they doing when they up there looking at the bulls and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, but
He can prove that he's from the priesthood, and this is the red bull, because somebody has to be able to say it's a red bull, because that temple is prophesied to come to fruition. So we can't fight it and say that can't nobody say that it's coming, because the Bible says it's coming. Unless you don't believe in the Bible, and I don't believe in the Bible, but just because we don't believe in the Bible, don't believe that other people do, which leads me back to the Bible and prophecy is like a blueprint. And if you can make this blueprint happen, you're supposed to. So, and you don't suppose that it's anybody who could claim those shoes of being the people who say, yeah, this, because it's people looking for the red heifer and saying that this ain't the one. So how can we say that it ain't nobody who can claim it?
yeah, but in prophecy though, it says that once they do build it, they do build the temple, that the son of perdition will go inside and mock it, defame it, pour pig's blood on it. So that right there,
that's what it
starts.
says.
Yeah, so that right there starts off. So that right there starts off hell on earth. I mean, that's when the real Antichrist
First term,
is going to
Donald
veer
Trump
his
recognized Jerusalem as Israel's.
No, yeah, that's exactly that's what.
So
I'm
yeah,
saying.
if there are any priests still from the northern kingdom around, they will not do that because they know that goes against. It goes against the Bible.
What goes against the Bible?
Building a third temple, because the third temple will be desecrated.
But the Bible say that's gonna happen though.
Yeah, it's going to happen, but
hold on, wait now.
But it's not going to happen by the natural branches.
Dang, I got to leave, because that's what leads to one of the inconsistencies to the story with me. So you one of the people that believe that we know what's supposed to happen, so we're not supposed to make it happen, because that would actually be going against God if you saying that you don't want what's supposed to happen to happen. You don't want what's supposed to happen.
No, it's going to happen. It has to happen, but it's not going to be It's not going to happen by the natural branches. It's going to be It's going to happen by the heathen.
However it happens, we agree that it's going to happen, right?
Oh yeah, it's going to happen.
Okay.
But it ain't going to be right.
There's no right way for anything for this to happen. It's supposed to happen, so it ain't really like no right way of how it starts. I don't think that, in my perspective anyway. Let me get this straight. In my perspective, it don't care how it starts. It says it's supposed to start. That's what we're supposed to. I don't care about who's supposed to start it or none of that. There's supposed to be signs that we're supposed to see when it's coming.
Yeah, the Most High is allowing them to make it happen. The Most High is allowing them to make it happen. So it's properly.
He has to, because he already told them that that's what's going to happen. Okay, so we agree that it's going to happen, and that's why they're looking for these red heifer. And like I said, and then that's why because it has to happen. This is how Israel gets their power.
Mm-hmm.
All of these things to happen. Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
and like I said, that's when the son of perdition is going to come on the scene, and that's when it's time to.
That's when that's
prepare yourself and run. Because Yeshua said, prepare yourself and run.
Oh, you saying we might not necessarily even need to be looking for it until we know that bull has been sacrificed and spread, huh? And the temple is going up. Then you start looking for the son of perdition. We might be looking too early.
I'm not saying looking too early, but right now, where they want to build it at, they don't even have full control over it because the I believe it's the Islam has control over the mound.
Dang, I
or
wish
where they want to build at. So they're going back and forth. See who really has the true rights to it right now.
Oh, Jay Snake answered my question. He said they called the Kohanim, Oli. These are the people, Jay Snake, that are supposed to. Ewok say a political ideology steeped in rituals. It was supposed to have already happened. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to. Was it, or are they trying to make it happen in our eyes, unbeknownst to us? Ewok, because think about I showed that in the last episode about Donald Trump going over there in the Abrahamic Accords. 2017, 18, 19, and 20 was real big for America and Israel and Jerusalem. Dang, man, A1 ain't here. Because I have to smash up, man. I got to go. I could stay here on my phone. Let me see.
What happened?
Well, I gotta go pick up my
Oh, okay.
my wife from work.
See right there, they don't have control of that. The Islamic people have control of that.
That's what I'm saying. That's
So
what it's all about. We got to find out. There go the red heifer, huh? Is this one of the Jewish dudes, the Kohanim?
mm-hmm.
That's what Jay Snake said, didn't they? Humble Mystic in the building. Oh, there go Humble. Mike can hold it for me until I get back. Father Time and Mother Nature. Never let me down, y'all. Right on time. The right nature. If his computer ain't messing up. I know he's been having kind of problems. Let me drop that for you, Humble. A lot of symbolism. Ewok, before I take off, you talk about symbolism. Like, do you believe that the government and people could be doing these things, trying to make prophecy happen, or are they doing symbolism unbeknownst to themselves? But even though it would be unbeknownst to themselves, it would still be some people who actually know what's going on. And I wish you'd kind of come up and talk to me, Ewok. You know my question and be kind of random when they spur. But they go to the chat. Humble, come up and take over. My man's Omar came back. I don't know if you've been listening to what I've been talking about. If you want to reply right now. But I do know one thing.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here.
Yeah, Humble, I dropped the link. I don't know if you're still there. What's going on, man? Still some people in the chat, so I wouldn't like to cut it off. Omar, you there? Think Swain, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I think he's still in the cut.
Okay. Dang, man, I don't want to start a video or something. Somebody come in humble if you would. If you would, come and say you got. Well, they did try to ban critical thinking in schools. Yeah, I remember teachers always telling me, you're looking too deep at it, Jermaine. It's something you'll find out when you're in college.
Yeah, she probably said that because she didn't have to answer herself.
Hey, and you know what? That's something that and look, like the questions I'm asking today, Swain. I don't know if you like. These are really genuine questions that I don't know the answer to for myself. That's why I always say they just opinions when I start talking about stuff like this, because I understand they can only be opinions. But it's some things that you talk, you know what I'm saying, and they just don't sit right with you. And so you do ask questions when you're younger and stuff, things about the
Yeah.
war, you know what I'm saying, things about the war's government when you're doing history and government and stuff in high school and stuff, and you heard different things, especially when I was coming up and stuff. And, that ain't how I heard it happen. I heard it happen like this. And, you know what I'm saying, then you get up, you go to college and you start seeing the real way it happened when you take American government and things, and you're like, oh, I was right about that assumption. Of course, it was an assumption at the time, but just even being young and being able to question those type of things with logic has always been one of my gifts. Because, like I said, I don't make no claims or nothing. Humble, what's up, my guy? I'm glad you came in. I got to step away and quick.
Quantum, how I sound?
You sound good. It seemed like when you first start talking, it sounded a little bit muffled, and then it get better.
All right. I just want to be able to be clear. That's all.
Yeah, you definitely clearer than you have been. And there ain't nothing cutting off. I'm just to leave everything like it is. Like I said, I got my other thing on there, so I'm just to mute this one out and go to my phone. And if you could kind of hold the panel for me, technically, while I'm going. Have you been listening?
Now, so that's the thing. I don't think I'm be able to touch no videos or nothing. I'm on my phone. Hold on 1 second. Let me see what my laptop is. So that way, if we need to play any videos or anything, I can set that up. Hold on.
I got you. I was gonna remove it. I have been playing videos with no sound just because they is movement and it make it it was talking about Donald Trump and the different things in prophecy. So it's just a little video that I've just been having playing, repeating. It ain't too much of that. We done already watched it. But but I can remove that. Matter of fact, that'd probably be the best idea. And kind of get the panel like
I'm going on mute right now. Bring my other panel. Well, about to try to bring my other joint up and see what's going on.
Bet. Yeah, we're gonna be right here for a minute and get that for humble. The Wailing Wall. Smash that Wailing Wall is something else. I didn't even know Smash. Did you know that the Wailing Wall is actually the Roman fort that was used when they tore down the temple the second time? I didn't know that until I was doing this research right here. Let's see, there go humble.
What up? What up? Mic check 1 2 1 2.
You sound real good right there. You sound real good on the other one too.
Okay.
Definitely sound better. Let me see if I.
Yeah, what it? Mic check 1 2 1 2. Oh, go ahead. Mute up, Quantum. See if it works.
No, I just did and it didn't. You got
it was
but listen, I'm just but I'm just to leave this what's the name anyway? I'm just to leave the computer so I can leave it unmuted because it ain't gonna be no noise. Yeah, it ain't gonna be no noise.
Okay.
Let me get on my phone a little bit. But yeah, man, we've been having a nice conversation. It is going on 5 hours, so wrong humping. Yeah, LOL, that's all BS. What they humping on belongs to wrong.
Oh yeah, they made Jesus, man. We were just having that conversation the other day. The Romans and the Greeks inventing what you would call a Jesus Christ. It started with actually a father-son duo, Titus Flavius and what's his father name? Tacitus or something. Tacitus and Titus Flavius. And then they recruited Josephus. That's why I don't take nothing that Josephus says as credible, because even amongst his own people, he's looked at as a traitor. He started holding Greek and Roman campaigns. And so a lot of times when you see the Jewish wars, you see the Antiquity of the Jews that he wrote, the Jewish wars, a lot of those books that he wrote is literally promotion for the Flavian Empire. And later on, you'll see that his name becomes Josephus Flavius, but Flavius is more of a title. It's not his real last name. It's a title that he adopted from the Flavian Empire. And that's how we got Jesus Christ. Vespasian is that man's name. His name is Vespasian. So the father's name was Vespasian, and his son's name was Titus. Yeah, it just came back to my remembrance. What up, brother Cosma? What up, Cosma? He was a Flavian vessel. Hey, listen, we can agree on that. Let's agree on that. That's why his people don't deal with him. Where is
Hey, this Omar. Give me a second. I'll be back on. But I think what you wanted to say was Vespasian. He led the first sack of Jerusalem, and then his son Titus Vespasian continued the campaign in the sack of Jerusalem after his father passed away. But I'm almost to the crib. I'll chime back in a second.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't a all encompassing thing, Omar. Yeah. But it was actually Titus who met Josephus, and it was Titus that Josephus said was the prophet that the book talked about. And he had to tell him this because he wanted to shoot. Hey, listen, man, you got somebody that's about to execute you on a spot. Hey, you gonna say whatever you need to say to survive. You feel me? But there's a couple reasons he was meant to be or he was called a traitor. Number one, because how do you name a one of your captives, right? Somebody who's taking you into slavery, how do you name them your prophet? Crazy work right there. My family, I'm here with it. What up? What up? What up with it, y'all? Who we got on the panel? I know we got brother Quantum. We got who else over here? I see we got brother brother A1 on the panel. We got Swan, NATO Swan, Needle Swan. What up, Smash? I see you down there, brother. Give me a little minute, y'all. I'm sitting here. I'm actually just waking up not too long ago, family.
I forgot to pull myself up on the stage on the phone real quick. Hold on. A1, did A1 pop in?
No, he probably chilling.
Okay, there we go. Let me see. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, loud and clear. Is my mic still good?
Yep.
Okay.
Like it ain't never messed up before. Yeah, man, that's Nito Swain. He a Hebrew Israelite. He was helping me with my investigation, man. He came up when Omar couldn't explain it. He fell in the right words. I mean, Omar was explaining it. He just Nito came and helped him out, cleared it up so people can explain it in another way. You know how it go. But
facts.
But yeah, man.
What was this topic on? I was talking about the Guardians of the High Ground, episode 2.
Yep. We got into prophet, just what I'm talking about. You know, with some evangelicals that say Donald Trump is the return of Cyrus. And the prophecy of Cyrus is actually the prophecy of Trump also. Like, so the Gentile king that came and saved the Hebrew Israelite, or saved Jerusalem and rebuilt the second temple. A lot of evangelical Christians think that that's what Trump doing, and Trump is going to rebuild the third temple. So that's what. Why did Donald Trump create the Space Force? Did this have something to do with it?
Hey, listen, I'm sure they got a lot of secret missions going on over there that the civilians don't know about. However, I think one of the main reasons for a Space Force is just so we can stay ahead of the curve. You see what I'm saying? Times is changing, the warfare is changing. I remember when it was biochemical warfare. Then it became nuclear warfare. Now it's technological warfare. You see what I'm saying? Listen, you know, they got France got a Space Force, Colombia got a Space Force, China got a Space Force, New Zealand got a Space Force. Everybody out here got a Space Force now. You see what I'm saying? And so, you know, I think it's just war. War is evolving, and so these people got to evolve with the times. You feel me? But other than that, I think a lot of this stuff too is going to be used for commercial. I think a lot of the military use of the Space Force is going to be used to guide people, guide commercial transportation, you know, into space. I think there's a lot, but I more so would have something to do with just staying relevant as a superpower. You see what I'm saying? Once you lose your military strength, once you lose your capital, once you lose everything that make you a superpower, then you ain't playing in the league with the big boys no more. So I think the United States is trying to do anything to keep themselves relevant as a superpower.
Definitely, and I know that's a lot of people's view. I know that's one of the reasons. So I definitely agree with you.
Yeah, that's like I said. They're using it for dominance. It's almost like a flex.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the thing is, we think the stuff that we be having sometimes be like, yo, you see what we can do? Da-da-da-da. Man, Russia just literally created a whole new stealth bomber. And our shit barely outmatches what the hell they can do. And I think it's just faster. Like, it ain't got no more guns. It ain't got, I think it could hold more passengers than an American Nighthawk. So these people out here building weapons, man, I think what they honestly do, right? I think, of course, we know something called the black market, but I think the military got its own branch of something like that, like the black market, where all of these countries or unions or powers, if we want to call them, where they all connect in some way, shape, or form, where they all go to one place, to independent arms dealers, and they buy similar weaponry. You see what I'm saying? Just like I'm not sure if y'all like familiar with Marvel, but in Marvel, when you see the first Iron Man movie, Tony Stark is going around the world selling his weapons to multiple people. So they all getting their weapons from Tony Stark. So now Ukraine is fighting America, and they both like, yo, how they got that? We got that too. And they both go to Tony Stark like, yo, you effed us both. Like, yo, how you say I'm your customer, and then you go over here and you sell him the same warheads? So I think they be doing stuff like that too.
No, you know they do, and then you always think about the commercial use of things and the special and private interest. When people put money up for different things, or when the government put money up for things, there's people who have direct access to this.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, these are the people who can, like a manager at McDonald's might can sneak a bag to a couple of friends or something, or overwrite this. There's people who can do that with weapons.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people remember guns and butter. That's them our main exports.
Oh yeah. Think about the amount of people that go missing off of a lot of these projects, right? GPS, for an example, just like GPS, that started off as a military thing, right? Metal detectors, that started off from a piece of military equipment. VR headsets, that started off as a part of a piece of military equipment. Damn near everything we use in society, cell phones, you see what I'm saying? They started off as military equipment. And so everything we get, they first start the prototypes in the military to make sure, okay, well, yeah, this can do this. Okay, this could do this. Okay, well, yeah, okay, now this is how the commercial people, Dell, NASA, Apple, this is how they can use this technology. You see what I'm saying? So, oh yeah, it's all with the military and technology and science are linked. This is something that also Neil deGrasse Tyson talk about a lot. He talk about the connection between the military and science a whole lot. Dealing with nuclear fusion, dealing with radio laser technology, things of that nature. He always talking about how during the Soviet War or during World War II or during the Civil War, this is what they was dealing with. And so, and you can see it like when you if you are a history buff and you get in the wars, you can actually track over the times when not only America but all of these countries are getting more advanced in warfare, and you'll see a country take, like, for an example, when France and in the Soviet Union, France modified one of their tanks after the Russian tanks. And so that's what they do. They go into warfare. They say, oh, snaps, they had this. They come back. They say, well, how can we modify this to beat that? You see what I'm saying? Warfare is a crazy thing, man, when you really get into it.
Definitely.
Warfare is definitely a crazy thing.
That's why I say, and it's crazy because for a minute they was fighting about lands that was far off. Now that it ain't lands far off to be explored or found, they fighting closer to each other now. Like you said, Ukraine and Russia, you got Israel and Palestine, Iran, and all of that stuff right there. Like
now
so
those are religious wars.
Correct.
You know that, right, Quantum?
Yes. That's what I'm saying.
Those are what we would call jihads or holy wars, as they would call them.
They create the Space Force. Is it to fulfill these prophecies? Remember, my God and my God got the happen. This is why I'm trying to talk to my Christians and the Hebrews and stuff, because I want to see if they make any correlations, because in early 2017, 18, 19, and 20, while y'all was down for the COVID, the government was still running. They was over there in Jerusalem. They was over there in Israel doing big things to make sure nobody could do any protesting and stuff. They was launching rockets. We don't know if they was launching small. I ain't gonna even get into my little theories, because these are just thoughts to have me come to questions, and I know my thoughts. Sometimes
there's a guy.
Like, do you believe? Just be me critically thinking. So I'm just.
There's a guy by the name of Sean McCartney. They be on these podcasts all the time. Sean McCartney's a couple of them. And these are, some of them are Green Berets, some of them are SEAL Team 6, some of them are black operatives, and they get on and they get the talking about what the military is really like. And man, it's a different world over there. For real.
Humble.
Yep, I'm here.
Think about it. Over there in the Middle East, they've been having war since before I was born, like a year before I was born. And I want to say, 78. And they've been, so it's people who have seen nothing but war, if anybody's still alive from that time. And if they are, it's because they was able to leave that area. Think of that. For as long as I've seen bombs and weapons in the sky, they've seen bombs and weapons and things in the sky.
I was just watching the dude. He was just saying that Afghanistan's, they call him the Afghani ghost, and he was one of Afghanistan's best snipers, like the best sniper in the world. And he was learning that as a kid. You see what I'm saying? Them people was teaching them as children over there, because that's, like you said before, Quantum, that's what they see. all day long. They just see shooting in the air. They shoot at the helicopters just for fun over there. Like that's what the kids see. So growing up, you know, it's imminent that they're gonna find themselves, you know, encapsulated in some type of war, or, you know, learning how to shoot some type of gun or something like that. You feel me? But yeah, that's he was talking about the Afghan Ghost. He was like, yeah, man, he was over there sniping since he was 6, 7 years old. I'm like, dang.
Well, JC's number does not work.
What we gotta do is over here, man. We gotta, hey, listen. It ain't about stripping away your faith. It's about evaluating your faith and seeing if what you got faith in is really worth having faith in. You see what I'm saying? You can have faith in many things, but it's about actually evaluating the things you got faith in and really seeing if they work for the better good of yourself, if that's what you worried about, the better good of your family, if that's what you worried about, the better good of the human race, if that's what you worried about. You see what I'm saying? So it all depends.
Nah, yeah, I hear you. Ain't nobody back yet, man. I'm trying to make sure I ain't echoing, but I'm driving, so I don't want to.
You good? You good? Quantum, go ahead, Brody. You is all good. You know I'm here with you.
Yeah, you good? You good?
You good? I'm just over here taking. You know, I'm over here having my date with Mary Jane. I'm actually, you know, waking up not too long ago, so.
Nito Swain was here from the beginning. Nito, can you kind of go over some of the things we was talking about that you remember with Humble Self? Humble want to comment on them?
We were talking about. So we're talking about a lot of things. We were talking about why the U.S. is doing space wars. She was talking about the red heifer in the temple. Shoot, it's a lot of stuff.
You said the wrath in the temple?
Oh no, the red heifer in the Temple Mount. Are they the true priests that should be doing it? And I said no, no one should be doing it, because even if the northern kingdom of Israel still had the priests, they wouldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the ones who are doing it are the heathens. They don't know what they're doing. But like we were also saying, it's prophesied for them to do it. Once they do it, the son of perdition comes in effect. He desecrates the temple. And that's when it's time. And that's when it's time to run, hide, and.
So I think instead of prophecies being fulfilled, I think people try to fulfill prophecies. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
I know there's a lot of things out here that people like, oh, well, you know, this is prophecy. And I'll just be sitting on the side like, y'all don't think these people read these books and just be thinking about, hey, how can I make this come true? How, you know, how could if we say we living in the last days, how can we make this come true? You know, so I don't, I was just watching, I was just studying or just watching up on Nostradamus, you know, and a lot of his predictions, and they say like he predicted World War I, II. He's, you know, he got a prediction that haven't came true yet, World War III, you know. I'm got an echo when you're not talking.
Oh yeah, that dude. He had
Am
a
I still
lot of
echoing J Snake? How
black
do I
magic
sound to
going
you,
on.
Swan? How do I
You
sound to
sound
you, Swan?
clear. Yeah,
I
you
sound
sound clear.
clear.
Yeah, no echo on that.
Okay, good. That'd be my issue, man. I don't like coming up here and I'm echoing and I'm all messing up and
Yeah,
shit.
but Nostradamus, man, he was in a lot of black magic.
Hey, he said he got the
alchemy.
He said he got the visions from God. That's what he said. He was a believer now. That's one thing. That's one thing he was. He was most definitely a believer. That'd be my thing with the believers. How do you, like he said it's the new brother. How do y'all deal with people who claim to be believers?
Well, let me jump on and jump back in.
All right. But claim to be believers, but I'm a robot. That's crazy, bro. Hold on, I'm trying to come up on my phone and see. That's better.
All right, am I still echoing?
No, you sound good to me.
Hey, shalom, y'all. Hey, this Omar. I'm back.
What's going on? What's going on?
Yeah, somebody had a real bad sound like they was like underwater or something like that.
Yeah, it was humble.
Oh, okay. Well, no, so I'm just getting back to the crib. I think I heard somebody talking about the different snipers or whatever. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if Humble was talking about I think he mentioned something about an Afghan sniper. So I don't know if he was talking about Damala. Damala was the best sniper that Afghan had. I think he actually got the longest confirmed kill. If I'm not mistaken, Damala. But then we got other snipers throughout history which is the black guy, which is Irvin, the Reaper. He's yeah, the Reaper, the Reaper he's a brother too. See, they don't talk about these snipers.
Yeah.
Irvin is the one of the coldest snipers ever. As far as his thing dealing with, he was a ranger. He had long confirmed kills. He was an absolute monster, and they don't talk enough about him because normally, don't you know, a lot of these sniper movies that they make, they always put a white dude up, but they don't. But they've yet to actually play the Reaper as the Reaper, which was a straight brother. It was Irvin. I think his name was Nick Irvin. Yeah, the Reaper.
He
was a hold on. He's a straight brother from the hood too. A straight brother.
Yeah. You know he be doing podcasts, right, Omar?
I seen one.
Can you hear me, Omar?
I seen one. I never clicked on it and actually watched it though. I'm just because I love war. I'm a war buff also. I love war. So even when you go back to other snipers, like if you want to even go back to the Russian sniper, which was Vasily Zaitsev. Vasily Zaitsev was a shepherd boy from the Urals, and Vasily Zaitsev was an absolute animal. He was Vasily Zaitsev was a trained trained hunting, and he came from the outskirts of Russia, which what they called the Urals at that time. That was real far from the city. That's like the countryside. And he was brought up from a youngin hunting. He was an excellent hunter, which transitioned over until once Russia went to war with Germany at the time. They fought, and that's when I think is Stalin was ahead. They fought the Battle of Stalingrad, and then the second in charge was Nikita Sergeyevich Khrushchev. Khrushchev built a campaign all around Vasily Zaitsev as the legendary sniper, building up the propaganda. But every bit of the legend, Vasily Zaitsev was that. Now, who did Vasily Zaitsev have to go against? Vasily Zaitsev was damn near like he came in the game 18 years old. Well, actually, I think I want to say 16 to 17 years old when he got his first confirmed kill on the battlegrounds of Stalingrad in Stalingrad, which was an actual capital before St. Petersburg up in Russia. Stalingrad was named after, they called the big guy, which was Joseph Stalin. So just talking about snipers. So Germany at that time, the Fuhrer sent his best sniper, which was General Koenig. Koenig was an old veteran sniper at that time. He was the best sniper. He led the sniper school in Zossen, Germany at that time. So Zossen was basically like a sniper school located in Zossen, Germany. The Fuhrer funded that school. General Koenig actually he was the head instructor at that time. And so basically during that war, when Germany tried to push into Stalingrad, because the thing is, Joseph Stalin and the Fuhrer, they were friends at one point. They were actually friends at one point. But then one person get more greedy than the other. So then that's when Germany waged war on Russia to push into Russia, to push the program going into France, the UK, Italy, and those other regions during that war. But long story short, it was the old wolf, the master sniper, the old man, the master sniper, General Koenig from Germany, that had to go up against the young wolf from Russia, from the Urals, which was Vasily Zaitsev. And Vasily Zaitsev actually won
the battle and killed Koenig on the battleground, and yet has become the legend of Vasily Zaitsev. So these are just kind of just different snipers going throughout history, warfare. I don't know. I may be going off a little bit, but I just heard somebody say something about snipers, so I know a lot about warfare. Yeah, and then I heard Humble bring up the tanks. So the early German tank was produced, which was called a Panzer, which is the Stupen Panzerwagen. Those are A7Vs. So later on, coming from German and then pushing into Russia, Russia had the not my bad, not Russia. I got a Soviet. I think they had something. They had they started off from World War One, which developed it was a T-34. I think it was a T-34, something like that. T-34, and then it evolved back into the T-54, T-55, later on to the T-64, which goes back into when they revolutionized during the Cold War. So a lot of these tanks, they actually copied off of one another, but the purpose of the tank was defending from a strong point when they dealt in trench warfare. So soldiers can actually have a something fortified on wheels. So when you pushing up during trench warfare, you can attack the trench, and you can come from it from a strategical point. Coming behind fortified iron cover. So those just kind of beginning, which is T is Tiger, which dates back going to World War I, World War II, Cold War era, pushing forward. But that's just a kind of background on tanks and snipers. I apologize if I went off. Jake the Snake is right, the Tiger, correct, which is T. The T-34, T-54, T-55, and the T-64. So yeah, Jay is
can you
right.
hear me?
The T stand for Tiger.
Hold
on, my bad. Let me turn my John up right quick.
Yeah, I can hear you. Oh my, can you?
I can hear you now. Yeah, I can hear
Okay, I just want to make something you heard. Oh, I just wanted to make something you heard because I had to go to my phone, and everything you was saying, brother Omar, was you was on it, Brody. That's exactly what I was talking about when I was talking about the snipers and the tank. And basically, I was just overall talking about the evolution of warfare, basically.
Yeah, but because when you think of evolution of warfare is won on certain standpoints. So let's look at it like a game of chess. You have your rooks. Or my bad, you have the pawns. So the pawn would just be like basic regular infantry. They're I'm trying to think of that word. They're expendable. Those are expendable. They come a dime a dozen. But how do you fight an effective campaign? The effective campaign came in first dealing with assassins. So what assassins in the early period would do is you want to attack from strategical. So you don't want to attack a pawn. Pawns come a dime a dozen. So how do you disrupt a military? What you want to do is you want to go after high ranking officers. Now a high ranking officer is that's very hard to replace. They just don't have high ranking officers coming off the shelf like a pawn, like a regular infantry man. That's just okay. We'll throw another one in. Those are hard to replace. So that's where you have assassins coming in, and then as the assassin craft starts to push forward as far as the evolving, then you come into snipers. Snipers, what? Long shot, cover, strategic, stealth, being unseen, things like that. So the thing is, the purpose, the majority of the purpose of the sniper is you never want to take out low or expendable. Snipers are actually meant to where you want to hit generals, captains. You want to take them out to disrupt. Therefore, like I said, captains and generals and those people, those are hard to replace. So you want to approach it from a strategic point, and that's where you get your snipers coming in, only taking out high value targets as far as warfare. So I just kind of wanted to elaborate on that. See, I have my speed on certain areas that I like to talk about. So the war, I love it. I love it. So I'm sorry if I went off the Richter scale, but you know what I'm saying? That's just to kind of just piggyback off of what Humble was saying. I was in the car kind of listening, and I finally made it back to the crib. So, you know, I just wanted to elaborate off what Brother Humble was talking about.
Nah, you are good, Omar. You know what's up. My bad, y'all. My phone had dropped by accident. I ain't even know it was dropping. But I was listening to you, and Omar, I'm in that regard, a lot of the times I'm a history buff myself. I dive into a lot of ancient history. You know, when we get to the Spartans, we get to the black-headed ones, the eye snipers. You know what I'm saying? The Kingdom of Kush. So this thing go all the way. The Vikings. You talking about, you know, stealthy kills. You know, you got the ninjas. You know, when dealing with warfare, man, you can go back in history and find some. Hey, man, you can find some amazing group of people who was doing some crazy stuff.
Yeah. So just to kind of piggyback real quick off of what you said, even when you going back into antiquity, I noticed that you mentioned something about the Spartans. So,
hey fellas, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I gotta go do something.
Yeah.
Okay,
cool,
we here, buddy.
Yeah. So just to kind of piggyback off of what you said, I heard you mention something about the Spartans. So just to piggyback off of that, when you look at the movie 300, right? This movie would have you believe that Sparta was just like they were so righteous and they was so good and they was defending their homeland for truth, prosperity, and they had an enemy that was coming in trying to take away all what they had. The reason why Sparta even had to go to Thermopylae at the hot gates to defend against the Persian Empire, they don't ever tell the backdrop story. The backdrop story. Xerxes' father was Darius. Don't you know what happened in Anatolia? The Spartans, hold on. The reason why the battle with Thermopylae happened, based upon the movie 300, Sparta was the first offender first. Sparta, but before King Leonidas, Sparta set sail across the sea. They sacked Anatolia, which was Xerxes' father was the ruler at the time, which was Darius. The Spartans actually sacked that town and burned it to the ground. So Xerxes was a kid and lived, he had so imagine somebody coming to your homeland, burn it to the ground, damn near kill everybody. So Xerxes had a genuine hatred toward the Spartans. And when when King Darius passed away, which was Xerxes' father, Xerxes made an oath to avenge his father. So what Xerxes did, Xerxes started building up the army. He started going into other lands. He started conquering, because the thing is, and he already knew, in order to push into Sparta, when you push into other areas of the Greeks at that time, you know what I'm saying? You had to have the manpower. Now, what do you have to do? They didn't get there by land. They got there by boat, by sailing across that sea at the time. So Xerxes made an oath to his father Darius to go avenge with the Spartans and those other surrounding Greek territories, because there was never a nation before that. They had separate Greek provinces. Sparta was one of them. You know what I'm saying? And then I forgot the name of the other ones that wear the other robes, but it was Sparta, and it was shit. If somebody want to help me out and jump in, but basically to get back to it, so the reason why Xerxes even put together that army to go into Greece to conquer it is because those nations got together, rode into Anatolia, and actually sacked it, burned it to the ground. Xerxes, like I said, started from the ground up, building it. Xerxes gained so much new provinces by conquering, which then you conquer, they pay a tax, and then you get money from it. So he built the empire of money, which you have to fund. You have to pay people. People just ain't gonna go fight for free. You actually got to pay. So soldiers actually got paid real good money. They weren't forced to do what they do. Some were bred to do it. Some was bought to do it. And then you had other nations that they did as what they call a mercenary tribes that actually helped because they was paid by money. Build up the army, sell across, boom, pushing to Sparta, because Xerxes wanted to fulfill his oath that he made to his father Darius to you come kill our kids. Oh, my bad, Salaki. You come unalive our people, our nation. We're gonna build ourselves back up, and we're gonna come back. Hold on, Oli. Retribution, reciprocity, vengeance, and punishment.
Omar.
But go ahead. I'm sorry, brothers. Go ahead. I was just making fun. That was just a little jab. That was a jab to my brother Oli. He know what I'm talking about. But go ahead, brother Salakia. My bad.
No, you all good, brother. You all good. And yeah, when we watch these movies, they always like to put their own little secret sauce on these movies and what happened and how it happened. This is crazy.
Yeah, you already know, Humble. They put their own little spin to make it seem like the person who's always, coming from a one-sided point of view, like okay, because they're Greeks, which is Europeans, like they stand on the side of God or whatever deities they had at the time. And like they stood on truth and justice is when they was mad because King Darius was building up the wealth, and actually King Darius was trying to build with him. He was trying to build with him, and they was like nah. And then Darius was like, okay, cool. I got my thing going on here. Y'all do y'all thing. And then all over jealousy, because one nation is building up right across the sea. The Grecians wasn't doing all that good at that time. I mean, the Persian Empire, which their stronghold was at that time, was Anatolia. Anatolia was eaten. The whole temple ground and the whole palace that they burnt down to the ground was made out of solid gold and diamonds. So the Grecians came over, sacked it, burnt it down. Xerxes builded it back up to even greater than what it was. He overshone his father's ambitions on what he thought royalty was. You know what I'm saying? But Xerxes was a sick bastard himself. He was a sick individual. But I mean, who's gonna tell him what to do? You know what I'm saying?
The younger brother, he was chosen as a successor over his older brother.
Xerxes.
Yeah. So that was the Achaemenid Empire. I forgot Xerxes' brother name because actually Xerxes wasn't the one that was supposed to actually get the throne. I want to say Xerxes unalived his own brother, if I'm not mistaken. Can somebody look that up right quick? I think Xerxes wasn't even the one that was supposed to be the successor of his father Darius. I think it was like another brother or something like that, and Xerxes, I think, unalived him, so he could become so he can become the successor. If I'm not mistaken, that was during the Achaemenid, I hate pronouncing that word. The Achaemenid, how do you pronounce the Achaemenid Empire? I want to say those are those things, and I think that passed through like 500 BC or something like that. Somewhere around there. Somewhere around there. If somebody want to fact check that.
Yeah. So nah, he ain't kill his half brothers. It said a succession dispute. Xerxes' older half brothers, referred as by the Armenians Plutarch or Arsacides, was hold on, my God's crazy.
No, smash your idol. King Darius wasn't King Darius wasn't a Greek. King Darius is the father of Xerxes. This is the start of the Achaemenid. This is the start of the Achaemenid Empire, which is Persian.
His rival. The dispute was settled.
Thank you, Jay.
The decision was reached in favor of Xerxes. So they took a vote, and Xerxes was voted in favor. His half brother immediately bowed and accepted him as king.
Okay,
right,
that's
so
what
he ain't kill him. Xerxes.
Okay.
His brother gave respect, high ranking position. Oh, his brother was an admiral.
Yeah.
Hold on, y'all.
Yeah. Their mother, I think, was Queen Atosa or something like that. Queen Atosa. I don't know if that translates to Anastasia or maybe Atosa. If you want to look that up right quick and check it, Humble.
Hold on 1 second, Samuel.
Okay.
I'm back. My background just be loud. Sometimes we got little babies in here and
no,
people
you
coming
good.
in and out of the door. So and these damn dogs been this motherfucker buck, and they swear they pit bulls. Now what you wanted me to look up?
Xerxes and them mother.
Omar.
No, they mother.
Xerxes' mother?
Yeah. I think it was Anastasia or Atosa or something like that. But hold on, damn, the chat is going fast. I saw somebody put no Atosa. See, yeah. There we go. Atosa.
Yeah,
Atosa. So I saw, damn, I couldn't tell if that was Jay or Smash put the so once Xerxes claimed himself as being the God King, then he made a so-called his own transformation into the something Xerxes. One of the brothers just put it up there. It was going so fast. I don't know if it was Jay or Smash. It was like something something Xerxes he put up there.
Yeah.
That's when he made the
Smash said King Darius was not a good. It's a
no, Smash is correct. King Darius wasn't a Greek. He was he like I said, he was Persian. He was Persian. His father was dead. His father was dead. Darius. Darius was straight Persian. And how you know they were from the Achaemenid or Achaemenid, y'all know the Achaemenid Empire, which is straight Persian. And like I said, they mother was
the Achaemenid Empire.
Correct. Yeah, the Achaemenid Empire, and like I said, their mother was Atossa, which Humble verified.
Powerful and influential figure in the Persian Empire, royal heritage. Atossa was the
yeah.
Yo, I think it was Smash that put up once Xerxes made his transformation. It was like he had like this souped up name. It was like super and put that back up, Smash Idol. Well, damn, I don't know if it was Jay or Smash. They put Xerxes. They put his super name up there. Once he's got self-proclaimed God King, it was like it translated into like super God or superhuman king God or something, which was something Xerxes. One of the brothers just put it up there.
I think he was known as the God King, if I'm not mistaken.
He was. One of the brothers just put it. Hold on, let me see. Hold on, man. Let me see. One of the brothers put it up. I can just go look at it.
I mean, what you trying to figure out?
The Achaemenid Empire. There we go. So, no, let me go. Yeah. Let me pull up. One of the brothers put it up in here. Artaxerxes. There we go. It was who got it right? It was Smash Idol. Smash Idol got it right. Artaxerxes.
That's what you was looking for.
That's what I was looking for. I think that's when he I got so much information, man. I may not be spot on, but I want to say that's when he self-proclaimed himself to be God King. And then from Xerxes is from Artaxerxes. And I think, Smash Idol got it right.
Ahura
Artax.
Ahura Mazda was their god, bro. That's crazy. And it says so.
Smash Idol got it. Yes, Smash Idol got it right again. He got it right again. Who was defeated?
So in their culture, the people, the rulers were divinely chosen.
Hold on, right quick, Humble.
That's wild.
Smash. Smash. I don't know if you could come up to the panel, bruv. That'd be real good for the dialogue. That way we can hear directly from you. But I'm noticing a lot of things that you put. Well, actually, I want to give a shout out. I want to give a shout out to Smash Idol, and I want to give a shout out to Jada Snake, because what Jada Snake and what Smash Idol is putting in, I'm agreeing on a lot of it. It's just small little things they need to clean up on as far as the history. But I can say Smash Idol, Smash Idol know he know what he's talking about. He does know what he's talking. Jada Snake know what he's talking about.
Hold on 1 second, Omar. Hold on 1 second. Now, Smash, you better get on Omar and saying Jada Snake. How you gonna get mad at me and put my iPhone on you say Jada?
Smash is my brother,
That
man.
ain't fair now. That's fair now.
Yo, humble. You
Call
kind of
that
sound
man
like you
Jada Snake.
underwater again. I thought that was that nigga's
That's
name.
how, bro. Nah, his name is Jay Snakes.
Oh shit, nigga, I can't see that far. Shit, that's why I just been calling the nigga Jay. He know who I'm talking about.
Oh, that man Jada Snake.
Nah.
Hey,
Yeah,
that's unfortunate.
yeah.
Am I
But
clear?
yo, you kind of sound like you underwater a little. You know what it might be? I think because I'm talking and you talking at the same time, because I notice this what I'm doing. I'm gonna mute out and talk, humble. I'm gonna mute out.
All right, can you hear me, Omar?
You know what I think it is when I'm off mute and you're off mute and we're both talking. I think they can hear me clear, but you sound like you underwater. So I'll do my best to kind of let you go that way. But yeah, you sound clear now. So I'm gonna mute back out. My bad, y'all. Salaki, my bad, y'all.
We got Quantum on the panel. What I sound like, Quantum?
You sound clear.
Okay.
I couldn't hear you before you left.
Hey, yo,
No.
Smash.
Hey, no. I want to say this to Smash. Smash. The reason I asked if you can come up on a panel is because I actually agree.
I gotta say this. Hold on, Omar, 1 second. I gotta say this. Brothers, stop being so goddamn sensitive. Yo, we are brothers at the end of the day, bro. We gonna bump heads. We gonna get into it. We gonna, when we making our points, we gonna, we gonna clash. That's what we do. You see what I'm saying? If you sit in the comments, Smash, I'm calling you out. Nigga, stop being so sensitive. Nigga, ain't nobody on the panel got no ill will towards you. Nigga, that's what we do. We sit up here, chill, nigga. Learn how to have some decorum. We get it in. Ain't no issue with that. Ain't nobody got no issues with you. You want to come up on a panel? Come up on a panel, bro.
No, humble. I do have to say this right quick. I think no, Smash. He's being facetious in his and he's speaking. So it kind of looks like he's actually coming at it. He's coming at it from a good standpoint. He's how can I say? He's coming from a facetious smart point. He don't have smoke. As far as what I'm looking at, he actually is agreeing with a lot of things we're saying. I'm agreeing with a lot of things he's saying too. So I think he's just coming from a facetious standpoint.
I'm not talking about on that point. Listen, I'm not talking about on that point. Smash come around his mud trucker every day. Yeah, we know Smash be in the comments, right? We know why Smash don't come up. Because we think Smash don't got the corner. You see what I'm saying? Listen, man, look, we all come up, we all have fun, we do what we do. You see what I'm saying? It is what it is. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking to Smash about. We ain't talking about the subject matter. I'm talking to Smash about what I'm talking to Smash about. Ain't nobody got no beef with you, man. Get out your feelings. Come up here on the panel.
Well, I mean to be honest and fair to my Israelite brother Smash now, I mean some people may say Brother Omar don't have a lot of decorum either. So, hey man. But I've dialogued with Smash on the panel.
But I mean that's all cool. It's just we understand. Listen, we not stupid, bro. Like I'm a fan. Before I got on YouTube, I was a fan of YouTube. So I see people. I be on a whole bunch. I be watching a whole bunch of platforms, and so one thing I do know is platforms get certain amount of respect based on who they are. You see what I'm saying? Niggas got to lay down guidelines. That's okay. But whenever you go in anybody's house, they want to lay down the rules. You see what I'm saying? So we can't sit there and be like, oh well, because they laying down the rules, man. That's some clown stuff. Why I ain't gonna let me da 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 da? Because if you go on this panel, they not gonna let you do it, and you gonna respect what they say. So why when you come on this panel and we don't want you to do it is a big deal. It's shit. You see what I'm saying? It shouldn't even be big. Oh, all right, brother. You know, you see how you just did, bro. You just got off a punishment, Omar. You just got off a punishment. And you came up, you don't hear nobody beefing with you, bro. You still out, brother. We up here, we kicking it, bro. You see what I'm saying? But it's, you know, and all people at
Give me your blast, G. Come on, man. Give me a break. Give me a break, nigga. No. Go ahead. Slack it. Go ahead, brother.
But it's just the truth, you know. But it's crazy that we gotta go this far. Even we even gotta go this far to prove a point. You see what I'm saying? But it's no ill will, bro. We like kicking it with everybody. You feel me? Whether we agree with our worldviews or whether we don't agree with our worldviews, out of the end of the day, man, when we step outside of these lines, hey, look, we go grab a drink, we go hit some clubs, we go talk some trash, we go hang out, man. We chilling. That's what we do. This is a way for me to have fun, bro. Listen, I don't hang out in the street and bust guns, and that life is over for me. I have fun by coming on these panels, spreading some information, getting it in with my brothers. You see what I'm saying? If I'm not on this panel, I'm on another panel. I'm either back home on Bigo getting it in. You see what I'm saying? So this is how I have fun. And a lot of times, yeah, these conversations get heated. But once these conversations is over, I just want people to know, I don't hold no ill will towards people, man. Y'all see me and Cosmo bang all day, every day. That daggone every time we on the panel. But at the end of the day, Cosmo is still my brother. I don't agree with his ideology. I don't agree with the book he pushing. But that's my brother at the end of the day. If we was to come together and we was to have a conversation on football or basketball or sports or whatever, or how we grew up, we'd have a peaceful, nice conversation. But when we talking about this information and we talking about the validity and the accuracy, right, and the coherence of this information, oh yeah, we gonna bang all day long. But that ain't nothing personal. That's just what we do.
Well, humble. I do have to say, I agree with the sentiment and everything you just said. I'm 100% sure that Smash Idol agrees with that too, and this is the reason why. I've had dialogues with him on the panel. And keep this in mind. I'm an Israelite brother. Smash is an Israelite brother. Now, we've had conversations to where we agree on a lot of things. We had conversations to where he'd be like, Omar, you're wrong on this scripture. And then me and him will go at it. But we already know once the conversation ends and, you know, everybody land a plane and we say our piece before they close down the panel, Smash has always been respectful to me. I consider him a good brother, even though, you know, we both Israelites. He has a slightly different outlook than what I do. But I mean, as far as what I'm concerned, you know, he's still keeping them laws, statutes, commandments. We just have a slight disagreement on some scriptures as far as, you know, me being UPK and or a so-called camp. But at the end of the day, you know, whenever we come back on these, that shit is water underneath a bridge. And, you know, like I said, Smash always comes in. He's been actually absolutely respectful in through this chat. And, you know, I don't know. He's an Israelite brother. I consider him a good brother. Like I said, we didn't have our agreements. We didn't have our disagreements. He didn't told me I was absolutely wrong and I don't know what I've told him he don't know what he's talking. But it's a new day. And that's water under the bridge. I still consider him a good brother. You may have more of a history dealing with him, humble, but I'm just giving my personal assessment since I've been dealing with the brother. I don't have a problem with the brother at all. I look at him as a good brother. So
No, I ain't got a problem with it. We got a man smash on the panel. Look.
And
Nigga enough. He get up here. He get up here in this motherfucking panel. We talk about him enough. That's right, Smash. Get up on here.
Yeah,
I got no problem with
he's gonna
Smash
come
either.
up.
I just want him to know.
No, I know. And
he's
he's hold on. He's been dropping good information in this chat though too. He's been dropping a lot of information I'm actually agreeing with. And I think and here's the thing: what makes this conversation that we having is so dope right now. We're actually agreeing. We're this dialogue and conversation. All of us as a collective, we're actually doing more agreeing and validating each other's point than we are trying to tear it down and argue. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I'm really enjoying this conversation right now. Like really, this shit is dope. This shit is dope right now. So I'm really enjoying it, and I'm looking at the different aspects of what all the brothers have to add, and it's excellent information right now. So I don't know. I'm happy right now. So
I'm always happy. Definitely when I get to come on the panels, I get to come chill with y'all and stuff. I be happy, bro. I be chilling.
No, you already know, man. Your brother Omar got a lot of love for you too, man. You always been good. We go at. Yeah,
that's
man.
About it.
You already know, man.
You already know, man. But it's just competition, man. It's literally just competition. If you grew up playing sports, if you grew up watching sports, then you know how it is, man. You and your buddies y'all get on the basketball court. You got your 3, I got my 3. We on the court talking trash, scoring buckets. That's what we do.
Hey, that's real funny that you talked about playing ball. The last time I was up in the DMV area was a long time ago. This was like, I want to say, I was I came in through BWI. That's why I landed. And a lot of my guys and a lot of my family is actually from the DC area. And I remember I kept telling them, I said, yo, let's go to Baltimore. I ain't never been to Baltimore. Let's go into Baltimore. Yo, all my peoples in DC was like, man, fuck Baltimore, man. Fuck that shit, Joe. Fuck them niggas, man. We ain't go. I said, please take me. Yo, we pulled up, did a roundabout, and he was like, man, I'm getting the fuck up out of here right now for these niggas throw this my truck, man. Fuck them old bam ass niggas, man. Fuck, go back to DC. Oh, nigga, go back to motherfucking goddamn Berry Farm, nigga. Niggas out there at Acosta, boy. Yo, I did it big kicking it, man. I was supposed to be out there for like a week. I end up staying like fucking like 4 weeks, 5 weeks. I had so much fun in DC, man. Yeah, I was out there in Anacostia. I had family in Anacostia. I have family up in Berry Farm housing. Mm-hmm. So we kicked it. We was up there out in high rises.
About Baltimore, Omar. One of the mistakes everybody make about Baltimore is y'all include us in the DMV. We are not a part of the DMV. They kicked us out a long time ago. We are our own thing now.
Baltimore ain't part of the DMV?
We are not a part of DMV. I mean, technically we are. But for the people who are in the DMV, they kicked us out of the DMV. We Baltimore. We ain't Baltimore, Maryland. We ain't a part of no DMVs. We are the mother truckers with rabies. That's your cousin, man. I'm trying to go to Baltimore. He like, nah, we gotta stay away from there.
Yeah, them niggas. I was like, well, nigga, I'm the nigga that's visiting. Yeah, they took me to they took me to Virginia. We went to, coming into that area, and then we drove through. We spent like 2 nights at the Pocono. They took me there. Like we made our rounds, but like these niggas didn't want nothing to do with Baltimore. I'm like, what the fuck is this little fucking 20-minute fucking drive through? To where I said, I want to get out, I want to eat, I want to vibe with some of the people. They was like, nah. Hold on, what they kept telling me? This is back then. They was like, nah, young. It was like, nah, young. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. Nah, young.
You know what's crazy though? One thing about Baltimore is really recognize real. See, we don't get along with fake people. You know what I'm saying? We don't get along with people like from Atlanta. They come down, they try to act all tough and I'm from the. We don't get along with those people. The reason we get along with people from New York, Jersey, we get along with them because they are who they are. We get along with people from Chicago because they are who they are. You see what I'm saying? You ain't faking this, you ain't faking that. Look, you is who you is. But when people come here and they try to fake the funk, it's like those are the people we don't get along with. It's like, nah, bro. But if you cool, then you cool. Man. Like, as long as you ain't trying. And the thing is, because we have a reputation of drugs, murder, things of that nature, people coming here, they try to be a part of the in crowds. And you don't know the politics that go on in Baltimore. And because Baltimore is so small, they think they just come down here and fit in. And before you know it, they on the 6 o'clock news somewhere found in a dumpster because they wanted to fit in.
Oh man, yeah, man. I had my fair during that little 4.5-5 weeks I was out there. I had my fair tales of stories, boy. It wasn't no cakewalk. Man, boy, it was going down out there. I was in the trenches. I wasn't in no hotel or nothing like that. The first 2 weeks, I stayed with my cousin that lived in Anacostia, the Anacostia housing out there in DC. And then, my other cousin was like, man, no, man, we gonna take you out to the farms and berry farms. Took me out there. So we were just bouncing all around. They took me down to Howard. They took me down to we went shopping down there too. They took me down to I forgot that area down by Howard University where they got all those real nice brownstones where a lot of politicians live at, and they got like a little shopping ground. I think that's that area where that's where Cam, the nigga from Harlem, Cameron, they popped that nigga up there. They popped his ass up there.
That shit crazy. What's up, Smash? The panel. What's up, Smash? Hey, good, y'all?
Yeah, Shalom, Yahweh Akkad.
What's up, Smash?
What's good with it, bro?
Why you don't be coming on the panels no more, Smash? Why you don't be coming on the panels no more, bro?
Bro, I only really come up when like there's something that entices me to come up. You know what I mean? Just cause y'all, I'm numb to, y'all bumping on the Bible and getting on these religious people. I'm numb to that. That don't have nothing to do with me. But I'm gonna be honest with you, Humble. The reason why I stopped coming up is one, the person that ain't on the panel no more, he ain't up here. I said in the chat before, I really wasn't gonna come up until Ali knew I wasn't talking about him. I respect Ali. He's come with a position of he got his own thing. You know what I mean? When he came here, he had his own thing. He's trying to figure it out. And I respect that because we all just trying to figure it out. But every time I say something, he think I'm talking to him. And I'm not. He said even when I was talking about the channels and stuff, he set apart. You know what I mean? He came under A1 and this, da 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 da. But he wasn't coming like I'm debunking anything. He was coming in, I want to bring my idea to the public. That was the difference, you know what I mean? So that's that. So if one of the right hand men feels some type of way, then the left hand man feels some type of way, the head go feel some type of way, you feel me? And then another reason why is because Humble, you gotta stop doing that to me. You be gaslighting me. You sit there and you say stuff, you'll be like, yes, brother Smash, and then you'll go into like decorum and all of this. But I've never disrespected nobody on my channel. I mean, I said on my channel, on this channel. I never disrespect nobody. The only time that I called somebody out of their name was what's that nigga name? What's that dude name? Asara or whatever it is. He said something about my dead father. You know what I mean? And I called him a BAN, but nobody said nothing to him. But if I come up here with a little zeal and say a couple cuss words, you know what I mean? And if that's the thing, I'm cool with that. I don't care. You know what I mean? It's not my channel. I don't dictate how it go. It's not that. It's just the stuff that you doing, bro. It's like you trying to put me in a box, like I'm a disrespectful person putting the channel in danger, and that's not it. You know what I mean? And you got to stop that, bro. I don't know if it's a tactic or whatever, but I don't want my name on that, and I don't want nobody making the owner of the channel feel like this nigga Smash don't care about my channel. He just gonna come up here if don't nobody believe what he say. He's just gonna cuss them out. I don't do that, bro.
Why you think I always say no? See, this is why I said what I said when you was in the comments. Why do you think I always invite you to the panel? Because what happened yesterday is water under the bridge, nigga. Don't nobody give a crap about that. I don't care about what, nigga. No. You could come up here today and cuss everybody out, and tomorrow, right, we gonna have a conversation. After we had that conversation, I'm gonna invite you to the panel.
Yeah, I feel that, and I'm with that too. But when you drag the thing,
ain't nobody ever say, real fast, ain't nobody ever say Smash was a bad dude. Never. I only brought up decorum because y'all bring up decorum. And then I bring up decorum more because of, we talk about the Omar joint, right? But then other than that, everybody, man, how many times I've been put in the back? Bro, I get put in the back too. Like, I understand. That's why I don't be mad. Like, that's why I want y'all to know, like, there's nothing personal. I don't be mad because, like, we all do it. This is what we do. And so I just don't want you to feel like, oh, well, because he don't think I'm gonna act right, or I don't want to get into it with him because I don't want to think I'm gonna kick me. No, bro. You come up here, whether we sharing information, whether we vibing on the same frequency, whether we bumping heads or whatnot, this is all for the people. You see what I'm saying? This is what we do. We educating people, whether we right, wrong, or indifferent.
Yeah, no, I feel you, bro. I'm just a man. I'm just the type of man. My reputation is all I got. You know what I mean? So it's like when you like, hold on, Kilo, stop doing that, bro. My bad, I was talking to my dog. But like when you say something, and you be like, yeah, brother, Smash, and then you go into people need decorum, and then people doing this, and then you start talking about what people are doing, racist comments and stuff like that. Then it makes it kind of, even if you're not talking about me, it's painting a picture as if I'm part of that, and I don't do that on y'all channel. You know what I'm saying?
Let me apologize about that. I apologize. I ain't mean to make you feel that way.
And it's good, bro. And bro, A1, he feel like that too. He didn't say my name, and then he shot me out there and be like, yeah, with Smash this and this, and I'm like, damn, I haven't called these white tea people saltines. I haven't said they gonna, all this doctrinal stuff, what's gonna happen to their kid. I ain't never did none of that. My whole thing has always been for, I apologize, my newborn. Yeah, but I've never done that, and it's because I do know the reputation of what so-called people that claim they hold the scriptures, what they got. They can't, you know what I mean? Once you disagree, you going in a lake of fire and all of that stuff. I never did none of that. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want that title on my name, especially if I'm gonna be here. You know what I'm saying? Then I don't want me to be the bad cop that got the wrench out of everybody. Like, yeah, you gotta watch this dude because he'll block you for no reason. Or anytime Smash come up, we know it's gonna be all hell because it's not like that.
Facts. No, that
So
is a
yeah,
fact.
don't think, bro, that I'm in my feelings or something. I just, you know what I mean? I know when and when not to do stuff, bro. That's all.
Not completely understand that. I most definitely completely understand that.
Yeah, that's it, bro. But yeah. I mean, y'all called me up here. I mean, we can. Oh, and another thing, bro. One more thing. Y'all don't ever think Smash running or anything like that, bro. It ain't even like that. I got like, bro, I got a business that I run 7 days a week on top of a part-time job until I get the maximum clientele that I can lead these people. You know what I mean? So the dedication that I put in is when I'm getting up, when y'all live, I'm in there. You know what I'm saying? That's my dedication and shit. You know what I'm saying? Now, and when stuff happen, if it intrigued me or y'all entice me enough, like y'all just did, y'all come up there. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I ain't running from none of y'all.
That's a fact, and I can vouch for that. I ain't never see you run or back down or say you ain't coming back, or if you want a conversation, you want a conversation. That's something I can most definitely agree with. Most definitely. But yeah, we was talking about the Xerxes thing, and the what is it, Persians? She was talking about they was Persians.
Oh yeah. The Artaxerxes thing. I think I said something that somebody thought I said wrong or something. I forgot, but I thought Xerxes was Artaxerxes in the scriptures. I'm not sure. Maybe that was his son or something like that. But he is he's historically known as well without the Tanakh, you know what I mean? But the Artaxerxes character, he was a Persian, you know what I'm saying? And I was trying to clear that up. I don't want him to think I was asking a question. Actually, I wasn't saying that he was or not, but I just went and did my little base research.
No, smash this brother Omar. I don't know if he was talking about me. I never said that you was wrong. I actually, like I said, I agree with a lot of things that you were saying. That's the reason I specifically asked you to come up on the panel, because I thought, I didn't think. I knew that once you hit the panel and we start talking about this subject, you would have a lot of insight to bring on a lot of correct things. So I don't know if you meant it was me, or I apologize if you thought that I was trying. I actually agreed on a lot of things you said, and I think you coming to, like I said, I literally wanted you to come up on the panel to add a little insight, because I can tell from the things that you put up in the chat, you had a lot of knowledge and you had a lot of insight to bring to this subject, which would be something positive and not negative, brother. So.
Yeah, no, honey. Yeah, I ain't never trying to. I don't care if it get heated. You know what I mean? It's always gonna be a positive inside with me. You know what I mean? A positive thing with me. Yeah, the dude. Yeah, he was a Persian. To be honest with you, I'm kind of across the fence of what y'all was actually talking about, because I forgot. And also because one thing that really triggered or really put you got on my mind is the Herod thing. But we can get into that another day. But the Herod thing, and it's a lot of confusion, especially with archaeological and basically skeptical scholars. You know what I'm saying? And it could have been another Herod, but when we do DOY researches and like British Museum and stuff like that researches, it it's some type of confusion going on, but they point this guy, King Herod, you know what I mean? He wasn't Japhetic. He wasn't a Greek. You know what I mean? And he wasn't, when they say he was Roman, this Herod guy, it doesn't mean that the Idumeans are Roman. It just means that the Idumeans actually, what's the word? They basically infiltrated the Japhetic line of the Japhetic Pale line, who is the Greeks and the Romans, but the Romans is the ones that was given power over Judea, which was King Herod the Idumean. You know what I mean? In 70 AD, that would have been like after JC was born and stuff, bro.
And so what's interesting, y'all said, while Xerxes is in the Bible under a different name, the culture and geographically, the location is placed in the Bible under Xerxes. But it's literally just the story about the Jewish holiday of Purim.
Yeah, Purim. It's not actually Purim, yeah.
That's actually one of the feast days. That's actually one of the feast days, the Feast of Purim. But go ahead, brother. Hold on. I really want to say it right quick. Yo, Babylon, bring your monkey ass up on the stage, man. Because you got a lot to say, Babylon Dunn. Already done washed you. You talked all that crap the last time during our conversation, Babylon. Nigga, you is not no mathematician. Nigga, you zeroed out and you canceled your own self out.
All right, now when he come up here and cuss you out because you try to trigger him, that's gonna be on you, and he gonna get cussed out by A1M. You know what type of brother this brother is.
He already did.
Now, I do want to say something else though. On the Purim thing, that's not actually a law or anything like that. That's just a tradition, but due to the process of what happened in that Persian Empire with Esther.
Right.
And
That's what it's
Mordecai.
No,
but also we gotta realize it. The Israelites haven't been able to. Yeah, I just want to say one thing. The Israelites have not been able to do that one right there, that Purim or whatever. They haven't been able to do that for a very, very, very long time.
Yeah. No, that story, the book of Esther, just uses that layout to explain the origin of that holiday.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, but it's not a holy day though. It's not. It's not in the law. It's not given by the Most High that you got to keep this. It's something that the elders at that time they you know what I mean, they told the nation, look, you would do this in remembrance of when, you know, another nation of people helped us out.
Yeah,
ain't nothing wrong with that.
No, I 100% agree with what just Smash Idol said. Feast of Purim is not law. It's more of a tradition, and basically all it does is it celebrates and it commemorates the salvation of the Jewish people, like I said, during the Persian captivity. So Smash is correct. It's not law. It's just more of a tradition. So Smash Idol is 100% correct on that. I agree with him fully.
Now, do y'all so are y'all saying that because y'all don't do it, or what?
Well, I'm saying it because it can't be done, and I'm saying it because that's what the text says. And I'm not just talking about the text. I can go, you know, I've seen resources. I got some pulled up on my computer. I'm not on it, so, but I will. If somebody asks me later on, you know, you can call me. You can call my bluff. but I have resources that go back to stating about, you know, that incident happening from the Assyrian and Persian Empire, you know.
Right.
But yeah, I'm just saying, I'm not saying it because we can't do it. I'm just saying it because it's just history. It's the Torah and history. That's it.
Yeah. So I mostly agree with what just Smash Your Idol just said on that specific sentiment. So here's the thing here. We have Israelites, which y'all know I'm not an official member of UPK, but I study under them, everything. I hold them in dear regard. So as far as them, as far as me, we celebrate the feast of Purim. But if an Israelite brother doesn't want to, he's not breaking no law. So you got some Israelite brothers that do and some that don't. It's nothing bad against the brothers that don't because there's no law. So where there is no law, there is no transgression. So Smash is definitely 100% correct. Listen, if you an Israelite brother and you want to celebrate and commemorate Purim, cool. If you don't, cool. So if a brother doesn't want to do that, I would never put my fellow Israelite brother down because it's not law. And once again, where there's no law, there's no transgression. Smash is very accurate and knowledgeable. So excellent job, brother Smash.
No law, there's no transgression. Why that sound like Paul, bro? Am I tripping?
Well. Remember, Smash.
Hold on, because I ain't trying to bang with you. You know what I mean? Because
I know
we in a whole different realm. You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna do that. But is that Paul? It just sound like it.
So this is where I'm getting it from. What is the definition of sin? The definition of sin, according to Bible, and you know it, is transgression of the law. For sin is the transgression of the law. So if we go to the definition of sin, which is transgression of the law, the Feast of Purim is not law. So where there's no law, there is no transgression. And that's just regular biblical, really nothing to do with Paul. It's just scripture.
Okay, so I get the concept you were saying. I get the concept you were saying. It's just how you said it. You know what I mean? It's just how you said it. It was like, it sounded like something that wasn't Hebraic. That's all. But I'm not gonna say I agree with what they said, but it's not a law, so there's no transgression. And even if you could keep it, not to keep it, it would just be more of a disdain for your nation, because you're basically not agreeing to it. So we really didn't need, like, you know, the other statement to be made, because it was just simple, like, shit, it ain't the law.
And that's where I agree with you on. It was just basically like what I was saying. It's just like what you is basically what you said also, Smash. It's not law. So the thing is, for brothers who want to celebrate Purim, hats off to them, cool. For the brothers who don't, cool too, because there's no transgression there. So if a brother want to do it or not, there's no big discrepancy there. But you're 100% accurate, Smash. So there's no pushback on what you said, brother.
Okay, Omar, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Who wrote the book of Romans?
Hey, my phone on 6%. I'm gonna get up out of here, you know what I mean? But I'm gonna be tapping in with y'all, bro.
Yes, before you get out of here, I don't. Who wrote the book of Romans, Smash, if you know?
Leave me alone, bruh. That's why. No, leave me alone, humble.
I just want to know, bro, because that's that verse right there where there is no law, there is no transgression. Oh, that is Paul.
Paul, bro.
Hey, yo, that's Paul. You asked, was that Paul? That's Paul right there. That's Paul, bro.
Hey, but look, man, I pray the Most High blesses y'all and keep y'all in perfect peace. Yahweh God smash a night, I'll get back with y'all.
Smash, enjoy your day,
Tighten up.
brother, and be safe too, brother. Shalom, brother Smash. You can. Hey yo, I know well first I really want this nigga Babylon Don to come up to the panel, but A1 kicked him off a couple of days ago because he was being highly disrespectful. So if I don't know if you got A1 number humble or if you can text him to ask if Babylon could come back up here because I want to cook this dude. I want to wash this dude. I want to do some laundry with this guy.
Hold on. Listen. See, you got to play strategic, Omar. See, that's why.
Hey, yo, humble. I don't think I can't hear you. Hey, yo, humble. You sound like you underwater, bro.
Can you hear me, Omar?
There we go. You clear now. I can hear you.
Yeah. So let me explain something to you, brother Omar. You gotta play strategic, right? Right now, you got all the freedom in the world. Just don't go overboard with the cussing and stuff like that. But he in the comments. You on the panel. You see what I'm saying? Talk your smack, and then when he get off punishment, he'll be able to come on the panel and y'all chop it up. But right now, you got a chance right now to, you talking some smack in the comments. You see the smack you talking in the comments, you can most definitely respond. I put him up on the screen for you. See,
Okay,
you
so
got
let's read. So let's read it. When and where in the Bible does Adam or man lose his? I can't see because of the chat. Is that dominion?
Yep,
I don't know what's
dominion.
behind it.
I got
What
you.
does it
I
say?
read it. When and where does Adam or man lose his dominion over all creatures, including devils of the earth? Babylon done. So he's asking you. Go ahead.
Go ahead, humble.
So he's asking you, right? When did man or Adam lose his dominion? Mind you, in the Bible, God gave Adam and man dominion over all the creeping things of the earth, right? The fowl, the fish, the beast, the trees, right? And he's asking, when did man lose that?
So Babylon done is like an echo chamber. I already answered this. I answered this question like 2 or 3 days ago. When we had our conversation, it was like, I think it was like 1 o'clock in the morning for me. So it probably was like 2, 3, 4, something like that, for them. And the thing is, I already answered this question. Babylon done didn't agree with my response. He didn't. So this question was already answered. I don't want to listen. Babylon, come up with a new question because I don't. Yo, humble. We we literally talked about this. I want to say for something like maybe 30 minutes to 45 minutes. And then after I answered Babylon's question, which he didn't agree with it, him and Oli, I think it was Oli, started talking. This nigga, he cussed Oli out like a sailor, and that's when A1 booted him up off the stage.
Oh no, that's crazy, man. He couldn't take the heat in the kitchen.
Man, you think I have potty mouth? This brother had disgusting words. I mean, potty mouth times 50.
Hey yo, Babylon done. You ain't got no decorum, bro. That's crazy work,
Man,
right
hold on, and hold on.
Because I do want to speak to something that's important though, too, Ma. Just because I don't agree with the answer you give does not invalidate your answer. If I can't prove that your answer is not correct because of my lack of understanding and whatever the subject matter is, that doesn't invalidate your answer.
True. But here's the difference. After I gave my answer, Babylon done. So let me tell you. After I gave my answer, Babylon done had very nasty and harsh words for Brother Omar. He cussed me out like a dog. He used every word in the book of profanity. And then I think Oli came in and started talking. And I think it was maybe another brother. And then all they was trying to do was get clarity. And then Babylon done went off on them and called them every name in the cuss book, cussed them out. I mean, the most disgusting mouth I've ever heard. And I want to say he's an elder because he talked about being this mathematician, because I think at that time the subject was some type of AI, or no, it was quantum computing. So because I'm knowledgeable in that area too, I'm not an expert, I'm not a mathematician. I broke quantum computing down and showed where Babylon done made an error. And because I absolutely destroyed him, and a lot of people was agreeing with me, Babylon done went off on a tirade and had the most disgusting mouth I've ever heard. And I think he an elder too. I'm damn near pushing 50 years old. I'm pretty sure he older than me.
Right.
And the words that came out of his mouth, because I dismantled his little whole thing about, and then he called himself a mathematician. He couldn't answer basic math questions. His whole ideology dealing with quantum computing, it fell apart, and his own theory and belief collapsed on his own self because he made certain errors. And because I brought it out, he had some of the most nastiest things to say to me. He called me an idiot. He called me MFer. He called me PUSS. You know what? Called me a dumb a-hole. You MFer. F you. You ain't nothing. You a stupid idiot. I mean, the most disgusting, vile mouth. He has porta potty mouth.
You know what? My man Omar getting creative with the words. Hey, listen, bro.
And he basically humble because they was talking about quantum computing, things on quantum levels dealing with AI and science. And the thing was, I was on a panel and I was quiet for a long time. I typed a couple of things in the chat and he was like, well, you need to come up here because I already know you an Israelite dude. Y'all are stupid dummies. Y'all don't know nothing about no quantum computing and this and this and that. And guess what? When I pulled up the sources and I was, hold on, because normally I, my English ain't all that good, but that night, I was sharper than a tack.
And see, for me, I don't like to toot my own horn, but I do like to think that I am a great example of how to intellectually dismantle someone without attacking them like me and Cosmon bang, right? And I don't have to say Cosmon is stupid. I would just say he's not educated in this field. I don't have to say Cosmon's a liar. I would just say he flamming the people, right? And so that way, I'm attacking the information. And when I am talking about him, I'm talking about his agenda to push the information. And so I think a lot of people that be going at it, y'all have to sharpen up the way that y'all are attacking the information. Because of me and you going at it, Omar, and you talking about, let's for an example, me and you getting into it over the Exodus, right? And you talking about scriptures and then trying to place it in history and things of that nature. And I respond to you, man, you dumb, man. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't even know history. What am I proving? I'm not proving anything. You're still winning the argument. You see what I'm saying? Now, if you do that and I come back and I respond, you now watch. Now, like I did, if I come back and respond, okay, family, y'all see how he just did this? Now, let me show you how he don't know nothing about it. Now, it becomes, okay, these are two arguments that they now have to prove. You see what I'm saying? And this is where it becomes like, in these type of settings, in debate settings, is a little easier because y'all have no choice but to adhere to the time clock. But in these settings, I feel like it's important for people just to sharpen up on how they're attacking the other person's ideology. Because me cussing you out is not me debunking you. Me showing flaws in your argument is me debunking you. And so people get those two construed. And that's not to say that don't bring passion and energy. Bring the passion and energy. But bring passion, energy, and information. You know, I like that segment that A1 and Quantum did on if you don't, how can you debunk something you don't know anything about? You see what I'm saying? So if there's a brother out here who's trying to debunk the Bible, but they've never read the Bible, then it's like, all right, well, of course you out of your lane because, you know, you don't. Same thing with me and Cosmo, right? Cosmo was, well, how could he debunk Owaspy? He never read Owaspy. And then go turn to Quantum and ask Quantum, hey, Quantum, have Brother Humble ever read Owaspy? Because I could tell you I read Owaspy all day, right? But it's people out here that know that I've examined every inch of that book. Screenshots, took notes, got paperwork on all up and down the book. You see what I'm saying? So it's like there's no need for people to try to validate, oh, well, you gave an answer that I don't agree with. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cuss you out because I don't believe your answer anyway. That shows your lack of intelligent coherence. Because if you was as wrong as I know you are, not you, brother, Omar, I'm just speaking in hypotheticals for me personally. If you was as wrong as I know you are, then I'm going to debunk you. I'm not about to sit here and dance around the bush. That's crazy. I'm just doing the same thing, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I think that's something that we need to tighten up on in the community. How to actually rebuttal and respond to someone who is making a claim or an argument or even someone's ideal if you feel like that their ideal have plot holes, right? You just don't walk up to somebody like, yo, the way you think it is wrong. Like, what? Okay. But now if you come up to a person and say, you know what, This is why I feel like this belief system is invalid. Bye, 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 bye. Now I want to give the other person a chance to come back and say, well, you know what? Okay, I hear that. Da, 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 da. They start making that comment. This is how this is done.
So I understand that,
You feel
humble.
me?
I understand that, and I actually agree with a lot of you said. This is where Babylon Dawn was full of crap. See, Babylon Dawn don't understand. See, we like I said, we had a good maybe 45 minute dialogue. Babylon Dawn consistently wants to ask me questions that I've answered multiple different times. Let's go back to one of his original questions when we had the dialogue before he used this disgusting potty mouth and got kicked up off. Before A1 did the Carlton to him. Remember in Fresh Prince? No, my bad. Not the Carlton. DJ Jazzy Fresh. Remember? You know which way is out? Okay. That's what A1 did to Babylon Dawn. So before he used his nasty, disgusting mouth and want to keep asking me questions like, when did Adam lose his dominion in the Bible? I answered the question 60 zillion times. He just doesn't agree with the answer. Now, this is the difference, humble. When brothers like Babylon Dawn want to answer me a question, listen, I'm going to leave my Israelite mind and I'm going to address it just like a regular human being. Now, when we're dealing with scripture, when did Adam lose his dominion in the Bible? I gave the scriptures, I elaborated on them. He didn't agree. Now, let's play devil's advocate and let Brother Omar be fair to Babylon Dawn's question. Now, the scriptures that I answered with, he disagreed. Now, that can be based upon he either doesn't agree with the translation or he doesn't agree with my breakdown of the scripture. Now, when I had a chance to put him on Front Street and for him to be questioned about him self-proclaiming himself as a mathematician, when we talked about quantum computing. See, the thing is, he thought Brother Omar was going to be an idiot because, like I said, a lot of our conversations have to deal with Bible. So he thought that he was going to be able to attack me, but I wasn't going to be able to attack quantum computing and how he's full of shit, and he's also a liar. And by the way, he has the ultimate potty mouth. He supersedes me. That's another subject, though. Let's push this information forward. He thought that I was going to be an idiot when it comes to quantum computing. So like I said, I'm not an expert. I don't claim to be a mathematician. So here's the difference. When we talk about Bible, we can talk about breakdowns. Two people can read the same scripture and have a different translation, or breakdown of the scripture. I might see certain things. They might see certain things according to Babylon Dawn. Okay, like I said, let's be fair. I can understand how that happens. Now, when it comes to math, one person can't see one. Hold on. So when it comes to math, this is different. Math is going to definitely be absolute. You can't argue with math. Let's use an example. If I have $1 and I have another dollar and I add that together, the definite answer there's no discrepancy, no argument. Therefore, now I have $2. That's math. So we're not talking about Bible. We're talking about something definite. This is where Babylon Dawn got mad at. So I'm on my laptop. So I pulled up the things that I was looking at 2-3 days ago when we was talking about it. It's Spooky Town. Babylon Dawn is in trouble. So he talked about, AI needs to do this and quantum computing. Y'all stupid. Y'all don't know nothing. Israelites are dumb. Y'all don't know nothing about quantum computing. All y'all know is the Bible. But then I broke it down. And like I said, his whole theory collapsed on itself. This is why. Quantum computing fails primarily due to decoherence and environmental noises. Let's break this down, Babylon Done. I'm finna unalive you, which causes qubits, quantum bits, to lose their delicate state and accumulate errors faster than complex calculations can finish. Now, let's go back up. Decoherence. This is where his whole ideology falls on itself. Decoherence. Qubits are extremely fragile and interact with microscopic physical defects of thermal fluctuations in their environment, causing them to deteriorate or lose their encoded data in milliseconds. So this is why Babylon Don got mad at me. I debunked him. I debunked him with basic mathematical information. I didn't need some complex formula. I didn't need some eloquent, long, 50-minute broke. Yo, I broke this ninja down with basic concepts dealing with math, quantum computing, the decoherence, how it can never be accurate. So the thing was, I made him look like an idiot, and his whole ideology canceled itself out and it collapsed on him. So when it comes to science, how do you take steps on dealing with science? You have to weigh it, you have to observe it, you have to do measurements, you have to time it. There's a lot of steps you have to do to execute a formula, a thought, a belief, an equation, things like that. So he got mad because I broke it down to dealing with decoherence, dealing with qubits. The thing is, when you deal with those areas of math/science, you can't observe it. You can't measure it. You can't study it. Why? Because they deteriorate or lose their encoded data in milliseconds. Don't be mad at me, Babylon Don. Babylon Don. How long is a millisecond? Put it like this. If you blink your eye, to blink your eye would be faster than a millisecond. So because I brought this out, I brought it out. Because people want to claim that, oh, the Israelites are dumb. Y'all don't know nothing. Y'all don't know nothing. Y'all ninjas is dumb. All y'all do is study Bible. See, this is the thing y'all got to recognize. And this is I could probably speak for a lot of Israelite brothers. Before we was Israelite brothers, we was something else. Brother Omar had always had a love for history, math, science. I was always a real good researcher. I was always looking up and studying different aspects of information, mathematics, science, what have you may. So now that I'm in the truth, now do I hold Bible? Do I study Bible more? Of course. Because I'm evolving with the Bible. But every now and then, I do go back to my origins. That way, when I have these conversations, I'm sharp on what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. And Babylon Dunn self-proclaimed himself to be a mathematician talking about quantum computing. Quantum computing is BS. Why? Of the decoherence, environmental noises. So because you have all these elements that have so you have all these different elements, noise, vibration, sound, movement, that interrupts quantum computing. So because you have all these discrepancies, all these objects, all these different things that will not allow you to come up with definite quantum computing answers, it's BS. It's not accurate. It's BS. So therefore, it falls on itself. Why? It can't be studied. It can't be measured. It can't be observed. It can't be weighed. Why? Because they deteriorate or lose their encoded data in milliseconds. So we talking about because a blink of an eye is faster. By the time you blink your eye, it's faster than a millisecond. Babylon Dunn fell on his own sword, and that's why he mad at me, because I debunked him, but I answered his questions about Bible. I answered his questions about where did Adam lose his dominion. I answered those questions, but this nigga couldn't. Hold on. This nigga didn't have a retort. He didn't have an educated retort. So once I brought out this information, guess what? He called me an idiot, called me a PUSSY, called me an MFer, called me bastard, you dumb MFer, you don't know what you're talking about, called me a homosexual, call me all kind of disgusting names because I bought this out. So try again, Babylon Dunn. If A1 allows you to come back on his panel, I'm gonna unalive you again because hold on. So since our conversation, I've been doing more studying about quantum computing, and I can actually break this down to a science, to a T, and make you look like an idiot. You're no mathematician. You're no guru. You don't stand on no business. Where are your credentials from? Where's your degree? What area in mathematician are you a specialist? Because you just said, oh, I'm a mathematician. In what? Geometry? Algebra? Calculus? Who gave you the credentials? What school did you study under? Who foot did you study the mathematician under? Or are you self-proclaimed? To really gain knowledge at some point, you're going to have to sit under somebody's foot. Or are you self-study? Did you come up with this belief on your own? Because guess what? You tried to debunk me. I answered the question. You didn't like it. And I debunked you. And guess what? I debunked you because causing them to deteriorate and lose their encoded data in milliseconds. And guess what? And this is a joke. Babylon, I debunked you in a millisecond. Go ahead, Brother Humble. He's a joke. You're no mathematician. So the reason I had to bring these things out is because we wasn't even talking about Babylon Dawn. We was having a good bill, me and all the brothers up here, we was having a good bill talking about Space Force, because this Space Force, guardians of the high ground, why did the United States create Space Force? I have insight on this. Like I said, I love these kind of areas. I'm well knowledgeable in these areas. Babylon Dunn came in the chat and Omar this, Omar that. Omar don't know what he's talking about. Omar this, Omar that. Omar. So now, since you want to, hold on. Since you want to, if you want to ask for the boogeyman, guess what? Don't be surprised if the boogeyman address you and the boogeyman appear. And I got more information for you. He don't know what the hell he talking about. He wants to put himself on a self-proclaimed pedestal. Hold on. And he was so arrogant about it a couple of days ago. Even Oli said it. Oli was like, well, did you go to school for it? Do you have a degree for it? And then we got into the conversation. At least the claims that Brother Hercules make, Hercules actually has, I think he has a BA, like a bachelor's degree or something. And I forgot the area of mathematics, but at least he's accredited. At least he stands on something. Babylon done, what does he stand on? Zero. What information does Babylon done has to deal with? Zero. When it comes to his BS theory and him putting himself on a pedestal dealing with quantum computing, how do we weigh that? Zero. What does he have to add to this? Zero. Is he able to talk without putting another brother down? Nope. Zero. But guess where he thrives at? Guess where he gets infinity? Having a potty mouth. Infinity. You can't put a number to it. Where is he disgusting? Infinity. Can't put a number to it. It goes on and on and on. Being disrespectful, putting brothers down. Infinity. It can't put a number to it. He has nothing to bring to this. He's a jealous old man, mad because younger disciples and younger wolves is up here dropping this information. And when he want to run his mouth about Bible, when he want to talk about the Bible, when he want to put Bible down, when he want to be disrespectful to Bible, disrespectful to the brothers that hold dearly to the Bible, and then what do? We answer the questions. He may not like it, but then guess what? When we put his BS belief up on that stand, and now we are the judges that's asking him the questions, he zeroed himself out. So we all know dealing with mathematics. I mean, this is a simple equation because he cancels his own self out with his own ideology, which I've clearly showed was BS. I proved it wrong. And what? In the millisecond. That was just a joke, though. Because his own ideology collapses on itself. He's no mathematician. So because you zero your own self out, what do you have to bring? You have absolutely nothing. You have nothing to bring, nothing to contribute, but just being a jealous old man, mad because the younger disciples have actually passed you by. And now you're just a jealous old man taking your Geritol, mad because we pushing this information forward and the Bible is the truth. You're no mathematician. You're no scientist. You don't know basic math. You have no credentials. You have nothing to stand on, which means you are worth absolutely nothing. I'll mute out. Brother Humble, Brother A1, I don't know if one of y'all brothers there. I don't know if y'all talking to y'all might be muted. I would love to do a show called Spooky Hours. I would actually embrace it. You know, I just had to bring that out, man, because like I said, a lot of people always want to have, you know, all these elaborate questions, you know, for us Bible believers. And then when we put their ideology up on that stand, and when we put what they believe in, what they hold dearly close to them, their moral compass, no matter if it's dealing with religion, non-religion, and these things, Babylon Don has yet to produce any fruit. He has yet to produce any answer. I'm gonna ask Brother A1 if he would give me a show late night, because hold on. And if you notice, Brother Omar has not used one word of profanity either. Not one word of profanity. Now, if it was spooky hours, be a little bit different. Yo, let's deal with math again. Let's deal with math again real quick. Babylon Dunn just said, you are boring AF. That means as F, Omar. They left you. You the only one. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, Babylon Dunn. This is a math equation. If I'm so boring, why are you still here? Babylon Dunn. If I was just on a tirade and I was just talking, and if I was so boring, Babylon Dunn, why are you still here? Leave. Babylon Dunn. Nobody is holding you against your will just to go ahead and click off the thing. You're not being forced to be here, brother. But I can tell you this, Babylon Dunn, the reason why you still here is because what I said hurts. It cuts to the white meat. You're leaking all over the place, brother. I just might have to call an ambulance for you, man. You're wounded. And you still here because guess what? What I'm saying, you hold value to it and you know it's true. I apologize. I think Humble, it sounded like somebody was underwater and tried to come in. I don't mind that Smasher Idol. I've been wanting to fall back Smasher Idol, but the thing is, I just didn't want it to be dead air. Like I said, I didn't know if Humble had to go do something. I don't know if A1 doing something, but the reason why I kept on speaking is because I just didn't want it to be like just dead air, and then people start to leave, leave the live. Just trying to keep it entertaining. But I mean, I don't know if Humble there or if that was A1. I'll mute out. I hear. I'm muting out. I'm muting out. No, humble. You sound like you underwater, brother. It sounds real horrible. Yeah, Humble. I don't know if you on mute or something like that, but like every time you speak, Humble, it sounds like you underwater, brother. Oh snap! My bad, Smash. My bad, Smash. I need to put my contacts in or my glasses on or something. Oh, okay. I got you, Smash. Salakia, brother. My bad, brother. My bad. I wanted to hear actually Humble talk more, and Bill, or if some other brothers want to come up on and talk about the Space Force thing, because that was our original conversation. Oh, I got you. I got you, Smash Idol. That. Hold on, man. Let me get my lazy ass up. Okay, I got to get all the way up on this damn TV. Oh, okay. I got you, Smashing Idol. My bad. Hey, these eyes ain't working as good as they used to. My bad, brother. Salaki. Yo, Humble Mystic. Man, your mic was sounding horrible. The Jones was sounding like you was like underwater real bad, man. And then even when you was talking, when I muted out, it still sounded the same way. So like I said, I don't want it to be a lot of dead air. I'll get back to this subject with Space Force. It's a Humble get his thing in, because like I said, I really wanted to build with Humble since Oli had to go do something, which I'm probably sure Oli will probably be back on here shortly. I don't know what A1 doing. He'll probably be on. I'm done addressing you, Babylon. You gonna have to try. Let's get back on this Space Force subject. So to kind of facts, Jay. Facts, Jay. I see that, Jay. Facts. The only like I said, the only hold on, the only reason y'all like that, the only reason Brother Omar is just speaking right now is because, like I said, I don't know if Humble is having issues with his phone or mic. I just didn't want it to be dead air. So that's a good question, Smash Idol. So if you could just okay, I see Titan. I am. So I don't know. I don't know if that's Humble or A1 typing. But I'll address more questions dedicated to Space Force. So Smash Idol, you think they're gonna be able to get through with the space thing? If it's Humble. Okay, Humble. Just whenever you come back in, I'm gonna surrender the floor to you. I still just don't want it to be no dead air. So Smash, if you can elaborate, you say you think they who if you can elaborate, who's a they? Would they be the so-called aliens or extraterrestrial? I just want to get that before I'll elaborate on if they'll be able to get through. Because I think I know what you mean, if they'll be able to get through. I just want to know who in specific is they. Facts, Jay. Facts, Jay. That is facts, Jay. So for Smash Idol, I think I know who you're talking about. You can always correct me if I'm wrong. So when you say they, I mean, man. So when you say get through, to get through where? Let me go. Hold on, Smash. Let me. So okay, I see your question. Okay, you said you think they're gonna be able to get through with the space thing, and then I asked you who. Smash said, I mean, man, to get through with the space thing. So I want to make sure I answer your question, Smash. If you can elaborate a little bit more, brother. Because I know I saw your to where you say I mean man, but as far as the space thing, are you talking about like I just want you to elaborate a little bit more if you can. Smash. Okay, there you go. Don't they have a whole mission at hand? Do you think they will be able to go where they say they are trying to go? Oh, good question. So as far as man, because like you said, dealing with man, don't you think they have a whole mission at hand? Do you think that they will be able to go where they say they are trying to go? No, no, no. The reason being is we don't have technology like that. So as far as where they're trying to go, are we talking about as far as man wanting to do interstellar travel, space travel? As far as that, we don't hold on. I'm asking due to us having the firmament. Okay, I got you now, brother. Thanks for clarification. So I'm asking due to having a firmament to get through. We've already been able to get through the firmament. We have satellites that surpass the firmament. Firmament, my bad. So if I'm not mistaken, the firmament would be the outside layer of ozone right before you hit dead space. Would I be correct, Smash? Or if I'm wrong, you can correct me. I'm just going off the top of my head too. So the firmament would be the last outside layer of the atmosphere before you hit dead space. And if that's what you're talking about, I would say yes, because we have satellites out there. I'm not one of those. Absolutely, Smash. Now we do have technology that can crack the firmament. We do. We've seen that in space shuttle, Hubble, satellite, things like that. I don't believe in what some people would call like some. Hold on. Okay, yeah. So I don't believe in some thing to where as far as traveling outside of Earth, that we're isolated without being able to go into space. I believe we can go into space. Now, the better question would be is how far can we travel? Now, that little shenanigan that they pulled to where they had all those ladies, Gail and all those ladies, when they did the slingshot around the moon, or how they did that access and how they so-called slingshot themselves around in that, I don't know. Now that I don't know. Now, have we ever been to the moon? I think we have. Hold on. Let me see Vic's. Let me see Vic. Let me look at this. My bad, Vic. If none has went to the deepest depths ocean, none has been into space. You know what? You know what, Vic? That's a good argument, brother. I like that. If none has went to the deepest depths, the depths of the ocean, none has been into space. You know what? I like that question. I like that. Now, as far as deep sea travel, I will admit I'm like at a head start level. I don't have a lot of I haven't researched or really looked into that.
Hey, Omar, can you hear me, brother?
There you go. You're clear now. I'll mute out. Go ahead, Humble. I'll mute out. You clear now.
What I'm gonna do is great job. One thing I want to say, Omar, is I appreciate you, brother. Hey man, I'm over here handling stuff with my family. My wife just got back from the laundromat, so I'm gonna help my wife out. I appreciate you for what you were saying, keeping keeping from the dead air, whatnot. What I am going to do is because I don't know if these brothers I was expecting, Quantum and A1, I want them to be back. And so I don't know if they want me in the live and I don't know what they want to do, but what I am going to do is I'm just going to play yesterday's video or the other day's video from Quantum. I'm going to be up here the whole time. I'm not going to be by the laptop or anything, but I am right here with my wife, so I ain't going to be paying attention. And I'm not going to be here on my phone, but my account is going to be here. And so if you want to sit up here, you want to check out the video, I'm going to have it turned up. So if you want me to pause it and you want to talk over anything, go ahead, do what you do. For some reason, my connection with my mic, like you said, you keep hearing me underwater on my laptop. You see what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna be speaking through my laptop, but if you need me to pause the video or anything, just let me know and I got you.
No, you know what, Humble? I think that's an excellent idea to play Oli's Joan from the other day. And then what I can do while you're playing that, instead of asking you to stop, I can just dialogue with brothers because we still have the chat. So
good idea.
If they have questions, they can still put the questions in the chat. I'll mute out, and then I'm still looking at it from my phone. I got my laptop, got my TV. I can answer the questions, and we can pick up where we left off at. But then we can also hear Oli's bill, and if anybody want to have questions or want me to answer questions about what Oli is going to say when Humble starts Oli's bill, we can do that too, just to make it interactive. You know what I'm saying? So I have no problem with that, Humble.
And if it starts skipping anything, let me know. I will come back and fix it. I'm gonna turn it up so I can still hear you on the panel and whatnot. So if it starts skipping or something, I'll come and fix it.
Okay, and then for the people chiming in, for the people in the chat, you'll know it's me responding because I'm gonna have to respond from my laptop, which is my other account, which is me and my wife's account, Omar and Ashley. So I won't be responding from Omar Muhammad. I'll be responding, taking questions, answering questions, and dialoguing from Omar and Ashley. So I'm gonna mute out and let Humble play Oli's thing, and let's have a healthy dialogue up in the chat, brother. So I'm gonna mute out. Thank you.
Put the pressure inside of my spirit. They thought I would bend, I just held in my lane. They said the things I believe with delusion. I waited on truth, now they talk like I'm sane. Told you that I was the one who would not move the same. Silent, never undone. So burn while I rise with the flame. Put up with love in the cut, heart in the front, what's up? I had to sign off on my ego, looking up that scene up. I'm on my day ones on a new wave, pouring more faith in my cup. Treating my peace like the gold safe, locked up, can't touch it. I know they play with me, speak on my name to see if I'll break it. I let them talk in the breeze, they be posting up lies, but my soul never stays with it. Damn max a paper thing. Yeah. Treat your smile like your money, don't let nobody steal it. They can throw their words at you, but they can't break your spirit. Truth don't shake and my soul won't trade it. Peace of mind is the crown I wear. Treat your smile like your money, don't let nobody steal it. They can throw their doubts at you, but they can't come near it. Heart stay safe when your mind's awake. And I keep my peace cause nobody can fake it. My music up again. Juice up again. My spirit's up again. Is it the noise? Been learning the highways. It's quiet thinking when I'm in the right lane. Ignore the bright lights in the driveways. Walk through the door, let the small talk fly away. Ooh, feel your pain. I feel your pain. It's a house of change. Welcome to the house of change. We break the chains. Look at the lines that they draw, the stories they sell that don't ever add up. Say they want love, then they move out of fear, contradiction, and nowhere to tell love. I had to sit with the mirror. That's why I react when I know it's all dust. Logic over all my triggers. Breath in my chest, every doubt I adjust. Philosophy in my veins, governments in my veins. I don't rush. Master my ways when the pressure get heavy. I'm rooted, I trust. They can throw their words at you, but they can't break your spirit. Truth don't shake and my soul won't trade it. Peace of mind is the crown I wear. It's up again. My peace is up again.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message Titans Debate League at gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here.
They say I perfected the time and again. Titans Debate League, we here for the win. Born divine with all of my kin. I see they religious, they worry about sin. That's all they do and they be like, They say I perfected the timing again. Titans the base league, we here for the win. Born divine, and all of my kin. See they religious, they worry about sin. Hop out the Lexus and slid in the Benz. Pouring libations with all of my friends. Manifesting got me 10 out of 10. I live in abundance, got money to spend. They say I perfected the timing again. Titans the base league, we here for the win. Born divine, and all of my kin. See they religious, they worry about sin. Hop out the Lexus and slid in the Benz. Pouring libations with all of my friends. Manifesting got me 10 out of 10. We going to the top, little shorty, get in. Yeah, watch how you address me when you step in the room. I'm the host and debater, HNXC in full bloom. I be down for lashes like work to my floor. Check your epistemics before you knock on my door. Y'all talking circular, trapped in a loop. I'm slicing through noise like a razor through groove. Bring all the scholarly smoke from your schools. Watch me dissect every premise you brought. I do Socratic methods on all of your claims. Just turn your whole worldview to dust and remains. In choruses like work, I quiet the noise. You're fighting with myths, I'm adjusting the scales. Call it sum of arguments, heavy and cold. Dialectics of failure.
Yo. Yeah, man. You know who it is?
What up, what up?
It's your boy, Oli. We coming in tonight with something hot.
Oli, that joint is
But first,
fire,
you know, I
Oli.
gotta introduce my man's Humble and my man's A1. Shout out to A1. Hardest working man in the conscious community. Got my man's Humble, the busiest, moving around, making sure everybody get that right information, man. How you doing this evening, man?
What up, brother Quantum? You already know. Same old thing, just a different day. We up on that information.
Definitely, man. Yeah, I got a hot one tonight, man. You know what I'm saying? Why did the U.S. create a space force? I just had a thought about that, you know what I'm saying? And I've been doing my research, and I think it's some information that people need to know, because that's real big if we're talking about the conscious community and what's going on around us, the things we need to know if we're actually trying to change our,
Oli, can you hear me?
Our standing and our well-being. We got to find
Oli,
out
can you hear me?
Exactly how far
That's the video.
Does the thing that we call power stretch? Can we really get out of the hole in the way that people talking about? Some of the proposed ideas about how the world is going and what's going to happen. Some people's prophecies about beings coming back that's done already been here. People wondering if there's other life in the galaxy or in our solar system, galaxy, and space. And these are answers that we're looking for. And I think we're wasting our time getting to these questions. So my first question always gonna be, why did the United States create the Space Force? Because for me, when I was younger, when I used to have talks with my brother, we used to ask questions. I asked him, like, what would be the next thing that humans would have to do to take over the world? Like, we got a system going, and that's in there. So what would a group of people have to do? And it would have to be in control of the return of Jesus. Now, I know that seems funny when you first think of that, when I say it, the return of Jesus. Because that's a religious view, and you know I don't deal with religion. But I understand the power structure and what people can do when they move the masses to believe things. We've seen this. This is what's been going on right now in history. Always have. As I always state, the Middle East is the actual evidence of the folly of this type of belief. And so, as I get things ready, we're just gonna get in here and we're gonna drop a few songs, you know what I'm saying? Make sure everybody get in here because it ain't nobody in here right now. So, but that's a question you can ask yourself if you are watching. Why did the United States create the Space Force? Why did the United States create the Space Force? We're gonna get to this song right here.
All this knowledge on the flow. I've been goaded from the go. Let these pseudo scholars know. Baby, welcome to the show. Yeah, show you how to flex with a strong point. Wait. Show you where the facts and the stats and the proofs point. I've been grinding leases in the late night. Wait, standing on the stage with the main light. Enlighten, mind enlighten. Philosophers, scientists, historians united. Warriors of logic who want the smoke, get excited. Bring your primary sources, don't get ignited. Slide on my prompts, look it up, read a book. Never going back to the dumb, take a look. Woke, not broke, we run the show, sport the glow. Titans in the league, watch the intellect grow. Coliseum arguments locked at the door. Welcome to the show, floor full of lore. I'm the GOAT, with the flow, there's knowledge on the flow. I've been goaded from the go. Let these pseudo scholars flow. Baby, welcome to the show.
Through strictly classified channels.
Reason, peeking. Like the truth that they all have been seeking. My logic weakened. To them that's important. Show up, don't be late to the debate. Never see myself falling. Picture me falling off back to ignorant and stalling. Got the citations loaded in order. Crossing every intellectual border. Hey, I could have never seen a day. All this knowledge on the flow. I've been goaded from the go. Let these pseudo scholars go. Baby, welcome to the show.
Yeah, to get to that knowledge, you gotta go to the ledge, man. I'm gonna let that run one more time, man. All that knowledge on the flow. I'm picking some of that up.
I've been goaded from the go. Let these pseudo scholars know. Baby, welcome to the show. Yeah, show you how to flex with a strong point. Wait. Show you where the facts and the stats and the proofs point. I've been grinding leases in the late night. Wait, standing on the stage with the main light. Enlighten, mind enlighten. Philosophers, scientists, historians united. Warriors of logic who want the smoke, get excited. Bring your primary sources, don't get ignited. Slide on my prompts, look it up, read a book. Never going back to the dumb, take a look. Woke, not broke, we run the show, sport the glow. Titans in the league, watch the intellect grow. Coliseum arguments locked at the door. Welcome to the show, floor full of lore. I'm the GOAT, with the flow, there's knowledge on the flow. I've been goaded from the go. Let these pseudo scholars flow. Baby, welcome to the show. Seems only time when I'm speaking. Reason, peeking. Like
Yeah, that's some of that good music from Titans Debate League, man. Got to go ahead and start this off. Let me make sure I got everything lined up because I want to present y'all with a good show. So tonight, let me remove this first. Get this in the way. Because As I stated, man, some things we got to get jumping, man, because they on the move. We talking about the conscious community. They on the move. I told you my question. Why did the United States create a Space Force? That's a big question for me. And it should be for you too. Especially if we're trying to better. I said there's constraints upon us. People trying to keep the constraints on us, and we don't even know the extent of the constraints that's already on us. We too busy looking at things, for me, that while they seem important and poetic to know, they just don't make a difference when it comes to moving forward. People like to know where you're from all the way to where you at. I'm starting from where we at to where we going. That's a better perspective. Because the perspective that we've been having got them in the lead something terrible. Y'all keep on coming up with these phony ideas and arguments about who and what we are, where we came from, but you never talk about where we going. You never talk about where we at. This makes me think that your reasoning might be phony. So today, I'm gonna give you something to look at that you might not have looked at. Why did the United States create the Space Force? And we know Donald Trump had a big part to do with that. When you talk about Donald Trump in Israel, they talk about prophecies being fulfilled. Y'all late. Literal. You know what literal means. And this is literal. These is the real things we need to be looking at. I thought this is the conscious community. We got to move, man. Just to give y'all a little line up about what we're talking about. My presentation, y'all playing, y'all wasting y'all time. All these intellectuals that's smart, that have things to look for, questions to ask and answer, and yet you ask the questions that they've been trying to answer for 2,000 years. Evidently, those questions are formed wrong, so you need to ask new questions. Or really, we need to not even worry about where we from, because it's where we at and where we going. Where you going? You going backwards? Watch what they got. Watch what y'all got to overcome when y'all be talking about doing something. It's gonna have to be a very precise movement within time with your nature to overcome the bounds of the constraint that's upon us. And y'all still stuck. There's some things that I don't think matter.
Of human history, the sky was a canvas following a strategic logic that.
Sorry about that. Again, like I said, man, what is we doing? Why did they create the Space Force? Have you ever thought about that? You can't go to space. You want to go back to Africa? Some of us do. Shout out to the people that want to go back to Africa. They going to space. They got things above Africa that can drop on Africa and take out everything in Africa. and all the other places on the world. But there's some of the places that got defenses for this. Where's the real science that's really going on? Fuck who was doing what back then, what was who claimed to be a god, was it real or not? Because we know that anybody that claimed they had God, governments always came and said, show me your God can save you, and God couldn't save you. They always ended up dead. Why did they create the Space Force? Is this prophecy? Say when Jesus returned, he's going to be coming on the clouds on high, so we know it's going to be in the sky. I don't think y'all asking the right questions, man. Let's get to it.
It was a canvas for myth and passive observation. We looked up. But in the middle of the 20th century, we built machines that shredded the atmosphere and reached the vacuum. When the United States established the Space Force in December 2019, it was organizing a mission that had been active for decades. American forces were operating in orbit long before the signing ceremony, following a strategic logic that had been developing since the Cold War. In the late 1940s, public attention fixated on the Roswell incident and reports of flying saucers. Projects like Sign and Blue Book became the visible face of the government's aerospace investigations, dominating newspaper headlines and cultural imagination. An unidentified object in the sky is not proof of extraterrestrial visitation, but the lack of a public explanation did not mean the sky was empty. This era was defined by intense, highly classified aerospace testing. While the public explored the possibility of alien visitors, the US government began the construction of a military infrastructure in orbit. It was a massive undertaking, shielded entirely from public view. General Bernard Schriever served as the architect of this early capability. Under his direction, the Air Force advanced its ballistic missile program, creating the technological foundation for military space operations. In 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik. The strategic implications were immediate. An object in orbit could pass over sovereign territory at will, proving that space was a domain with profound military utility. The American response in 1958 was to split its space efforts in two. NASA was created to manage civilian science and public exploration, becoming the visible face of the space race. The military space program took a different path. It retreated into the shadows, developing reconnaissance, communication, and early warning systems through strictly classified channels. This institutional divide created a cultural blind spot. Americans grew up viewing space as a frontier for astronauts and telescopes, unaware of the strategic military high ground being fortified directly above them. Throughout the Cold War, the militarization of Earth orbit expanded. The Pentagon launched networks of satellites to provide secure communications and detect the heat signatures of rising missiles. The Global Positioning System began as a military invention. It was designed to coordinate movements on the battlefield, but its utility quickly extended into every corner of modern life. Beyond providing coordinates for digital maps, GPS serves as the timing signal for global infrastructure. These satellites synchronize financial markets, telecommunications networks, and power grids. Without this precise timing, the modern economy stops. By 1982, the scale of this architecture required its own management structure, Air Force Space Command. The military service remained a subset of the Air Force. The United States had successfully constructed an invisible nervous system in orbit. It was a technological achievement that neither the Joint Force nor the global economy could survive without. The 1991 Gulf War demonstrated the true power of this system. It was the first conflict in history where orbital operations dictated the outcome of the battle on the ground. The integration of satellite intelligence and GPS-guided precision targeting resulted in a lopsided victory. Iraqi forces were dismantled with speed and accuracy that terrestrial weapons alone could not have achieved. Following the victory in Iraq, the Pentagon accelerated its reliance on these systems. Space-based sensing and communication were baked into the combat plans of every ship, aircraft, and ground unit in the inventory. This reliance created the vulnerability paradox. The technological edge that made the American military dominant on Earth simultaneously created a strategic dependency in orbit. In 2001, a congressional commission warned that American military space operations were dangerously fragmented. Space was being managed as a support function rather than as a primary mission. While the Pentagon navigated its own bureaucracy, other nations were adapting. China and Russia concluded that space was the decisive warfighting domain and began treating it as such. Adversaries began developing counter-space weapons, including cyber operations, signal jamming, and orbital spacecraft designed to maneuver near American satellites. The logic was straightforward. A rival could simply attack the fragile, distant sensors that controlled them. The military realized its multi-billion-dollar orbital infrastructure was undefended. The network that held the joint force together was now a target for competitors learning how to blind it. In 2007, China launched a direct ascent missile from the ground, striking and destroying one of their own defunct weather satellites. The impact proved that orbit was no longer a sanctuary. It also demonstrated the consequences of kinetic warfare in space. The resulting debris field created a permanent threat to every commercial and military system in that orbital regime.
That was scary.
By 2017, the legislative response was already in motion. Congressional proposals for a Space Corps indicated that the bureaucratic limit had been reached well before any formal presidential directive. In December 2019, the United States Space Force was created. This move consolidated the military's fragmented space elements into a singular, independent service. The Space Force exists as an institutional response to a specific strategic reality. Its mission is to protect the fragile, invisible infrastructure that maintains the modern global economy and the defense of the nation.
The defense of the nation. I'm a part of that nation. I won't lie to you. I'm a part of that nation. So before we got all the way into it, man, you know I got to let you know what's going on. Who it is? It's your boy, Oli. Let me bring us to the stage, man. Make sure you can see who it is. I'm up here by myself. Got my man's Humble backstage, helping out. Shout out to my technical support. If you can hear me loud and clear, I'll Humble up on the stage. Humble, how you doing this morning, man? This morning, where you at? 12 o'clock. Thanks to the GPS, we can.
Look, you know I'm here. I'm listening.
Yeah, man. Why did the United States create a space force, Humble? And we gonna get into it, man. I think that's a real big question. We sitting here stuck on stupid. I ain't gonna say that. We sitting here stuck on questions that definitely need to be answered. But I think we got enough people on the case. So I'm gonna let them
ask you, the only space force.
I'm sorry, you was breaking up just a little bit. Can you say that again?
You said, do you think the United States Space Force is the only space force?
No, that's what we're about to get into. But I know that the United States Space Force is our space force. That's the people that's over us that's gonna be protecting us in the homeland that we own right now. So that's the only space force I'm worried about, because anybody else's space force is gonna be trying to take us down. And it's only a couple of other people that we have to worry about that got the technology and scientific prowess that we have over here in the United States. And when I'm talking about the United States, I'm talking about us as a whole. whether you struggle or not. I'm talking about the people that's here who's being protected by that thing that we call the American government. Now, that government right now isn't working to the fullest capacity that it can, because you know that we could be better. But that being said, the military works in a prowess. Shout out to my man King Hurt. That doesn't seem to be racist. It's taking care of all of America when you're talking about protection. And there's several different places that we need to be protected. Land, air, water, and space. Space is, we're part of it. We in space, you know what I'm saying? And if we really talk about moving along, what they called it, when populations would move, I'm at a loss right now. Migrations. Are we gonna migrate to outer space? The United States Space Force seems to be pushing that way. And some of the things that's going, the migration continues from wherever we started at to wherever we going. I don't know where we started at, but I know where I'm at right now. And I know where it looked like we going. So I want to be a part of that. You know what I'm saying? We're going to keep technology and science, education right in the forefront. But we also going to make sure that we're doing it for the well-being of ourselves. And this is something that people are still trying to answer, you know what I'm saying, with different things. But the big thing is about the people that's in play. See my man's Donald Trump over there. I remember back in the 90s, boy, Donald Trump was, every rapper that I knew had something about the Trump Tower, what they was doing at the Trump Tower, or trying to get to the Trump Tower. I remember Atlantic City. I mean, the man, he done moved through life in a way that's been treacherous, but when it comes to leaps and bounds of being acknowledged and people knowing him, he's done a job that hasn't been done or seen before. He's even put himself into politics in a way that's, well, I guess when you go into politics, especially at the presidential office, you automatically a part of history, but he got another branch. Why did the United States be the Space Force? So we're going to get into it, what it is, but today is Wednesday. Y'all know what we have on Tuesdays. That was last night. We had a good show too. Shout out to my man's Humble.
Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the cave of knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic, every Tuesday. We're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate, a powerhouse arena where your voice matters, a premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
Why does the Space Force exist? But first, I got to give a shout out to the chat. Where you at? You know what I'm saying? Titans Debate League says drop the link for Stu Peas. Let me drop that link then. Sorry about that. I'm just not getting to the chat because I'm kind of excited. Y'all know if you don't know me, when I get on topics and stuff, I get kind of excited. But like I said, to the chat, first I want to give a shout out to my man Brass 9977. I ain't seen him in a minute. I've been over there. You know what it is. He just became a member. What he say, Brass getting the bronze membership. Shout out to the chat, man. We appreciate you coming, Brass, and you know how it is. And I'm gonna make sure I get over there and show my support to the channel, and y'all make sure y'all do that. Especially while you're here, make sure you like, share, and subscribe. We got Smalls in the chat. Shout out Smalls. I'm glad you're here. Who else in this thing, man? See all y'all. Why we got the Space Force? Stu Peas in here. Is this live? Yeah, this live. We got me, and it's only 6 of us right now, but I know it's gonna get deep because the information about to start coming, and they might be somewhere else. It might be sleep. This is our hours. You know what I'm saying? We love you too, man, and we love all the support. And y'all make sure y'all get over there and support all the communities that you can within the conscious community, man, because we're trying to get a movement going. And for me, I'm just tired of the same old questions because I've always had different questions. So the people that's answered them questions, I'm gonna leave them right there and let them answer them. So when they do answer those questions and they get to these questions, I already have them answered for them. Why did the United States decide that space required its own branch of military? Say it need their own branch. And before I start, Hero TV, he say digital space too. Yeah, they I might have the wrong idea what you mean when you saying digital space too, but I think you actually meaning like being in control of the digital prowess. What else we got in here? Brass say he dead tired. I'm gonna hang around a bit. Man, Brass, that means you've been working, man. I'm gonna try to give you something to go to sleep to, and when you wake up, you can finish and catch up with it, man. Because I'm really about to get into it. Why did the United States create the Space Force? Not only why did the United States decide that space required its own branch of military? Now, me, I don't care because, like I said, I'm in the United States, so evidently this is protecting me and my neighbors. So I'm glad that they my neighbors, even though we've had quarrels of the past that are atrocious in what they've done. But there's a certain limit to things that I look at when I think about people talking about over the world and moving along and what's to come, what things are going to happen, who's going to be running this. Y'all, we got a whole bunch of stuff we got to get through. I seen all them tanks on that video I made a while ago and stuff. I was thinking about the Hebrew Israelites talking about they're going to take over. Y'all got to go through a lot of shout out Hebrew the Guru on the stage before I get started with in here. How you doing, Hebrew?
Chilling. Good topic. Thought I'd jump in.
Thank you, man. You got anything you want to add right from the jump before I get into mine? You know what I'm saying? I know you always have interest.
Yeah. I was gonna push back on your narrative a bit, saying, "Hey, yeah, I'm focused on this land because it's gonna be protecting us over here in America." I get that, but I see traces of these people are all together. And I argued because I was just looking at some shit early. I said, "Damn, this the universal line," because they having this conversation, this perfect match, where they were talking about a bunch of biblical Hebrew scripts, where they were talking about these giants coming through these portals, and then some of the South Americans now saying, "Hey, the giants coming back, the giants coming back," and I was like, interesting. And I always thought when I was Command and Dogon say they black gods coming back to return, I said, man, these white people probably getting ready to fight. They worry about these niggas coming back and they arming themselves. I don't want to be fighting on their side, and I'm fighting to get my people coming back. So that's why I'd be like, it's a touchy situation for me personally. But go ahead, brother.
And that's true. And that's why I say, why did they create the Space Force? Why are they out of there? And to your first comment about they working together. I do believe that there's higher up groups that don't even worry about the wars and stuff that's going on. Because when the disaster strikes in one land, they'll be out in the ocean somewhere where none of that stuff will reach them. Like there's this elite group and they're all over the world. And then the people within the governments and the people who's fighting over religions and stuff, they the ones that have to worry about fire raining from the sky, or when we talk about it in regular missiles coming from people from some reason and stuff. But like I said, it's a group of people and I agree with you, and they everywhere that don't have to worry about this. But that being said, the governments and stuff, they're people like us, the ones that's making it happen. And so that group that you talking about, they have no fairing in what's going on, because they'll always be able to move whenever it gets too hot. That's my take on it. And so to your point, yeah, I agree with you. It's just those people, to me, they don't have any, they prefer not to have any dealings with the governments and stuff. And they just want to know when it's going to happen and where can we go to get out of the way of and they got that power. Those are the people that the people overlook because, we're too worried about the harm that's coming. Now, like I said, when it gets down to the meat of the things, we're in America. And to leave America, to go somewhere that's less decorated with defense.
You know what you made me think of, though?
What's that?
When Reagan said, what would keep the world united if an alien invasion came? Remember he said that in his speech back in the 80s.
Mm-hmm. He was his reasoning was, well, because if an alien race came right now, they're gonna be trying to show the individuality. If this race I'm talking about, they're gonna be trying to fuck them aliens. Nah, my bad, I didn't mean to say it like that. Man, listen. That's gonna open up a whole nother worm. Now, when we get stories about this happening in the past, we hear about it as watchers and angels and things like this, you know what I'm saying? But when you get down to the meat of it, if it did happen to be, that story isn't a supernatural story, and there's actually a group of people on Earth that came from another place, and they read and they started mating before they knew that it was time. We did have experiments with Adam and Eve, and that's why it seems that Adam and Eve was the first people, but these were really the experiments of these people trying to see if they could mate. When then it's a group of them that's out there actually mating before they did the experimentation. They started crossing. When I look at these stories, you know what I'm saying?
It's starting to add up to me. I can't ignore them.
But now remember, these are all my thoughts. I don't believe any of this. This is just a possibility of how these things could have happened. And when we talk about possibilities, I believe that these possibilities of making things are better explainers about if they happened or not, because this is what we actually read about when we read these things. We read about a race coming down here, mating with the people that was on Earth, having kids, and it's going on from there. And that them bloodlines is still the bloodlines that supposedly fighting, still connected to God, still the ones that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so
I show the people in their Bible that say they're strangers from the strangers on the earth. So I mean, it's a bunch of little different little tidbits in the Bible. Like, y'all can't ignore this, and they don't want to talk about it.
And then you talk about the return of, let's just say, Jesus. It say when in the Bible say when Jesus returned, Jesus is gonna return on a cloud. So we know it's gonna be in the sky. Mm-hmm. And they putting this stuff in the sky like they thinking Jesus might return or something. I'm not saying that this is what's happening, because we're hearing stories about aliens. We got stories of UFOs, and I'm gonna talk about that. But we also know about the technology of humans. And so these things that they calling UFOs could just be technology that's being tested. This is what I'm always believe, because I believe in the greatness of the people that's on this planet right now. I don't too much
believe in the space theory.
Care about them. Well, I'm not interested in it right now, because I know that we're a spacefaring race and we haven't been able to reach anything yet. And so to say that beings can get here and don't associate with us. I have a lot of problems with that. The problems with them coming and always crashing, coming from billions of light years away just to crash this technology and be found and dissect and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I have problems with those things. Not saying that they ain't true, just saying for me, it's more than possible that these might be hoaxes. Especially when I know what the power struggle does to keep themselves in power. And that power structure was the greatest during the religious movement. Go ahead, my bad.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because I look at that hoax at another lens. I think they feeding these white people this technology and to rule ever since. And from the industrial ages to this tracking technology that we so great. No, it's really to track motherfucker digital. Technology can go a whole nother way, but they did not choose another way. They chose that specific way. And so the whole could be, it pays if they crashing. I look at these tribes in South America. Man, they don't fuck no outsider. That one over there off the Indian coast, bitch, you better not come over there. They don't fuck with nobody. They don't associate with nothing. So I can see aliens looking at us from afar like, okay, these motherfuckers strange. They germy. I don't want to fuck with them. Nigga, humans don't even like to be around insects and animals. So I'm scared of them. I can see an alien like, man, these humans, I don't know. I'm just looking at their, look at them. Just like we look at shit and be like, look at them. You know what I'm saying? So I know.
Now, with that here, would you fly billions of light years away to another planet just to float around and not interact with them and let them know you there to see what they're doing? How much sense do that make?
Well, that's okay. Now, the interaction part. Your mind ain't your mind, right? Mm-hmm. You control your mind. You tell your mind when to pick up this goddamn lighter. Otherwise, if your mind can control it, wouldn't know when to pick it up, put it down, bitch. I want to put it down right, motherfucker. Nah, goddamn, I control this motherfucker. Send the signal. Excuse my French. But what I'm saying is, do the dream world, do these so-called angels, because I know sometimes I have thoughts that I be like, man, that's not my thought. I heard it come through my head, but I don't agree with it at all. I observe it, look at it, contemplate it, and be like, damn, why would I think that? Even if, just think about the thoughts that you already disagree. Some shit you don't know you like. Yeah, I don't like that shit. You already know you don't like it. Why you thinking it? Or is it a various others? When you get that little intuition, hey man, don't go that way. Oh, that was God, my God ain't saved me. It might be some interactions that we kind of just glossing over. We too, focused in the matrix in a sense.
Yeah, I got you. Humble had his homeboy that was supposed to be coming to do a show on the bicameral mind. Humble, you there?
I'm right here.
Can you talk about the bicameral mind and what your homeboy, because that's kind of what he is touching on.
Oh yeah, he was talking about bicameral mind, basically the conscious and the subconscious, and how when you operate through your conscious, your conscious decide things. It have the ability to say yes and no, and things of that nature, but your subconscious can only accept things. And so there's ways to send messages straight to the subconscious mind, right? Is ways to tap into your subconscious mind. And so he was dealing with that, and then he was dealing with whether consciousness was the emergent property, or he was dealing along the lines of that. Right now he dealing with some stuff. But he said as soon as he get everything straightened out, we most definitely want to go.
Definitely, because that's a good topic. I remember in some of my studies, the bicameral mind, they used to talk about how the humans, some back then, when like you was talking about that voice you heard in your head, Haru, and sometimes you wonder if that's you or not. Back in the day, they believed that those people, when they was thinking to themselves, they never thought about that being them. They always thought that was like God or something. And so this is why that's a real good topic to talk about. Because that's interesting. When you talk about that.
I almost think that if consciousness is fundamental, then it may be that it's God in the other lens, in different lenses operate, and no separation. So I can't disagree with that sentiment, in my opinion.
Yeah, man, and that's what they say. It was, and then you know how it is with evolution and us getting smarter as the human race. Some of us started understanding, like, oh, that ain't God talking. That's me. I'm the one making these choices. I'm responsible for everything I'm doing, and it made a form of accountability for me that pushes to me knowing that, yeah, I'm the one that's responsible for everything that I hear, because I'm the one that's responsible for the things that I do when I do it. And so that voice that I'm hearing can't be something else outside of me. It has to be me, because I'm the one that's going to benefit or not benefit from the action that's being done. And so to give that to something outside of what I say is my individuality. Now, this physical body, like you was talking about, and something else, I understand that I could have a component that is more than this physical body, and I actually do push for that. But that being said, this physical body reacts with that. And so when I understood that part, like whatever I do, I'm the one that's harming myself the most when I make these choices. It brought a certain amount of accountability where I won't have to look for, am I doing evil, or is it the devil jumping in me doing evil? Did that person do something to me, or was the devil jumped in to do it? Did I actually make the right choice to go do that, or did God bless me and I'm really still just dumbed in the, you know what I'm saying? Like it's an accountability that's uncalled for when I think about time and nature the way I do. And so I understand what you're saying, because I know about the bicameral mind, but I feel like today, in today's world, most of us really identify that voice as ourselves, our individuality.
Okay, let me give you a little pushback, because I kind of think of it the same way you do. But to me realizing that, in my opinion, that is truth. It's an antenna, and you get all these different thoughts and different ideas from different outside of you, not just you. You decides it. You the one, but you can put yourself in autopilot mode, basically. Yeah. Where basically our bodies are pre-programmed, like on basically I would call them default settings, right? You're a man. You naturally see a woman of beauty, you're gonna have some type of reaction. You know what I'm saying? You naturally, certain things in society a nigga say to you, you're gonna naturally have a reaction. You know what I'm saying? These are pre-programmed. But you, the one that's inside, can say no to all of those things. And now that I realize, wait a minute, you know what I'm saying? None of this shit ain't me until I decide. That shit that gave me, I felt like the freedom of true, I don't know. It's just so hard to explain
Yeah,
that
no,
shit.
no, I know what you're saying. Some people, they think about it as that consciousness is an entire field that we're all within, and so our consciousness is connected in a way that, like you're saying, like the thoughts that you have are also the same thoughts that other people have because it's thoughts within consciousness. Some of the things that you might be hearing, like you say, if we're an antenna, you could be crossing somebody else's thoughts when you're in the field of consciousness. And so they look at consciousness like that. I too much don't, because like I said, I like my individual accountability, and I don't want to say that somebody antenna got crossed with my antenna and they want
I
to
get
make
you.
me.
I get you. I get you. Boy, listen. I think it is entity whispering shit. Like, nigga, go knock that nigga out. And you'll have that thought.
That's you.
That's you. That one your first. That one your first decision. I guarantee it's a lot of cases. I ain't saying every time it's a motherfucker jumping around saying. I ain't saying every time. But I can distinguish the difference almost now. Almost to the point, okay, my law, my daughter, she had little mental situations. Whatever. But I remember hearing shit, and I just remember this certain thing that made me kind of realize, like, boy, there's some shit really going on, where she do something that I know damn well she know I don't have. She don't know. That irks me to the utmost. Like little, I'm talking about off the some shit off the wall. Like, now how in the hell this bitch know to go over there to do that? I said, there's no way. I said the only way she could know that is something told her ass, something that know what the fuck I know, and put that shit in her motherfucking mind. Boy, ain't no motherfucking way. Couple times, you know what I'm saying? But and along with other shit. But
yeah, man.
And the spirit world. I remember my son. I'm gonna go long back in when he was a little shit.
Will you make sure you kind of? I know you don't be trying to
start cursing.
Please.
Oh yeah.
I
thought the late night. They said the late night was good.
It would, but I be getting people that's been coming to watch.
I ain't say nigga. I just.
You know what I'm saying? No, you had.
It's 1 a.m. I thought we could. I thought it was late night. They said that late night. All right.
Yeah, no. I had it like that, but I changed that up because I had a certain type of thing. But like I said, when I think about accountability and stuff, it just don't seem productive to be doing that when people will be over here and just be like, man, all they doing is cussing. I don't even want to hear that.
I get it. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
And it ain't a lot of people here. It's just us. But and I know you ain't doing it on purpose. That's one thing I do know. That's just you. But I also know that you can filter it out. So if you could just a little bit, it ain't like you. It's just like every other word was one of them. But we getting into consciousness and stuff, and it's that's kind of cool because we're really waiting around. Because I still want to know why did the United States decide that space was required its own branch of the military? And that's my question. Shout out to NN 1989. Said that's called hubris. We don't decide for nothing. A higher power made the brain that decides. Everything is created by a creator, real and perceived.
So I mean, robots and just going along like a little guy.
Yeah, that means you ain't accountable for nothing. Yeah. You ain't got to worry about nothing. Your choices, which is cool. You know what I'm saying? But
I believe
you just have no accountability.
Pushing your ass along. Let me push him along. He weak.
So shout out.
You still accountable just because you listen to it. Just ain't no difference in you listening to your homeboy and he telling you, hyping your head up, or you hearing stuff in your mind. Oh, I said, do it to him. It ain't no different.
Like you said, because you can always say nope.
No to all of them. The thoughts, to the person talking to you.
Whether you think it's you or not. No. You always find that thing to say no.
Exactly. That's why I say I understand you. I think exactly like you. But I still, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And we have this, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, in my view, that's all I ask for is accountability and people to recognize that, man, I can make better choices than that. Or you know what I'm saying? Like you can get yourself out of a hole. You don't even have to get in a hole. If you start teaching them, if we start teaching them young, they don't even have to get in them holes, you know what I'm saying? And that's where the accountability comes, because I do believe that some people do things really believing that that's the devil making them do that.
I kind of hate the word accountability a little bit because it was misused. I was like, what is it really? I said, I had a real deep philosophical thought on this word. I said, what is it really? Okay, me saying, oh, I did it. Okay, what, do I accept the punishment and who gets to do the punishment on me? Do I give the authority to the law and the government and say, all right, I did it. All right, go before the judge and be hanged by the judge. I said, what is the real source? And how can we know somebody been held accountable? I know it's not lie about it and try to hide you did it, but once you say I did it, because then somebody could be like, all right, I'm accountable. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, I did it. Now what? I'm accountable. Then what? Who gets to put the punishment? Then I was wondering. What do you think about that?
Well, when it comes to punishment and accountability, that's when we start talking about governmental laws and things that's going to be governing more people than just myself. And so when we talk about accountability, we also have to talk about the things that's been trespassed on. Who's getting repaid when someone is accountable for what they did. And so to think about that, it's only fair to say that the system that we have in place is the best system for that, because you can go vote for laws if you agree with them or not. We see if they work, and we know that form of thing worked because we can always go back to slavery and see that it took an accountability to say, okay, these people is more than just beasts that we doing. And yeah, some of them was forced to get them out, but it was because the people who were being slaves could show their individuality and show that they could be accountable for themselves and in the things that they do. If you saying that we wild beasts and stuff, how do you think that you can tame us and communicate with us in that way and make us not wild? And those type of communications and the fact that if I look at myself and I know that I don't want something to happen to me, then I shouldn't do that to anybody else.
That's morals, and to me, that's the law. But once you make the mistake, and then you say, "All right, I gotta go." Okay, accountability. At least we can agree with. Don't conceal your mistake. Don't try to push it under the rug and let no one know about it. You must confess. Otherwise, you're not accountable. This is my own little deep thought on this word because everybody was using it, motherfucker. I will try, excuse me. They're using it. And I'm like, what's this? Do they really mean it? Do they know what it means? And I don't think they truly do. They're just throwing it around as a cute thing. But I still, it's hard to pinpoint, in my opinion.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, because after you become accountable, then
Yeah, you could just say, "I'm sorry, I did it.
Yeah.
I didn't. I made a mistake."
Are you
And then you
making
can keep
payment for?
keep
Right.
making a mistake. It's almost like Jesus sinning. I'm sorry, I sinned, and I can do it again. I'm still gonna be let in heaven. So what is this accountability?
See, and that's the exact reason why I say we got to take the accountability out of something doing it or something being accountable for it. Because if you don't, it's always going to be people that use that little old loophole that you're talking about. They're just going to keep doing it and saying that I ain't doing it. I ain't doing it. And some people actually might have a cognitive dissonance where they believe that that's not them that's doing it. That's the cold thing about it.
Or they making a mistake. They ain't realizing they making like I kept cursing. I just slipped again.
But you was what I say, not even accountable. You just recognized what it was, and that's what I say. The recognition of the accountability makes you not want to do stuff. That's what makes me not want to do things, because I don't, like you said, instead of making the mistake over and over, just don't even make the mistake.
So then you might can say, based on what you just said, you can't really know if someone's been accountable until over time, where you know they've not made that same mistake.
Right. And it's been some mistakes made, man. And mistakes still being made, especially when we come to the outlook of how we should. Oh, yeah. What up, Humble? My bad. I forgot you was up there.
You good, buddy? How do you know you made a mistake unless you've made a mistake? And so how can you know to avoid a mistake unless you've made one? You see what I'm saying? And the reason I ask that question is because a lot of times there's always this view on punishing the person that made a mistake. Well, if it's a mistake, then maybe that person should be taught the correct way. So then they won't make that mistake again. They shouldn't be punished for that mistake, because if we acknowledging that it's a mistake, then there's a certain level of ignorance that comes with making a mistake. And there's also a certain level of knowledge and wisdom that comes with making a mistake if you truly pay attention. This is what I teach my daughter, right? And all my children, right? If you do something and it was an accident, right? Yeah, you apologize, but are you aware of why it was an accident? Right? Just crucifying somebody because they did something, right? Maybe that person need help, right? And I think that's a lot. That's a whole nother conversation. But I'm really interested. I'm gonna land my plane with this. I'm really interested in Quanah's thing about why did the United States decide to require its own branch in the military.
Well, let me answer that real quick, that mistake, because I do want to get into that too, about that mistake, because Oli touched on it just real early. You know you don't want that junk to happen to you. Don't do it to them. So, a mistake. It could be a mistake, but if that mistake caused hurt, then you got to be accountable for that hurt. I don't care how accidental it was. Like, yeah, it was a mistake. You actually dropped your gun and it shot me and killed my whatever. I'm sorry, brother. You gotta be accountable. And there's the pain and suffering that's being accounted. You know what I mean? So that's why I put that law of hurt in there and the eye for an eye almost. I'm almost online with that. But anyway.
Yeah, man, we're gonna go ahead and get into this good old slide review. But first, make sure we get our sponsors out the way so I can go get me a drink of water too. And remember, you can always benefit from
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
So yeah, man, let's get into it. Let me make this bigger so y'all can see these slides good. Cause I don't want you to miss a bit. I don't want to miss a thing. Because I want to know, why did the United States decide to space required its own branch of the military? So before we talk about the Space Force, I want to start with what I think is the most important question. Why does it exist? Because think about what the United States actually did in 2019. We already had an Army. We already had a Navy. We already had an Air Force, Marines, and a Coast Guard. We already had NASA. We did. We had these things. We already had intelligence agencies operating satellites. And most importantly, the Air Force had already been conducting military operations involving space for decades. So why create another military service? What happened between the beginning of the space age and 2019 that convinced the United States government that space wasn't simply somewhere we explored anymore? That's what we're investigating. We're going to keep another question sitting quietly in the background. See, humans have been reporting strange things in the sky for generations. Governments have developed classified aircrafts and spacecrafts, and we now openly acknowledge unidentified anomalous phenomena as something governments investigate. Does any of that have anything to do with the Space Force? Maybe, maybe not. We're not starting with that conclusion. We're starting with evidence, because unidentified doesn't mean extraterrestrial. But unidentified also doesn't mean imaginary. So we're going to separate what we know, what somebody claims, and what remains unknown, and what is simply speculation. And strangely enough, the road to the Space Force doesn't begin in space. Not at all. Let me cut this down just a little bit to make sure y'all can hear me. Am I sounding all right? Tell me if I'm sounding all right in the chat. I want to have a little bit of music.
Sound on your voice. You good, man.
Bet, man. I appreciate you, Humble. Shout out, Humble. Shout out everybody and all my Titans that's fighting to be enlightened. We got to watch for the snakes that's striking and the dogs that's biting. They're keeping the wool pulled over your eyes, but it's feathers on me. I'm just to show you what they're really talking about. Slide 2, 1940s, the foundation. See, the institutional DNA of the Space Force begins much earlier than 2019. We got to go back to World War II. This is when Nazi Germany develops the V2 ballistic missile, and the V2 changes something fundamental about warfare. Previously, the high ground meant exactly what it sounded like. Take the hill, control the mountain, get your aircraft above your opponent. But ballistic missiles began pushing that concept upwards. Now, altitude isn't merely tactical. is strategic. And after World War II, both the United States and the Soviet Union recognized the implications of gaining the higher ground. German scientists, engineers, and technology become part of the American and Soviet missile programs. Wernher von Braun is a famous name everybody remembers, but this involved a much larger technical infrastructure. Now think about the logic. If you can send a missile high enough and far enough to cross continents, you're developing technologies closely related to those required to reach space. Propulsion, guidance, tracking, communications, materials, re-entry, long-range detection. So military missile development and spaceflight aren't two completely unrelated things. They're actually kind of like cousins. Think about it. And here's where General Bernard Shriver becomes important. During the 1950s, Shriver becomes one of the central architects of America's ballistic missile program and early military space development. General Bernard Shriver. Long before somebody came up with the name Space Force, America was building the technological foundation for one, which raises our first interesting question. Was the force really created in 2019? Legally, yes. But what about institutionally? This story is considered older. In 1947, a historical congested sky. Now, 1947 gets interesting. We got somebody to the back check. Oh, that's A1. What up, A1? You on the stage? I see you, man. I'm talking about 1947 and the National Security Act that was established. And this 1947 National Security Act established the United States Air Force as an independent military service. That makes sense historically. Aircraft had transformed warfare so dramatically that air power eventually required its own institutions. We needed our own institutions for airplanes, for aircraft. That reasoning is one of the things that we have to remember when we think about these things. Because we're going to see this again. We're going to see that, yeah, we understood we had the air and we had aircraft. But why did we have to take such interest in making this service its own institution? Kenneth Arnold reports seeing unusual objects near Mount Rainier. Newspaper popularized the flying saucer terminology. Then comes Roswell. And suddenly, America's relationship with the sky becomes very strange. You got the military aviation advancing rapidly. You've got classified aerospace programs. You've got the Cold War beginning. You've got nuclear weapons. You've got radar improving. We got all of these things happening all at one time. You got civilians reporting objects that they couldn't recognize in the skies. And here's the reasoning problem. Correlation isn't causation. The fact that the United States Air Force and modern UFO culture emerged around the same period doesn't demonstrate that one caused the other. Does it? But it does create a legitimate historical question. If governments are secretly developing aircrafts, that the public doesn't know exist. What happens when somebody sees one? And then you reverse that question. If somebody actually sees something genuinely anomalous, how would we distinguish it from classified technology? That's a problem we're still detailing with today. So for this investigation, moves it somewhere that we can actually identify it. And that's going to be our rule. Oh, dang, did I jump a slide too quick? I was. This is the slide we was on a while ago that I was talking about. This is the new slide. I'm sorry, I took my eyes off the prize. But we back on track. This slide is from 1957 to 1958. The strategic shock of overflight. Because on October 4th, 1957, this happens. And this is Sputnik. The Soviet Earth orbit. And Americans can understandably focus on the technological humiliation of being beaten into orbit. America couldn't fathom this. How did the Soviet Union beat us into space? And that was a big question for them. Because it felt like a humiliation after claiming that you are the world power and you making moves. But all of a sudden, the Soviet Union demonstrates that they can launch objects powerful enough and accurately enough that they can place it in orbit around Earth. Think about that. That's not merely a scientific experiment. The underlying rocket technology has obvious military implications. So when you think about Sputnik really introduces a new strange reality that we got to deal with. Objects can orbit over countries. Traditional ideas about territorial airspace don't translate neatly into orbital space. Think about that. We can talk about airspace and we know about airspace, airplanes flying. But does this immediately transfer to space? You can't simply build a fence around the sky. So space becomes a strategic territory almost immediately. You start thinking about people being able to put things above your head and drop it on you. But here's something people can easily misunderstand. NASA wasn't America's entire space program. No. Going on when they talk about space. But you got to remember that military and intelligence organizations were simultaneously developing reconnaissance satellites, missile warning capabilities, communication systems, and classified intelligence programs. America was trying to protect themselves. From what? Sputnik wasn't a weapon. But it was the technology and the sheer idea that you could place something in orbit and have it fly over your enemies. Think about that. Raw. You talking about raw. Flying right there over you. And at any moment, Mike could drop something. This scared America. Think about it, would it not? Right now, we walking around and we got things floating over our head. We don't think about satellites and things. Could something drop out of the sky? We hear about meteorites falling all the time. But what if something happened in space that brought this technology down? Because this technology is big right now in the world when we're talking about how we even talking right now on this YouTube channel or this StreamYard. This is technology. And most of this technology has space applications. So military and intelligence organizations did develop at the same time that NASA did. So almost from the beginning, America had two space stories happen simultaneously. We had the civilian space and we had military space. Is that everybody sees this. We see astronauts, we see rockets, moon missions, exploration. But the other side is considerably quieter. Surveillance, warning, intelligence, communications, national security. And the second story is the one that eventually leads us to the Space Force. The invisible infrastructure. Now we get to what I call the quiet revolution. Satellites stop being technological novelties. They become infrastructure. Reconnaissance satellites slow governments and allow governments to observe activities thousands of miles away. Missile warning satellites can detect infrared signatures associated with missile launches. Why are we worried about missile launches from thousands of miles away? Oh, I know why. I kind of see why the Western sciences and there's those ideals is galloping and like just mentally outclassing other views. I'm not saying this because I'm an American and I'm westernized, but dang, look at the evidence. Look at the evidence. I'm not walking backwards, absolutely not. Communication satellites allow forces separated by enormous distances to communicate. These same things allow us to communicate online. These are the things that we shouldn't have because of the racist science that produced it, huh? Think about that. This the science that's been trumping all the other scientists and putting them other scientists in a chokehold. I'm not fighting for it. I'm just saying, what is it? Is it the results of these sciences that got those other scientists in a chokehold? I'm not seeing chickens' heads being cut off and blood being dripped on an altar actually doing anything. This is technology. This is what you want me to go back? Absolutely not. Not when they doing these things. Weather satellites improve military planning. And all of this is happening above our heads, where most of us never even think about. You still going. That's important, man. We can't look past, what is we doing? I really don't know where I'm from. I know where the fuck I'm at. I'm not just sit here and argue about who I could be and what I could be. It's wasted time. I know what I am and what I can be. I know where I'm at and where I'm going. I'm never gonna know. I'm never gonna not recognize that I'm black and there's a chance that I could have Indian and that I could be from America. So what? It don't change nothing. Because these people got weapons and things above your head that you are dependent on, and you will cry if these things fell out the sky. But you telling me I should be trying to sacrifice a monkey so I can talk to my auntie. How that monkey got contact with my auntie? How that monkey's blood can contact my auntie and I can't? What I want to go back looking over there for? I know they did it. I'm ashamed they was doing it. They could have been my people though. Shout out my ancestors. The ones who made the right decisions and the ones who made the wrong decisions. Because all of them wasn't making right decisions. Where we at? What kind of revolution y'all talking about? Do y'all understand what type of things they have that we have to overcome? The Hebrew Israelites, I hope your God can take over this stuff. He got to be powerful. I hope y'all can stop them tanks and stuff when y'all say that God done gave y'all the power to do whatever you're doing, because they definitely gonna come try it. You and your God. They've been doing it. Oh, that's your God? Your God can't mess with my God. How I know that? Because I got this stuff from my God. What do that mean? If you put your God up against my God, I say I pray to God to win this war. You say you pray to God to win the war, and then you get beat, and then all of a sudden you cursed. That's why you got beat. No, that means my God is either better than yours, or your God doesn't exist, and my God is the real God. That's what y'all don't see about how that evolved. And then you got people who actually understood that there is no God. We making these choices. That's why they started calling it manifest destiny, because they understood that they was making them choices. And here y'all want to go back doing rituals that wasn't working for nobody. They was trying it over here too. Shout out Rhetoric Frontier. Humble was over there the other day. They was talking about even the white people when they was doing stuff. They got the same faults. Wasn't none of it working. I don't think they was actually trying to pull the wood. I think that these people was trying to do experiments so they could be the first ones to say that they was doing these things. But these things don't happen with magic. So they had to continue pushing these narratives because they had already lied on themselves and said that they was in contact with this stuff. And this is the same thing we're going through while they putting shit over your heads and you trying to get back. Hey, man. Shit. Where you trying to go? Fuck where you from. Where you at and where you trying to go? I'm not saying you can't go back. You can go back to where you want to. They got some protection over my head over here. I don't know too much African science that put protection over their head. They got a couple, I think they got a couple satellites up there. They ain't gonna let you put nothing up there. How you gonna fight back to even put something up there now after they already got it? Like, we've been put in the bind that the only thing that could happen for you to come up out of it is for you to find a way to work within this until you can have control of what's going on. Because right now, you don't. You ain't got control of nothing. You don't know who you are. You don't know who you want to claim. I'm claiming the unknown origin. I know for a fact that I don't know where from, but I know where I'm at. I know where I can go. What am I sitting back waiting for? I'm waiting for everybody else to get on this same page. We got people arguing, is the Neteru literal or not? Nigga, is the Space Force literal or not? It's literal. You know it is. It's there. It's working. It'll bust the Neteru down right now. It'll bust the Hebrew God down right now. It'll drop things on the Hebrews right now. Israel doing it right now. To Palestine. Palestine doing it. Everybody, they got weapons. We don't got nothing. We over here, we ain't did nothing to nobody. And y'all want to claim heritages and stuff of people who did despicable deeds. And they still putting stuff above your heads and under the water. Satellites in the sky, communications. We can't even figure out if the Neteru was literal or not. Like that's some type of profound. You better stop. You better stop. Come on, man. We've strategically created an interesting situation. Think about it. Suppose your aircraft works, your ships work, your missile works, your soldiers are ready, but somebody takes away the satellite systems connecting them. How much capability disappears? You as a civilian, would you cry if you couldn't call your girlfriend on the phone or send a text or get to your Cash App? You cry. Wouldn't nobody hear you because there wouldn't be no technology. The thing that you hate the most, and this is just the evolution of man. We can't evolve biologically no more, so we evolving with the things that we have around us and forming things that we use as extensions of ourselves. They could be used for good or they could be used for bad. They've been used for bad. Right now, it seems neutral. They're making defenses to stop the things because when they found these technologies, they didn't use them for good first. They used them to make weapons. It's crazy. The people that be having power always make the wrong always make the wrong decisions when it comes to something. But I think making the Space Force might have been one of the best decisions that America's ever made for itself. It's a defense system. Let's talk about the GPS, man, the global positioning system. That thing that we're using right now to be online. What science this come from? I don't know. I'm gonna just say science, period. Not Western, not the racist science. That's where this stuff came from. Why we didn't do it first? Why wasn't we moving like this? Oh, because we wasn't the warfaring people. Man, you crazy. Egypt was capturing, Kemet was capturing, people was going, giving themselves to slavery and then crying, acting like they was coming out. They'll come out there and start trying to slave people. They was doing it everywhere. Nobody. The only people that ain't did it, it's the American nigga. I hate to say it like that. But you that I'm talking to that's listening to me, you ain't never did nothing. Your ancestors were slaves, wherever they came from. When they got here, they became a new people and they ain't wrong nobody. That's the heritage you need to be trying to get. You don't want to be no despicable person who might have been selling people. You don't want to be one of them people that ended up on the ship because you was over there doing something terrible and this the only way you could get away. You don't want to be one of them people whose people wasn't protecting themselves, but they were smart enough to do all the other things that we say are smart, but just wasn't smart enough to protect themselves. No. I know that the people I come from started in a position of no power, no struggle. We done came through what we came through with brilliance. And we continue to try to fight through that. Some people will take us all the way to Mesopotamia and tell you that you're a Hebrew Israelite and that the atrocities that befell you because your ancestors didn't follow God. And so you're cursed and you can't get out of it. Think about this curse now. And think about the technology that they have. And these people telling y'all that, no, we fixing to get up out of this. Don't worry about it. God coming back. They're going to be fighting God. They'll kill you before God can bless you. Oh, but God can bring us all back. But you just said that ain't how it's going to happen. Because you was talking about global dominance. It's never going to work like that. Never. They all just have to die. It has to really be a sunburst that don't burn us and burn. Like, you'll never take over control where they'll be subjected to you. Never. They got this thing called a global position. Let me get back to it, man. GPS might be the best example of how deeply space technology has entered ordinary life. Most people think GPS means the little blue dot on your phone. That's almost comically inadequate. GPS provides positioning, navigation, and extremely precise timing. And time, oh, remember I tell you about time. And what is the timing doing with your nature? Enormous. Time, when they ask what I got up under my sleeve, they never ever believe when I tell them it's all timing. Timing is everything. And this GPS system that they have above you is working on precise timing. That's an enormous function. Timing and the right timing is enormous when it comes to the function. Because telecommunications networks use precise timing. Financial transactions depend on timestamps, precise timing. Electrical grids use synchronization, precise timing. Aircraft use GPS, ships use GPS, the military uses GPS. But guess what else uses GPS? Precision guided weapons. Logistic networks. So imagine turning off your GPS, not your phone, the system. What begins falling? That's where this becomes strategically uncomfortable. Every dependence is also potentially a vulnerability. The better GPS becomes, the more systems we build around GPS. The more systems we build around GPS, the greater the consequences come if the GPS messes up. That's a dependency problem. It's shown right there at the bottom of the slide. The more vital space systems become to everyday operations, the more devastating their loss becomes. Think about it, man. Why did the United States create the Space Force? Huh? That could be one reason. Because we need a better position, huh? So I gave y'all a couple of reasons. Now we're going to get into 1982. The director in the direct instant, September 1st. (1982). Air Force Space Command is established. Not just the Air Force now. They got the Air Force Space Command. Did y'all know that we had that? Before we had the Space Force? Is that the Space Force? Was they already working behind the scenes? Wait till we get deep into this, man. You want to talk about an ancestor? I'm going to give you an ancestor from 1982, an institutional ancestor. The Air Force centralized major military space responsibilities under a dedicated command. This gives space operations organizational identity. Now they can start getting money. And before I go on, if you're in the chat, I see Titans Debate League in the chat. Am I all right? Is my audio all right, man? I want to make sure I ain't talking too low, that you can't hear me.
No, you okay, brother. You okay?
Okay, Humble still here. Bet. Thank you, Humble. Thank you. But now the Air Force, some responsibilities to space, and it dedicates this command under space. And this gives space operations organizational identity. Personnel can specialize, doctrine can develop, command structures can develop, military space operations become something people can build careers around. And Bernard Shriver's earlier missile and space work is part of the lineage leading here. Think about that. I'm talking about they got DNA from things that they've used as technology. I see the chat going up. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Where you from and where you at, we getting to it. Why was the Space Force? Bernard Shriver's earlier missile and space work is part of the lineage leading to the space program, Space Force. But now we hit what I think is one of the strongest questions in the entire episode. If Air Force Space Command already existed, why do we need the Space Force? Seriously. If the Air Force already had an operational organization specifically responsible for military space, why create an entirely new armed service? Oh, the money's gonna get the moving, huh? Don't accept complete. Space was already important. Something else had to be wrong with the existing arrangement. Was it? What was wrong? You want me to cam up? Man, let me cam up. While I get a presentation there. Let me see, can I make it where? We on here. I know my man's A1. Let me get into a commercial break and I'ma find it real quick, man. Shout out to all the Mother Nature's Father Times in the building. You know what it is. It's your man Oli. We on the hours in the nest. Nest stands for news, entertainment, space, and time. Nah, it can stand for whatever you want to. We just to get into one of our sponsors to and get back to this information, man.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating, you're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, the Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
Yeah, we in her thing, man. I don't think they can see my slides like that, though. Damn. Can I make it bigger? I don't know. Damn. I can't find the right one. Let me see. Maybe that's good enough, man. Dang, now you can't see the slide, though. Okay, so we just gonna have to go to the regular, huh? Yo.
Let me see if I can help you out one.
Yeah, man, help me out real quick, man. I forgot the slide's gonna be on there. I can have it.
Did
Just
he drop Humble on purpose, or did he drop himself?
He might have dropped himself trying to.
Okay.
Because I didn't drop it.
Where are the layouts? You are looking for.
Man, you can just put the one on the side like we always do it, not do it in regular, so we don't have to be doing.
Yeah, I think that's what you should do.
Yeah, I was trying to make myself big.
I'm here, family. I just had a phone call real quick. I'm here.
We're gonna get back into it though, man.
You got the flow.
Bet. Say shout out Quantum, aka Oli, Mr. Divine Mechanics. But yeah, man, we getting into it, man. I hope y'all can see the slides. Just want to make sure I cam up so people can see me for a minute, because you know what I'm saying, that's what they seem to prefer. And I think I might have accidentally moved my slide when I wouldn't. Oh no, we're still on slide 7. Yeah, because we got to the question, why did we need the Space Force if we already had Air Force Space Command? And a lot of people say because space became important, but like I said, space was already important for sure that space was important. So something else had to be wrong with either the existing arrangement or something else happened. And that's what we're about to find out. Because the 1991 Gulf War and the strategic paradox comes into play. Operation Desert Storm is something described as the first space war. Not because people were fighting orbital battles, but because space systems were integrated into terrestrial warfare at an unprecedented rate. I'm talking about never before seen. We've seen GPS, we've seen satellite communications come into play, we've seen weather come into play, we've seen missile warnings, navigation, intelligence, and then suddenly space isn't just supporting our communications or some type of distant future war. It's supporting the war that was happening at that moment that the war was going on. And today, we still see that. We still see these things supporting the wars that's going on. And look at the cycle on this side. You see it right there on the slide. On military capabilities increase when we find military use for our communications and the operations that we only see as civilians. That's a feedback. Strategic but with that, strategic vulnerability increases. So at the same time that they propping up and making an advantage of something, their opponent has an incentive to attack what it is that's giving them that benefit, that's giving them that strategic advantage. So American success using space created a reason for adversaries to figure out how to deny America the advantage of using space. And that's the paradox. We see China and Russia today in their space programs. As Hiru asked earlier, do I think that we're the only people that got space program? No, I don't. I know we're not. I know we're not the only people that have space programs. But what else do I not know? Let's reopen our unknown file. Project Sign, Project Grudge, and Project Blue Book. Have y'all heard about any of these? I know y'all have. Whatever somebody believes about a UFO, one fact isn't particularly controversial. The United States government investigated reports of unidentified objects. Yeah, we did. We investigated the reports. Why? Because during the Cold War, unidentified objects in American airspace represented a national security problem, regardless of whether extraterrestrials existed or not. Y'all remember Hiroshima? Our airspace and the importance of our airspace. I said Hiroshima. I meant, Hiroshima happened after Pearl Harbor. So, yeah, Nagasaki and Hiroshima, where we dropped our bombs after they flew. But all of these things was happening. I don't even like talking about them. I'm saying them loud because it's some of the despicable things that happen within the human race. But Pearl Harbor, Nagasaki, Hiroshima, those were places where we can look at air command and why airspace became so important. Like I said, during the Cold War, when you seen something up in the sky, you didn't worry about extraterrestrials. You knew that it was something coming from somebody right here. You wondered, could it be Soviet technology? Could somebody be observing military installations? Could it be an American classified program? Could it be atmospheric phenomena? Could the witness simply be mistaken? Or is there something genuinely unexplained? Those are different hypotheses. And notice something important. Unexplained isn't an explanation. If investigators can identify an object, that doesn't magically transform it into an extraterrestrial spacecraft. We see that today. Oh, it's something in the air. Oh, it's an alien. It's special. Do you know the technology we have as humans? Do you know the war and the weapons of, I ain't gonna even say mass destruction, but do you know the weapons that they have? That's gonna be on one of my. Absolutely.
I think it's the most hilarious thing when people see an unidentified flying object, or what are they calling them now? UAP.
UAP.
And then say it's an alien. No, you were right the first time. It's an unidentified flying object. You don't know what it is. So how do you come to a conclusion that it's a life form from a different place? Like that's the opposite of calling it an unidentified. Like, so how do you know what it is? It's identified.
Right, yeah, it's identified. Yeah, you're identified.
Yeah, it's identified.
Yeah,
you niggas got to pick a struggle. But go ahead, you got the floor.
No, yeah, that's like for years. This is always. Go ahead, Humble. I couldn't hear you. Was muffled, Humble. I still couldn't understand you. And it ain't that you choppy or nothing, you just muffled. That I usually can understand something, but I couldn't understand nothing right there. But yeah, A1, I'm talking about since I was younger. I always wondered, like, why do they always say that something is from outer space or extraterrestrial when we know that people on Earth are making things and keeping it secret, especially when you talk about governments and you know about weapons that they use? Why would I tell everybody that I got this out? I got to fly this first. I got to move this around first to make sure I can control it before I let anybody know it. And you should look at, just tap into 2026 on your YouTube, say 2026 weapons, and then put whatever country, Russia, United States, and they're going to show you weapons. And you tell me why you think some of the things that you've seen in the sky, or some of the things that we've seen in the sky as humans, should be identified as extraterrestrial. We brilliant as humans, y'all. Think about it. The only divisions that we have is when it comes to the moral fortitude of different peoples in different times and eras, and the outcomes that's come, the atrocities that we've faced and how we've overcome, the scars that still haven't healed, that can only be healed by acknowledgement of the atrocities and repayment. No, not retribution. We can do it with grace. Shout out my man Omar Muhammad. But yeah, man, the intellectual responsibility that we have to take when we're talking about seeing things in the sky and dismissing them as extraterrestrial and thinking that those things are extraterrestrial. Remember, we have at this time the Air Force Space Command, that and the Air Force itself, along with other countries and nations and communities on different continents who have the same interests, who do the same thing we do when it comes to forming technology and testing it. And that's a Pepsi. For y'all so y'all won't think, no, I don't drink. But this is where the investigation starts, because this is where we start getting into good things now. Because we come into 2001. And this is where we see that bureaucratic knot. We finally start getting to answer why the Air Force Space Command wasn't considered enough. By 2001, America's dependence on space had grown dramatically, but the responsibility was fragmented. The Air Force, the Army, the Navy, intelligence agencies, different acquisitions, different surveillance systems, different communications abilities, like different chains of command, different priorities. And the 2001 Space Commission examines this structure. Look at the criticisms that's represented here on this slide. We see that leadership fragmented. We see acquisition problems. We see personal and personnel development problems. Space expertise and competing for attention inside organizations primarily built around other missions. We start seeing people or our different branches of the military finding missions that needed its own individuality, because if you didn't, you would get this bureaucratic knot. And that's why we had a bureaucratic problem. The bureaucracy sounds boring until you start talking about national defense, because you start asking, who has the authority? Who buys the satellites? Is it the Army? Is it the Navy? Is it the Air Force? Is it the Marines? Who develops the doctrine that we have when we use these things? Who trains personnel? Who decides priorities? See, this bureaucratic knot, this is the same bureaucratic knot that I found when I was doing my research on the Hebrew Israelites and the different factors of them. But I can't even get into that. I don't know why I keep on jumping down there, but it plays a big part in my ending, and that's why. But who has the priorities? Who gets the money that's allocated for these things? Who is accountable when something fails? All of these questions need to be answered, because suddenly bureaucracy becomes a strategy. And here's the question: can an organization designated primarily around air warfare even give space warfare equal institutional priority? Can the Air Force, which we know covers the airspace within the atmosphere of the Earth, have priority to cover the defense of space? That's a lot on their plate. That's an argument, not automatic fact. That's one of the arguments that they had to have to figure out, should we just keep the Air Force and start giving the Air Force all this money? Because that's what it's going to come to. And that was 2001. But in 2007, China does something that changes the conversation. China launches a direct ascent anti-satellite weapon, and it destroys its own Fengyun 1C weather satellite. So now there's no theoretical debate about whether satellites can be deliberately destroyed. Now America back on their seats again. China can destroy satellites. They did it right too. They showed everybody that they could destroy satellites by destroying one of their own satellites. Precision. They needed precision to do this. Was this Western science? Or was that China? Was it racist science? That's neither here nor here. Because, like I said, there's no debate about it. Now we have to worry about it. The destruction creates thousands of trackable debris objects plus smaller debris. So now, since they destroyed their satellite, every other satellite that's in space becomes subject to being destroyed by the debris. And China don't care about it. This was China's move. This was to show them not only can we shoot your satellite down, but if we just hit one of them, it could take down all the other ones. In fact, with the precision we used, we made sure that we didn't hit any of your satellites. And that was a big thing because it showed that space warfare had environmental and the environment of satellites now in the orbit is now in trouble. It's a battlefield now. There's consequences. And think about it. That debris is still in orbit right now. Still has a chance to come and hit another satellite. Still has a chance to drop a satellite or any kind of other technology out of the sky. So what happened when the infrastructure now becomes a target? What do we do? Because by 2007, America isn't merely asking whether space is useful. It's asking whether space assets can survive conflict. We just spent all these billions and billions of dollars over the years to put these satellites in space just for us to see that at any whim it could be gone. Oh, man, we got to spend money. That's a completely different strategic problem now. Why did the United States create the Space Force? I'll show you why. For your protection, man. Because now we can map the counter space threat. And destroying satellites with missiles is only one possibility. Counter space warfare can be kinetic or non-kinetic. You can physically destroy something, but you can also jam communications. You can spoof navigation signals. You can attack ground stations. You can attack communication stations through cyber operations, cyber warfare. We hear about that all the time. Potentially, we can interfere with satellites using other spacecraft. We can use we can use these satellites as rendezvous points. We can use them as proximity operations in space. We can use these as direct energy systems. And we don't know if China can do this or Russia can use these same things as direct energy systems. That's a big strategic thing we have to look at when we talk about the safety of us. Because think about it, it don't matter where you move, are you going to be subject to these things? Man, what is we doing? What is we thinking about? Why did they put something in space with all the problems that's going on the ground? Why does it seem that some people ain't even worried about what this God said or that God said? Why does it seem that every time somebody claims that they have the upper hand in communication with God, that somebody comes and tests a God only to beat their gods. And then people to say, oh, no, we curse. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. And this distinction matters. Think about it. Because attacking a satellite doesn't necessarily mean blowing it up. If I can prevent your satellite from communicating, I may have achieved the military objective without creating any debris field. So if I can jam your communications, I don't even have to worry about blowing it up. Look, man, y'all think about things flying in the sky. Why do they have them? What do they look like? We have to protect our assets. Because knowing now that they don't have to send a missile up there to do it, even though they can, there's evidence that there's other ways that these systems can be taken over. Why did the United States create the Space Force? What has China and Russia really demonstrated to make us want to create a Space Force? What does American intelligence assets have when it comes to being important enough to have to defend all the way to space? Is it just Russia and China? Is there something else that they know that we don't? What do analysts believe their development? And what remains classified? Those aren't equivalent categories because government treats assessment as deserved examinations. But the government says our adversaries can do X isn't automatically identical to publicly demonstrating evidence of X. Yeah, they can do that, but what else can they do? Shout out Cosmine. Why did they? That's why we're going over Cosmine. I'm showing a few things, but there's a lot of other. And because this is only episode 1, you know how I do it when I do it. I bring it in episodes because there's so much information about the Space Force and why we created the Space Force. We're going to find out if it was for the responsibility of protection or was it because money could move? Why did they create the Space Force? Now we arrive at something that's often lost in the political argument. Donald Trump didn't simply wake up one morning and invent the concept of reorganizing the military and getting the Space Force military branch. He didn't just wake up and, oh, you know what? We need a Space Force. No. In 2017, members of Congress were already pushing a Space Corps proposal. And notice the timing. That's before Trump's major political pushback of science having a problem. This is where he started his major public push for the Space Force and to defund other things. The argument was that military space suffered from fragmented leadership, acquisition problems, and insufficient institutional attention. So Donald Trump came like, hold on. Why is the Space Command in the Air Force when we could allocate this money directly to a force for space? So in 2018, that's when Trump entered, because in 2017, they was already pushing for a Space Corps. This is the government. So Donald Trump even though he championed the idea and he's the one that got it started, he didn't just wake up one morning and start this. He did accelerate the movement of the idea because the political conversation that he championed, and you know how Trump got his followers, like Trump says we need a space force, we need a space force. Shout out Vickers. I see Vickers in the building tonight. I don't know how long you've been up in here. Respect to the knowledge. No, thanks, Vic. Vicar, I said Vickers again. It's Vicar. Vicar's World. Shout out my man Cosmine, Cal in the he said, why did they? Yeah, that's what we're doing. Then he said, oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I already showed me. Shout out Cosmine, Cal. Y'all make sure y'all get over there to that channel and watch some of that content that they provide over there. And remember, he is part of the Titan Debate League tournament this year. So get out there and show that love. Oh, Vicar gave us some jewels, man. Shout out Vicar, man. Shout out the support. You know, we need the support. We love the support as much as give our support to the rest of the community, man. Get out there, see what people talking about. See if we got some ideas that's changing. Because for me, as I stated, I know where I'm at, and I know where we can go. I don't too much know where I'm from. It's been blocked, and we don't know why. But we're going to get back into this push for reorganization, man. I got somebody just came up. Let me see who that is. Yeah, that's my man's Big Cuz in the building. You already know it. Shout out Big Cuz. What up, my guy? I only got a few more slides. You can say something right now if you want. I'm on slide 13. I only got 2 more. If you want to wait till I finish this out, and then we can go back through there and talk it, because I think you might have came in late, but I can re-go over my slides for you.
No. Go ahead. Keep cooking, bro. Love, life, balance out there too.
Yes. Got open your eyes. But yeah, man. We see here on the slide, 2018. That's when Donald Trump entered the story, and he accelerated the political conversation by publicly championing the idea of the Space Force being separate from the Air Force. And so the idea then has presidential visibility. Everybody start talking about it. But the president can't simply invent an armed service by announcement, because you already know that the Congress has authority. We have to get constitutional authority from the Congress, and you got 3 moving parts. Congressional proposal, you got executive advocacy, and then you got the Pentagon structurally planning this new branch. And so eventually those 3 things are going to converge, because we're going to have to find out who's making the choices and what's really going to come. And that distinction matters, because depending on somebody's politics, people sometimes either credit Trump with inventing the entire concept, or they act as though he had nothing to do with it. And so, you know me, I always have to be fair. It was a concept, but after Trump championed it, it got a little bit more acceleration, as if he was the force behind it. And so we got the next slide, which is December 20th of 2019. And this is the actual birth date of the 6th Armed Service. It's the legal birth of it. Donald Trump signed it. He signed the FY 2020. I always said it's FY 2020 National Defense Authorization Act. I never knew what FY stood for. I always said it stood for fuck you 2020. But excuse my language. I'm just telling y'all that because that's always what I see when I see that. The United States Space Force becomes the 6th armed service. Excuse me. But as you see, this slide contains another distinction that's constantly confused by people. The Space Force and the Space Command aren't the same thing. Space Force is the military service. Think Army, Navy, Air Force. Its job is to organize, train, and equip forces. United States Space Command is the combatant command. So what they did was actually keep the military, the most military part of the Space Command with the Air Force. And one creates and prepares the forces, and the other one uses assigned forces for the missions. So I think I really got to emphasize that America didn't suddenly begin militarizing space on December 20th, 2019. Most of these missions had already existed. They had already been doing it through the Space Command. The Space Command had already existed. Satellites already existed. Bases already existed. Personnel already existed. Space Force reorganized an existing military space enterprise into an independent service. And this independent service gets new money to spread around. And throughout these episodes of why America has a Space Force, we're going to get deep down to it and show you how the political side gets into the pockets of the people within the community. And so the conclusion and the question that remains, why did America create the Space Force? It's not because America suddenly discovered space in 2019. It's not because satellites suddenly became useful. We didn't create the Space Force because somebody suddenly realized China existed. And based on the public evidence we've examined, we don't need extraterrestrials to explain the creation of the Space Force. Those are different things, and those are different views that we're going to look at. But the historical progress is visible. Missiles lead into space technology. Space technology produces satellites. Satellites become the infrastructure, and the infrastructure creates a dependency that we depend on. That dependency creates a vulnerability, and adversaries develop counter space capabilities. And we have ourselves, because other countries and other democracies too have space programs. They have satellites. They have the same capabilities that we have. So now we have to wonder, like, do we actually need this? Like, it sounds easy when you first think about it. Do we need a Space Force? Yes, but why do we? Actually, why do we need this? Because we see that now space is very important. Space exploration isn't just a thing. When you think about UFOs and UAPs, man, they got all kind of things that we seem not to know about. People always have an idea. Just like A1 said, you say that it's a unidentified flying object at the same time saying that it's from outer space. Well, you identified it. You didn't identify it fully, but you gave it some type of identification. You said it's from outer space. But I ask you, why would it have to be from outer space? With all of the technology, yes, Vakar, I have. I've seen several. I've seen, I ain't gonna say several, 2 incidents of things that I just can't say that I could identify. They wasn't no magic things. It wasn't no, I know it was something, but I also understand that right here in Oklahoma, and I'm in Midwest City, we have an Air Force base, Tinker Air Force Base. There's a lot of traffic over Air Force bases. And so I always, like I say, I don't take away the greatness of men and humans and what we do. We also have Altus Air Force Base down in Southwest Oklahoma. So, and there's traffic on airports everywhere. So no one's immune from maybe being able to see some of the sights and wonders of things that we call UFOs or UAPs, IAPs. They even got IFOs identified. So yeah, over the bases, Vakar. And not just over the bases, because like I say, if they testing something, they're gonna fly it for as far as they can. It might take off and fly around the world in 3 seconds, 4 seconds or something. We'll never know what they got. You know what I'm saying? Until we get into these actual programs and stop fighting the system in a way that's not capable of being a persistent and viable view. When we talk about fighting the system, the Space Force, what we was talking about though, you know, and we'll talk about, let me see where I'm at. I'm on slide 15. I'm on slide 15. We'll talk about the conclusion and the questions, how things lead to other things. But as you can see, private companies are going to start being used. And this is where it becomes a real deep situation for me, because I know, as we talked about earlier, the space debris, people can now form private companies to go say, hey, I can retrieve that space debris. Who got the rockets? Who's making those rockets? Who's giving those people the money to create that? Because this is where it gets good. This is where you can get rich, because private companies become deeply integrated into the national security space. We become commercial infrastructures, and they become legitimate and really used for military targets, because now the military doesn't have time to waste on those type of cosmetic and maintenance type things. What happens when GPS, communications, banking, and transportation, intelligence, and military operations all depend upon infrastructures orbiting the same planet? And then there's our unknown file. How much does the public actually know about classified military activity in space? Could some historical UFO sightings have been classified American or foreign technology? Certainly that's a possibility in this case. Does that explain them all? Absolutely not. We don't have evidence to say that yet. Are there genuinely anonymous cases? Yes. There are cases that remain unsolved, unresolved, unknown. Does that mean that those things are extraterrestrial? Absolutely not. Not at all. But here's where I want to leave this episode, because as I said, I got more episodes. We spent roughly 80 years moving the military to the high ground. That's what we did in America. From land to aircraft to missiles to satellites to an entire armed service dedicated to space. Why did we create the Space Force? So maybe the most interesting question simply isn't why do we have a Space Force? Maybe it's What does the United States government believe the next battlefield is going to look like? And more importantly, what does it know that we don't? That's where I opened the panel. I'm going to open the panel to that question right there. What does it know that we don't know? Does our government know something that we don't know? Is that why they created the Space Force? That's where we get back into this right here real quick. See Donald Trump on the right side, Space Force symbol. On the left side, you see the astronaut, or is that an astronaut? Oh yeah. It's definitely in the Space Force Command, and I'm gonna go over all of those things, and I might actually do it here because I do have the Space Force website pulled up. But you also see that little guy up there in that corner, the extraterrestrial looking guy with the big eyes. Is that what we got? We created the Space Force. Is there a threat that we don't know about? We're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into it. But that's where I'm gonna end episode 1, and I'm gonna open the panel. We already got some people up. Let me see, who is that? Oh, that's just me, Cosmon, and A1. The car in the building. We got anybody want to come up and say anything? Let me put
And
this.
you know I'm working. I can't even chop it. I'm just listening, but I'll chime in when I can.
We got you. I got you. Look like you got on a spacesuit. Who you working for? Is you making some type of technology that they no?
I'm in the lab right now. I work in the lab, man.
Straight up, that good business. But you know, my man Kaz, big Kaz in the building, man. I know you got some nice say about the topic because I know you have one of them minds like mine that's very stimulated by these type of topics. Let me cut this music off, man. I needed that for dramatic presence while I was doing my read. But yeah, man, that the Space Force is something that we have now. We got to deal with. And there's plenty of things that we need to look at. And as I said, this is episode 1. My next episode is going to be about the commercial use that the Space Force is going to have to use. Where money is going to be allocated, which private companies are going to be getting these contracts from the government. It's going to be real big, man. It's going to be really big. And we'll see exactly why the Space Force was created. And it could be for several reasons. But we're going to find out exactly why and give our own assumptions about it, because it's out there. Are there extraterrestrials? Does the government know about extraterrestrials supposed to be coming? We've heard earlier what Haru said about some of the beliefs about beings coming back, as if they dropped some beings off, circled around and did some exploration of the universe. And now they're on their way back to see the findings. Is that what they're waiting for? I've seen plenty of videos online of Trump supposedly talking to what they call the Nordic alien race, the Galactic Federation. Is this why they created the Space Force? I don't know. I'm not making any claims. I'm asking questions. If you're in the chat or anything, you have any questions or comments, any opinions about the Space Force, please feel free to come on up and talk to us about it. Link. Let me drop the link for Vakar because he asked for it. Anybody up on the panel want to say anything? I know A1 said he working.
Well, to just stay on topic and answer the question, I think it's yes. They know something that the people don't know. First of all of science's ideas on Big Bang and how they thought the universe was, how they thought space worked, how they, they even thought it was a vacuum, right? Every single theoretical prediction is wrong. Every single one of them, y'all. They going back to the board, rewriting them as you dig what I'm talking about as they going along and still in the theoretical stance. And so when they get out to outer space and they find out, in this place that they thought was going to be this dull, lifeless, it's just massive amounts of things there, and you know what I mean, all types of energies, and so just to be plain, I ain't gonna dip off into it too much, but yes, I believe they are preparing for anything because they're not sure what's gonna happen. You dig what I'm talking about? So one of the things that went off in I think it was 2025, into 2025, they had an astral body pop up on the blip, and it was real close to Earth, and what they thought that they could do, and from my understanding, they did was land a ship onto a comet body and actually move the comet body to where it wasn't so threatful to Earth. Yeah. You know what I mean? You would only have to, as far as it was, you would only have to move it a couple feet. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And it would miss our atmosphere by thousands of miles.
Thousands of miles, because right.
Yeah. So
you believe that they did? You believe that they did it, and it just wasn't theoretical? Because I remember hearing about that. You believe they did it?
Yeah, I believe they did it, but I don't believe humans did it. Mm. That and that's one of the things that I know they hiding. Getting out of our geocorona, our solar, or our not our solar system, but our planetary system, our atmosphere. If you notice, and it's been since 96, and vortex dynamics and vortex sciences being put into effect, that NASA has been using vortex sciences to move through the heavens. For instance, they throw or shoot things in space in arcs, right, to precisely get to where you want to go. But what they know is I know they know this. It was explained to them, written down, and given to them step by step. Vortex sciences back in '84, before anybody knew really about them, and Descartes had already been debunked. You dig what I'm talking about? So nobody was checking for vortex sciences in that way, because they thought space was like just empty air. But when they got up there, it was fluid. Huh? What's it's hard for living entities, for living ones, to get outside of our atmosphere because of temperature, radiation, all type of different things.
All type of fields.
Yeah, that machines can make it through. Right? Machines can make it through, and they do. Right? But I don't think man has made it that far, and I think they know they can't go out there. Right? I think they know that, and I think they understand that space is like solution. You know what I mean? It is like sublimated material in solution, and primarily hydrogen. All right? They call it dark energy, or right? It's just space, y'all, but it's fluid. This is the ether. All right? It sublimates material. As above, so below, correct? Well, what does ether do on Earth? It sublimates corporeal material. Tears paint off stuff. It breaks things down. Same thing ether does in the heavens, in the sky. And this is why they're moving in a certain way, right? They have a certain spiral patterns and all this stuff, and you can't just straight shot a satellite. Like you couldn't like straight shot it like a bullet, right? It would literally smash into the interstellar space wall, like our air, where the air would end, space would start, and it's fluid. So it would be like smacking into the ocean.
Going full speed.
Yep, boom. But if you curve, right, and you match the speed, you can melt into the, you know what I mean? You can get into the orbit, into the spin, into the vortex.
Yeah.
Right? You can get into that vortex, and you can then move around and then shoot out. You see what I'm saying? Like slingshotting.
And that's what they've shown too around with different probes and stuff. The slingshot method of slinging something further out there, orbit around something, take a couple of slings around, sling it further on out there, right?
Mm-hmm. And even though I don't rock with flat Earth and all that, but there's one thing that I agree with flat Earth on, and that is NASA is lying, right? NASA knew in 1984 because a faithist named Hugh Rose wrote a book on the vortices, that science that's in Owaspy, different than Descartes, right? Totally different. And so they've known this, right? They've been known this. And if you notice, NASA's suits, the suits that they use, they are just like deep sea diving suits. They are virtually the same, right? If it's nothing but air up there, why would you need a sea suit? Because it's denser than what they tell you. Right?
And that's what I showed on my my bad. I just real quick. That's what I showed on my slide, that NASA is actually the civilian cover up, and then you got the military that has their own space programs that's more private than, oh yeah, we're going out here and doing this. This is what we got going. That's why NASA, like you say, could be lied to us, and more than
NASA
likely
could not even know.
Exactly.
NASA could totally. NASA, they could be dupes. You dig what I'm talking about? Totally getting duped too, right? Let's not put nothing over our government.
Man, you can't.
Listen,
You can't.
every time I think that they can't, they already did it. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm just late. They evil on a whole nother level.
Why did they create the Space Force, man? That's why I asked that question.
I mean, also, I think science knows this, but it won't readily admit it. But they know, right, that there are bodies in our atmosphere, right? They can't never tell you where a asteroid comes from, because they don't come from outside our atmosphere. They come from inside our atmosphere. We have places in our atmosphere full of rock. They call it nebula, right? Or nebulous material. It's basically the same thing that everything is made out of, right? But rocks, dust, sand, anything that would be on a planet is above it also.
Yeah.
Yep. You know what I mean? And the farther you go out, the more it's rarefied. So you're gonna find, you know, just like the table of elements. You know what I mean? The periodic table of elements. Just like on it starts with 1, right? The most base and abundant, you dig what I'm saying, substance in the universe as 1, right? That's hydrogen. And just like H2O and all that water and all that stuff is down here, more closer to the earth, denser in a liquid form, and it gets more rarefied as it goes up. It's the same with the elements. If you follow the elements, the heavier elements are towards the earth. And as you go out, the more rarer and rarer are found in our atmosphere or beyond. You dig what I'm saying? Science is already oh my God, I'm drawing a blank on the brother's name right now. But Terrence Howard was trying to explain this brother's work and how he broke his periodic table down in octaves, in spiraling vortexian octaves of sound. Right? He played the chemical to the sound based on the understanding that Tesla tried to explain to people, but he ain't give his real understanding because he was technical, and he would have to delve into what science calls supernatural. Yeah, I don't think he wanted to do that, but that's how you would have to explain the 3, the 6, the 9. Right? Because it's mathematics, right? It's based on mathematics, but it's the resonance of the universe. 3, 6, 9, or 33, 66, 99. Also known as it's the way to count generations. It's the way to tell time. Generation is 33 years, right? And because of that understanding, you know, they spookified it for us, right? What they tell you, the 33 is, oh, that's the Mason devil number. Not actually knowing it's the key to prophecy and how to tell time. Prophecy ain't no spooky stuff. It's math, basically. It's a lot of history and it's a lot of math. But as much history as you can go backwards with, basing it on times of light and darkness, you can flip it right forward and tell time too. Because events are cyclical. Time isn't linear. You know what I mean? So I think these are the things that the government is holding back, right? 0-point technology, free energy, that goddamn tachyon detector down there in the South Pole ain't really it detect tachyons, but it do other stuff.
I think all them things, I always said that to myself, them particle accelerators, them things could be used as weapons and everything, man.
Man, they do all types of stuff.
What's up with it, Vakar? I see you to the stage. We're gonna get to you real quick. Let me let
go ahead, bro.
Big
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Rock out.
No, I always like to hear other people's thoughts, you know what I mean? Because ain't nobody trying to, you know what I mean, force any belief or understanding on nobody. So I always like to hear
you answering this question from your view, and that's what this is. We love opinions. That's from your view. That's just, shoot. I don't want to hear nobody arguing against nobody's views. I want to hear what you think about the topics. You know what I'm saying? What you got, Vakar? You got something for us, man? What you think about the space? Did the United States create the Space Force for a certain particular reason? I went over kind of the history of how we got to the Space Force, and there's still a lot of questions. I pointed out some of the good things, and one of the good things is the defense and the communications that we have directly when I talk about the mainland that I occupy. And so I'm from the American space system, but I know there's still questions and things, but that's my view. What do you think about it? Why the United States may have space?
I like that iteration of the YouTube show. Because you helped me remember a couple things y'all were talking about, because there's a couple points I wanted to chime in on, but I was just letting everybody rock out, Big Cobb Mom was doing his thing, so it was entertaining, and then at the same time, he was talking so true. I'm not gonna knock truth, regardless of whatever religion somebody might try to, pick or choose from. But the only thing I can go off for
was that at me?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. I'm not religious at all.
Never respect.
I didn't know Oli was religious. You religious, Oli?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I'm not either. So I don't know who Cuz talking about.
No, I'm just saying for the listeners. You feel me? Yeah, for the listeners. Nah, bro. Nah, I'm saying though, like regardless of whatever anybody's religion is, like, I ain't gonna say I feel or I believe. I'm going off the straight rationale of what I've seen or have seen before. You know what I'm saying? Like, people be thinking everything funny, but if you live on any other coast, like I said, the coast of America or the Americas, however you want to say it, or Florida, bruh, if you watch the coast, you watch the sun rise and the moon set and rise, bruh, you already know what spiritual is. Like, I don't even know why people be playing. Like I always say, people be thinking it's funny or something. Ain't no plane finna go southeast, bruh. That's spirituality, because they already know. Like Big Cobb be saying, the whirlwind, bruh, promise you, them dark clouds, some serious.
Man.
Try to launch up in the Pacific Ocean. if you want
Hey,
to.
hey, Vicar, let me ask you a question. Because I'm just trying to see something. You dig what I'm talking about? Because I've noticed a pattern. You dig what I'm talking about? Have you ever experienced like a UAP or a spaceship or something that you couldn't explain yourself?
Bro, that's you know what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to express. Like, I appreciate your question on everything, but you know, like I said, I know what I seen with my eyes. And I ain't gonna say it with no ship. I can't really tell because I can't see that far, like no hawk or no eagle, bro. But I promise you, I see UAPs all the time on the coast. On the coast of the America, I promise you. Like they, you know what I'm saying, they move, bro. And that's what the Space Force was created for. To observe these phenomena. You feel me?
What about you, Oli? Have you ever seen a UAP or unidentified flying object?
Yes. I was 3 times. I've seen things that I couldn't identify. And like I said, where I'm at, I'm between 2 Air Force bases. Altus Air Force Base, but the big one, Tinker Air Force Base, is right here next to me. And like, you just see different things. One time, my homeboy had just got out the penitentiary. I was taking him back to my hometown. We driving, boom, and all of a sudden, it was just a green thing just appeared. Just now, me myself, it's a lot of oil fields over there, so I was thinking it might have been some type of chemical or electrical reaction for something that was going on over there, and so it caused a big green, because it turned green and then it turned yellow and it just disappeared. And I started to drive over there. My cousin, my homie, he was scared. Like, no, don't go over there, punch. And I'm talking about, I don't know how many miles it could have been, maybe 30, it could have been 60, but it was so right there that I wanted to go investigate. He was scared.
Facts.
And then I just don't never talk to nobody about it because, like I said, there's a lot of oil fields. There's the Air Force Base that's over that way and stuff. But I always give it to natural phenomena. And you know how natural things in the sky, especially when it comes to electromagnetism and things. And so I never could, but it's unidentified. So yes, that's one that I seen. And then there was another one that had lights that I just never seen like that.
I ain't never heard this story before.
I just want to add this right here, this part right here. You know what I'm saying? If you're in an open field, like somewhere between the states of, like I'm saying, like Texas or whatever it is, or Idaho or Oklahoma, something like that, you can see all the stars, like on some real. But if you at the coast, like I said, between Florida and Virginia Beach or something like that, bro, you see the natural phenomenon for yourself, I promise you'll have a change of heart. Or my theory is, because I have never been to Africa, if you go on the west coast of Africa and beaches, they let you, you know what I'm saying, if the military bases let you.
Hold on one second, Vicar.
Hit them beaches.
Noel. Oh, girl. I see you in here. You was on last night and you showed your tatas. We don't have that over here. This ain't no what is it called? OnlyFans.
Yeah, freak show.
Yeah. Trying to come and try to show you titty. I know what you was doing. You was trying to titty bomb us again. My bad. Max Leisure say, how you gonna promise me that you've seen a UAP right after telling me you can't see good?
Let thought go. Train of thought just go.
Who can't see good? That's what makes it a UAP. But they couldn't see it, so it's unidentified.
Nobody see it.
Aerial phenomenon. Now, if you meant to put God instead of good, it's just that reason that I told you that I can see it. I promise you that I seen a UAP. And you might not have been talking to me, but I think you was, because I think I did say I promise I seen a UAP, because I have. But yeah, I can see a UAP.
Can't see good.
By telling you and tell you at the same time that I can't see God, because they're made.
Yeah, that's not even the same thing.
They're made of two different things, I believe.
Yeah,
and it's even though I can't identify exactly what the phenomena is, I know there's actually a phenomena there. I guess that's how I should say it, if that makes sense to you.
Can I chime in on that real quick?
Go ahead, bro.
Cosman, I see your what's the name moving? Is you talking, or is that just a little noise coming?
No, that's me.
Okay.
We dialecting.
Oh, I can't hear nobody.
You can't hear nobody.
I can't hear neither one of y'all.
Yeah, you got to leave and come back then. That's weird that you can't hear nobody. I can hear Cosmon.
Yes, I can.
And everybody.
I can hear y'all. I forgot my headphones. My headphones be going in and out. Those are my headphones. My bad.
I probably need to introduce myself or something, man. Hey, but for real. Hey, I go by Vic, man. 100. I'm a spiritualist because I believe in Americas and the native supposed to be spiritualists, bro. I don't care what religion it is or whatever type, you know what I'm saying, idols people try to form. I believe in America is supposed to be spiritual, bro. I believe in America is the Far East. You feel me? And y'all gonna realize that too one day. But like I said, you threw out my train of thought, bro, with that titty bobbing.
Yeah, man, she came, my bad. She came in last night and popped up. I thought she was, because she got on glasses and stuff, and we was talking about quantum physics. I thought she was about to come up and give us some quantum physics, and she gonna show a quantum titty. And I just popped it up, just, come on, lady. Don't do us like that.
Need to be smacked. Need to be smacked.
It was little too. It wasn't no little titty. Oh, itty bitty titty.
Damn, I missed that last night, y'all.
Oh man, he was on it. I had to give it to Oli, man. I knew it, right? He was on it though. He was on it. I had to give it to him.
Hey, I promise. As soon as I went, because I kept on asking her, I'm like, do you have anything to say? Do you have anything to say? She said, I know, El, how you guys doing? And I said, man, she ain't got nothing. So I went to her name. You know, you can go on there where it say kick or click down. I'm talking about as soon as I pulled it up, she pulled her shirt up. I your ass on up.
Trying to get us flagged, man. One of our ops just sent her over here.
That's why I seen her. She pop in tonight looking the same. You look like you smart and should be able to tell us something, but you missed a short titty.
You know, God bless her. You know, God bless her heart.
Hey, what's McCauley said she was like the #1 foremost expert on quantum computing and shit.
Hey, because that's what we thought.
Yeah, that's what I know. They say she really is that.
Oh.
She just a freak.
Get out of here. She
intelligent freak.
Man, I would love to have her.
Don't nobody else appreciate you, Noel. I appreciate you.
Hey,
in my inbox.
Shout out Noel. And them itty bitties.
It's the Titans Debate League email, and we might could get you a presentation. It might not be.
We ain't doing no dollars, though. We ain't doing no dollars. Hey, once he can't get 50. They're gonna say Cosmon over there tricking.
How did I miss all this? When did I miss this?
Shout out Noel, man. She came on last night.
I don't see no Noel in the chat. I don't know who you talking about.
$1.
Who is
Look
you
at the
talking
white
about,
man,
Oli?
$1. You know that. You know how they go.
Mic check. Can y'all hear me?
But yeah, man.
Can anybody hear me?
Hey man, let me finish my thought, man. It's short, it's quick. I promise you.
Go ahead, my bad.
Because I wanted to
Mic
get
check.
back on it.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can get back on it, man. Noel came in and I knew shit. I couldn't help you. I just had to let her know. I see you. You're not coming up. Not today. Go ahead, Vakar.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna see if I can catch that train real quick. So, you know, like I was saying, bro, I'm not on the African, you know what I'm saying, continent or on the coast of Ghana and whatever else it is.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm pretty sure that You know what I'm saying? Just from my military knowledge, that it's probably based on that coast that people get limited access to, even, you know what I'm saying, through the fundamentals of observing the, you know what I'm saying, the coast, like everybody do in America, you know what I'm saying? Because in America, you already know, or the Americas, that is more free than any other continent. So they're just a gem that people don't realize. But you know what I'm saying, on America's coast, bro, you see all type of supernatural UAPs and unexplainable events. You know what I'm saying? I promise you watch the moon. Yeah, but I ain't gonna say it's spaceship though. Cause I can't see that far. Like whoever put it in the text, but you know what I'm
think
saying?
you
I
can see
promise
through
you.
space
Yeah.
from the Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, you
You know what I
can,
mean?
bro. Depend. Yeah, and that's a whole nother subject, cause it depends on the time of the season, for real. I know about that.
I mean, how else would you see a star?
Facts. Mm-hmm.
If you can't see through space.
That's a fact. I agree with that. I ain't gonna cap. I agree with that. Like I said, I'm an observer just like you. And I, you know what I'm saying? I watch the sky, bro.
I think actual star that we see in the sky is our sun. Every other star in the sky is just light. That's not the real stars.
Right. I mean, it's like you can fabricate or have a theory of, oh, it's a star, but you don't really know, bro. You don't know if it's a ball of light. You don't know if it's a glowing fish, bro. You don't know. Just like Big Karma was saying, you know what I'm saying, as below, so above. You feel me? Like it's a dense atmosphere that people try to act like it's not, but it is. And just like he was just saying beforehand, like the spacesuits are the same thing as deep diving suits. Like what we playing about? Like when you can show me any scientist or explorer hit that deep and dance around and make a first footstep, and I believe they hit that moon, bro.
Now, I you know what? Before we even go there, I was gonna say that's one thing about flat Earth that I believe. I'm not a flat earther. I believe the Earth is globular, like a globe shape. But there's one thing about flat Earth that I absolutely know they right about, is that NASA is lying, because NASA would have known, even by the text that, you know, by 84-ish, 88, by the early 90s, they would have known this. They already had the think tanks going. You dig what I'm saying? Or even in the 70s, they would have known this, bro. And this is why I know that they be lying. They knew they didn't go into outer space. Whether they landed on the moon or not don't even matter. Right? I think they lied about that too, but it don't even matter, because either way, you didn't go to space. Even if you went to the moon, it's still not in space. It's still in our atmosphere. Mm-hmm.
Can I make this quick little quote real quick? I promise you, no more than 30 seconds, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna cap. I can't see 2020 vision, but you know what I'm saying? It's about the veil between life and death, or the veil between sleep and awoke, exhaustion and perseverance. You know what I'm saying? That allows you to see what you can't see in the heavens, bro. I promise you. Take that.
Well, yeah, I don't believe the whole little flat Earth. Well, I don't even bring it up. It's mind numbing. You dig what I'm talking about? So I learned to, you know, not even argue with people's subjective point of views. It's pointless. It's pointless. So, because you could show 100 different texts and actual factual sources, and they can just say, well, I don't believe that. You dig what I'm saying? Because theirs is subjective in the first place. It can't be proved. You know, it's like imaginary. So
I did my study of the circular event of the world and what I have seen. And people might not want to agree with me. That's okay. But if you actually do your study, all the people that said they traveled the earth, traveled the earth, they'll tell you, and they always leave a map showing you what they did. Bro, ain't nobody went around the earth. They always circular traveled around the states, coastlines, bro.
Well, how do you, if you didn't travel around it, how did you circumscribe it?
Right. Like,
that's what it's called.
Right.
You know what I mean? But there we go. Right. I can't argue your point. I mean, your belief, but it don't make sense if somebody circumscribed the grove that they didn't go around it.
It's like, my you know what I'm saying, my observational theory is, like I said, stand in front of the beaches of Americas, from Florida to Virginia, whatever access, or both, in South Carolina, those beaches, looking to the coast, like I said, southeast or east.
You know what that's called?
What's it called?
It's called the Guale Coast.
The Guale Coast, huh?
Yeah.
What's that? What's that mean?
It basically goes from Virginia. It's the southeastern coast of America, bordered by the Atlantic. It's called Guale, where you get Geechee Gullah from. Right, the Gullah or Guale is the name of the entire coast. It means eastward towards the sun.
Eastward, exactly. That makes a whole lot of sense. Sunrise in the east.
Yeah, and if you're looking at it from America, you're gonna be looking at the sea. Yep. It's called Guale.
Yeah, that's a whole fact.
Yeah, I'm talking about the whole jump from basically, I ain't even gonna lie, basically from Virginia to Florida. The whole time.
Right. Say the Guale, yeah.
Yep.
Guale Coast. So if you looking from the
Guale.
So you looking for the Guale Coast. You know what I'm saying? Anybody that's able to look from the Guale Coast, you'll see that. I'm like, you gotta watch. You have to be observant. You can't just go out there 30 minutes and parlay, smoke, whatever you're doing that's gonna distract you. You gotta literally be like looking, you know what I'm saying? Scientists and surgeons do it all the time.
No, you so right. You don't even know how on point you are. There is a way to put yourself in opportune times to see the shifting.
Right.
You did what I'm talking about, the movement.
Tell it.
Because they actually move on a time frame. You so on point.
Clockwork. Setting in the horizon, bro. I'm telling you, I know I be observing, bro. Like people be talking that spiritualism, but
until you have that spiritual experience, you could never convince me that spirit ain't real. You dig what I'm talking about? After all the experiences that I've had, there's no way you could convince me that everybody just lying.
All right, that's a fact though.
You dig what I'm talking about? And once you really had a spiritual experience, right? Couldn't nobody convince you otherwise that you didn't have it. And then to get back on track too, I had 3 UAP, I call them spaceships, nigga. Because and look, the very first one I saw October 30th, 1993. it was the day before it was Devil's Night. You dig what I'm talking about? And they was having a party. The very first time I'd ever been to Pontiac, and it was the anyways, long story short, we going to see my homeboy. I never been out here before. We go to his gate, and he got a big gate, and his front yard is kind of big, and you got to kind of walk to his front door, right? You got to open the gate and then walk in. As we about to open the gate, man, I'm telling you, right about 80 feet above our head, a massive circular ship. It looked like you ever seen them Simon Says? Like it's like circular, and it's got these triangles in it, and you press on them, and they turn colors: blue, red, green, yellow, blue, and you press. That's exactly what it looked like, and they were flashing different colors, slow, boom. And I'm telling y'all, we watched this thing for like 15 minutes. We shifted. You dig what I'm talking about? The tree was in the way. We shifted, watched it keep cruising over the city. It never sped up, never did nothing. Right? I turned and looked at my boy, and we said at the same time, shout out my boy Don Nelson. He's like, did you see that? And I'm gonna just tell you the truth. Had I been out there by myself, I would have convinced myself that I didn't see what I just saw. It didn't make no noise. It didn't do nothing. It just was cruising. Like a big ass pizza pie. You dig what I'm talking about? But the pieces is lighting up like yellow, red, blue on different sides. And you dig what I'm talking about? And that was the very first time I ever seen one. Another time we was at the park out here. Out on Mound. We got a road out here full of mounds. And it's called Mound Road. And we was at this park called Farwell, and rest in peace to the dead. I got a cousin named Big Youngin, and right at the end of his street is the park, right? And bro, out of nowhere, we chilling, we getting blood, we having fun, it's hot. You dig what I'm talking about? I'll never forget this. He got a big old van, right? I had a 78 Electra, deuce and a quarter. And bro, it was crazy because we didn't see it at first. I mean, it's clear, like we in this park. Ain't trees around us for a long way, right? At least a quarter mile, right? So how something could have just cruised up in the sky, big as it was, and it was gray. This is how I know this shit was some U.S. Army shit. And another thing it was doing, it was spinning. If you see it gun metallic gray or that soft black, right? That's U.S. government. It's man-made shit. If it wobbles, it's man-made shit. We chilling. Aha, woo, 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 woo. And like right in the, bruh, we got our cars facing the street and we leaning against the cars, like facing each other. And this thing just like, whoop, like kind of like stop and just get the cruising. It cruised over the whole hood. Slow as fuck. We following it. We got in our cars following it, you know, going down Ryan through the hood, and then it turned a little bit. So we went up through Ryan, and then it stopped by 6 Mile in this industrial park, and you can't go no further. And the bitch was just cruising. That's the second time I seen something. And then I had a way out weird experience. I ain't gonna get into that. But you dig what I'm talking about? It's just, you could never explain that to nobody. And I was glad that other people was with me. You dig what I'm saying? I'm glad that other people was with me that can verify I wasn't tripping. Because I'd have thought I was tripping. I'd have convinced myself I synced it. I'm bugging out. Got to be. You know what I mean? That was just my state of mind at the time. Because I'm only about 21 at the time. This is like 99. You dig what I'm saying? So, you know, I done seen some things, man. I done seen some things. Some weird stuff. So, I don't try to poo-poo on nobody parade, you know, just because it ain't what I know. Salute to the chat, man. Salute to the panel, man. Salute my dog, A Whizzler. Yeah. What I'm saying, man. My dog, Oli, man.
I'm like you. When I seen it, boy, I was just like,
what? Shout out Kai's mind. Hey, it's funny that everywhere I go, in all the different states I've been in, everybody takes my name, A1, and they come up with the A Weezy or some version of it. Like you just said, the A Whizzle. A Whizzle. Yeah. That everybody like comes up with that, like almost like Lil Weezy or Lil Wayne.
No, but and we, you know, be real. There's another.
All this knowledge on the flow. I've been golden from the go. Let these pseudo scholars no. Baby, welcome to the show. Yeah, show you how to flex with a strong point. Wait. Show you where the facts and the stats and the proofs point. I've been grinding nieces in the late night. Wait, standing on the stage with the main light. Enlightening. Philosophers, scientists, historians united. Warriors of logic who want the smoke, get excited. Bring your primary sources, don't get ignited. Slide on my prompts, look it up, read a book. Never going back to the dumb, take a look. Woke, not broke, we run the show, sport the glow. Titans in the league, watch the intellect grow. Coliseum arguments locked at the door. Welcome to the show, floor full of lore. I'm the GOAT, with the flow, there's knowledge on the flow. I've been goated from the go. Let these pseudo scholars flow. Baby, welcome to the show. Seems only time when I'm speaking, reason, peeking. Like the truth that they all have been seeking, my logic weakened. To them that's important, show up, don't be late to the debate. Never see myself falling. Picture me falling off back to ignorant and stalling. Got the citations loaded in order, crossing every intellectual border. Hey, I could've never seen a day. All this knowledge on the flow. I've been goated from the go. Let these pseudo scholars. Baby, welcome to the show.
What I miss? What I miss?
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Oli?
All this knowledge on the flow.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Oh, there you go. What up, man?
Shit,
Yeah, I
chilling.
can hear you. Can you hear me?
Took a little nap. Just woke up. Trying to figure out what I'm about to eat.
Oh, I see what it is. I'm listening. Damn, me too. I left humble on the.
You got a crazy delay.
Let me get my headphones.
A delay and an echo. Think I'm about to order a pizza. I don't feel like cooking that.
I can't get now. I forgot I was listening on my phone. It wasn't up to date. What's up, man? My bad, man. I had to step away from the computer.
I ain't up to shit. I'm just getting up. I got to do this. Supposed to have a face off tonight. We're going to see if things go smooth. I just called the one guy. He said he's headed to his spot right now. So we're going to see if he bullshitting there.
Okay.
If he's serious.
Yeah, man. Trump and the Space Force took over the airs for the morning. Dang, it's already.
It's late. It's 8:30 here, so it's 7:30 there.
Yeah. I've been out. I've been gone since 2. It's been about. My bad, man. But shit, looked like y'all kept it going.
Yeah, I ain't even know. I ain't know what was going on. I thought it was the same show.
I did too. I got the hearing column. I'm looking and stuff, and I tried to come on and say something. My picture wasn't working. Then I seen me over there on the side. I'm like, oh dang. Humble had the replay of episode 1 playing, which is good, just in case anybody hadn't caught up.
Oh, he did that? That was a good idea.
Yeah. So that was real cool. Looked like Humble. Oh, he is still in here. He might be asleep too.
Yeah, I called his phone. He must be asleep.
But I sure appreciate him taking over before I had to do my other thing. But we in there. You said you got this face off. Who is supposed to be tonight?
Suave Boss versus this guy named Tyson.
Oh. Okay.
Tyson. Spelled it T-A-I-S-O-N.
Oh. Okay. Well, yeah, man, I'll be back with episode 3. Today, I didn't even really get to finish the prophecies they correlating Trump with. There's still one more that they correlate him with, this group of people, the Space Force. So we'll make sure we get back on that real quick after we finish everything this evening. I'm just about to play a couple songs, then get up out of here for that 12 o'clock spot.
And then I should get a backup just in case. I got a good sense when people be bullshit. My bullshit radar going off.
You can tell he bullshit.
Like, yeah, I can tell when people about to let excuses permeate the situation. Like, I'm not on that. Like,
Gotcha. So what, you got something else lined up just in case?
I mean, I got a bunch of presentations I got scheduled I could drop, but I'd rather find a backup real quick. It just put somebody in this spot.
Right.
Because there's a bunch of people who want to get this little couple dollars. If y'all don't know what we're talking about, let me go to a word from our sponsors so I can catch y'all up.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here.
Yeah, that's that tournament we got going, man. Make sure starting off tonight.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure my shit start regardless of who be playing games. You know, I don't play games.
Yeah.
If you bullshit, we move on without you. We'll catch you on the next one, baby.
Yeah.
One monkey don't stop no show, man. But
I see that the chat was off the hook while I was out of pocket. Shout out Jay Snake, Omar, Smash and Idol. That's some of my Vicar. Some of my norms that be coming over here. We got a new one. Nito Swain came in today. He was still in the chat. So of course my man Red Chest.
That was nice seeing Nito pop up and share his thoughts. I was up here when he was up here for a little bit.
Yeah, look like. So yeah, man. It looked like we had a little bit of information going, man. We getting to that 12 o'clock spot. So I'm gonna go ahead and drop a couple more songs to end this out, and then we'll figure out what we got going. Thank everybody for coming in this morning all the way to the early evening. I can't believe we went that long, but this is a big topic. And it's still more, man. We're going to get to the bottom of it. Why did Donald Trump and the United States create the Space Force? And we've had a lot of ideas and different people coming up, giving their aspects, me giving my aspects of what I found through a little bit of investigative research that I've been doing for this investigation. And remember, this is only for critical thinking, to get our minds going, see if we can't get some ideas about what we actually facing, as opposed to just sitting around and letting it happen, especially with people having a lot of ideas about where the world is going and what's going on. And so I continue to ask the questions, man, and we're going to make sure we get each and every perspective on the thing. And so thank you for coming in. You know who it is. It's your boy Oli. We got A1 in the building. Humble Mystic.
Yes.
We appreciate y'all. We'll get back at y'all in a minute. I'm gonna let y'all end with some of this good old music, you know.
Different type of hell. Different type of hell. Yeah. Different type of animal. Now everybody better listen up. For my people in the struggle who never gave a what. Even when life try to press you down, turn your frown to a smile. I make styles just to lift you up. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Steady hustling, steady grinding. Getting money every time I put my time in. When they ask what I got up under my sleeve, they never gon' believe when I tell them it's all timing. Everybody want a real life attitude. Incoherent, now they mad at you. Some people can't get it, now they laugh at you. Till they see the glow, now they copying the altitude. I never was a type, it was handed to. Had to put it together like mechanics do. Now you see I got the tools to succeed. Different mindset, different breed, different view every time I play or breathe. Quantum thoughts, I evolve every week. Young Al, been wild since a young child. Still fresh to the death, no funeral style. How could you walk in my shoes? We run the town, big shoes to fill. Never been a clown. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Talking about the block, I've been around, fighting through the hard times till it spin around. Game tight, move smooth, never hear a sound. Big pressure every time we hit the town. Couldn't touch me with a yardstick. Running through the paper on that backyard business. Chasing dreams, chasing cream to the team. Rich 5'8", but I'm standing on that stand tall mindset. See these monkeys trying to pull me from the tree. Yeah, they put me down before that, just turned me to a beast. So I hopped into the streets, showed the hungry how to eat. Oklahoma on my back, now I'm bringing pressure to the beat. Cold hard world, colder in the streets. Money on my mind, barely get to sleep. Dreams feel close, still feel out of reach. Lights up ahead, I just want a little piece. Still a student of the game, don't qualify to teach. Learn lessons every day, so I evolve every week. I'm not an animal, life just got wild. So I did what I had to do, the other routes was foul. No copy, no paste, you can't get my style. Heart on my sleeve, still walk with a smile. Judge me by my past, take a look at me now. I ain't doing this for me, I just wanna make my mama proud. Quantum only is untruth, yo, we bringing it out. Why y'all watching me? Better watch the crowd. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Different type of animal.